Chapter 927. Sister, do you still remember him? Hua Piaoyue pointed at Ling Xiao and asked Hua Feishue. Only then did Hua Feishue notice Ling Xiao's presence. It's you! Hua Feishue covered her mouth and exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. It's rare for a beauty to remember me. It's my honor. Ling Xiao touched his nose and smiled. He thought to himself, what a pair of sisters. Palace Lord Ling, please come inside. It's a pleasant surprise that you could visit our Wanhua sect. Hua Feiyue's indifferent face revealed a warm smile. I was wondering who it was. So it's Master Ling. It's been a long time. The man beside Hua Feiyue greeted. He obviously knew Ling Xiao, but he seemed to be a little disrespectful to Ling Xiao with unconcealable hostility. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the man. He felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. He immediately asked, You are? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't recognize you. The man immediately felt his face burning. He thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect to be hit back by Ling Xiao without a sound, which made him feel very embarrassed. Hua Feiyue smiled and introduced to Ling Xiao. This is Master Jichen of Huitian sect. He's a genius alchemist of Huitian sect and has already reached the 7th realm. I can't compare to someone. He thinks that he's some palace lord and has become arrogant. Jichen snorted angrily. Back in the Medicine Gates elixir meeting, Ling Xiao had refined several 7th realm elixir pills in one go with amazing methods and trampled on many alchemy geniuses, including Jichen, the #1 genius of Huitian sect. Until today, Jichen still couldn't stand Ling Xiao's arrogant look, so he was quite unhappy to see Ling Xiao here. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He realized that this guy was really annoying. Hua Piaoyue was the first to speak. Let's go in first. She hated Jichen to the core. After all, Ling Xiao was a guest invited by her. Jichen was also a palace lord of a great force. How could he look down on him like this? He really thought too highly of himself. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with Jichen and followed Hua Piaoyue and Hua Feishue into the flower palace. There were already quite a number of people sitting in the hall. Most of them were old men in their 60s, and all of them had extremely strong mental energy fluctuations. Obviously, they were all first-class alchemy experts. At the front of the hall sat a woman who looked like a young married woman. This woman was beautiful and had a dignified expression. Her aura was boundless and she had the demeanor of a queen. She was the current leader of the Wanhua sect, Huarenfeng. She was once the famous #1 beauty of the Southern Abyss. Even after hundreds of years, she still maintained her flower-like appearance. She must have taken some kind of beauty-preserving spirit grass or elixir. Huarenfeng immediately stood up to welcome them. So it's Palace Lord Ling from the Proud Smile Palace. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Please give me a seat. Huarenfeng immediately stood up and greeted. So it's Palace Master Ling from the Proud Smiling Palace. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Please have a seat. Huarenfeng immediately stood up to welcome them. So it's Palace Lord Ling from the Proud Smile Palace. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Please give me a seat. Now that Huarenfeng saw Ling Xiao for the first time, she was surprised. What a handsome character. Sect Leader Hua, you're too kind. Ling Xiao took the liberty to disturb you. I hope I didn't cause any trouble. Ling Xiao said politely. Huarenfeng exchanged a few more pleasantries and then went straight to the point. Everyone here is an alchemy master, so I'll cut to the chase. Let's see if anyone can refine the poison of the 100 poisons centipede to restrain our sect leader. We, the Myriad Flower Sect, will definitely offer a generous reward. Even if we can't help you, we'll prepare a small gift. We won't let you all come here for nothing. Huarenfeng's words were kind and straightforward. At the same time, she made it clear that she wouldn't let everyone come here for nothing. This showed the generosity of the Myriad Flower Sect. Sect Leader Hua, the 8th rank 100 poison centipede's poison is violent and needs an 8th rank antidote. I don't see anyone here who is an 8th rank alchemist. Why did you invite them here? An old man with an aquiline face said indifferently. This old man seemed to be very angry and his eyes were full of disdain. He was Ji Chen's master, Gong Sun Tairen. He was the supreme elder of the returning sky sect and had entered the 7th rank alchemist realm 1,000 years ago. His strength had also reached the middle stage of the mystic emperor realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately met with cold stares from everyone present. Gong Sun Tairen, it seems like you haven't reached the 8th rank either. A sneer sounded. The one who spoke was a slightly plump old man. His eyebrows were slightly raised and his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he was also a person with a bad temper. Every alchemist was of the fire attribute. It was normal for them to have a more irritable mentality than ordinary people. Not everyone could cultivate their moral character and restrain their character. Gong Sundren looked at the person who spoke and said disdainfully, "So it's Master Mu." "You're right. I haven't reached the 8th rank, but if we join hands, we can barely refine an 8th rank elixir. It shouldn't be a problem." Beside Gong Sun Tairen was a dull-looking old man. It was his senior, Lao Zhanda. "You guys practiced the double fusion technique?" Master Mu exclaimed. The so-called double fusion technique was when two people worked together to refine a cauldron of elixir. However, in order to achieve this, the two people's essence, spirit, and chi had to be in sync. The power to control the fire also had to be seamless. There couldn't be any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to successfully condense the elixir. This was a very difficult alchemy technique to practice. However, once it was mastered, there was a certain chance that it would be able to refine a higher rank elixir. It was also because Gong Sun Tairen and his senior had reached the level of seamless cooperation that he could barely refine a semi-finished 8th rank elixir. That was why he dared to be so presumptuous in front of so many alchemists. "It's good that you know. My senior and I have finally mastered this technique after 100 years of seclusion. So, sect leader Hua, leave the poison of your old sect leader to us. You can ask the others to leave now." Gong Sun Tairen said proudly. As an alchemist, they were extremely respected figures wherever they went. Everyone present was even more arrogant. Immediately, someone flicked his sleeves, cupped his hands towards Hua Renfeng and left. Hua Renfeng immediately said, "Everyone is an esteemed guest of our Wanhua sect. Please go to the guest room to rest first. It won't be too late to leave after preparing a small gift for everyone." When Hua Renfeng heard Gong Sun Tairen's words, she was already extremely happy in her heart. However, it was not good for her to offend the people present. Her words were only to help Gong Sun Tairen smooth things over. The Mu family's alchemist coldly snorted and said, "This old man will stay and see just how outstanding your fusion technique is." This person was called Mu Yonghua, the old patriarch of the Mu family, an alchemist family. He and the Heaven Returning sect were originally allies of the Pill Alliance, but the two families weren't too harmonious. Now that the Pill Alliance had collapsed, the Heaven Returning sect continued to follow the Medicine sect and the Pill sect, while the Mu family chose to follow Elder Han and join the Alchemist Guild of Wind Cloud City. The Mu family that joined the Wind Cloud City wasn't a subordinate family of the Smiling Palace, but an ally of interest. Following Mu Yonghua's words, the few Tier 7 alchemists who were about to leave once again sat down. It was obvious that they also wanted to see just how amazing Gong Sun Tairen and Lao Zhanda's fusion technique was. Gong Sun Tairen didn't seem to care about them staying and watching at all. "Sectmaster Hua, before I came here, I heard that your two disciples, Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyue, said that whoever can save your old sect master is willing to pay any price. Is this right?" Lao Zhanda asked Hua Renfeng. Hua Renfeng frowned slightly and said, "This is just a joke from the two girls. If the two masters can refine the Tier 8 detoxification pill, our Wanhua sect will be the most loyal friend of your Heaven Returning sect in the future. We will also prepare many high-rank spiritual herbs for you as a reward. What do the two masters think?" Lao Zhanda said lightly, "So it was just a joke. I thought it was true. I was just about to let the two of them be my martial niece's companions, but it seems that I can't. Junior brother, let's go." After saying this, Lao Zhanda actually stood up and was about to leave. "Masters, please wait." Hua Renfeng called out anxiously. Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyue were the two most outstanding disciples in her sect. How could she let them marry outside? However, their old sect master was the stabilizing force of the Wanhua sect. She couldn't let her die. She had to keep Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan first. Gong Sun Tairan said, "Sect Master Hua, my senior brother is a straightforward person. Don't take it to heart. My disciple Jichen is also a Tier 7 alchemist. If your two disciples can be his companions, it won't be a disgrace to their reputation. If you don't agree to this condition, we will definitely not help. Please forgive us, Sect Master Hua." Everyone present understood that these two people were refining the detoxification pill for the old sect master of the Wanhua sect to find wives for their disciples. However, they knew that Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan's idea was not so simple. They wanted to tie the heaven-returning sect to the Wanhua sect. They wanted to stabilize their current status in the southern abyss through marriage. Hua Renfeng was in a dilemma. At this time, Hua Feishue stood up and said, "If you can refine a Tier 8 detoxification pill, we sisters will agree to your request." Hua Piaoyue also took a step forward and looked at the two old men and Jichen with disgust. She said, "That's right. As long as you can save our old sect master, we sisters will agree to your request." "You two children," Hua Renfeng couldn't bear to say. All the alchemists present cast disdainful looks at Lao Zhanda and Gong Sunta. Mu Yonghua even opened his mouth and ridiculed. "If your disciples have the ability, they should go chase after the girls themselves. Why do they need you two old farts to threaten them? You've really broadened our horizons." "Mu Yonghua, don't talk nonsense. This condition was announced by the Wanhua sect long ago. We are only asking for a reward. Moreover, although our heaven-returning sect is not as good as the Wanhua sect, we are still an alchemy sect with an inheritance. The union of the two sects can be considered a beautiful story." Gong Sun Tairan said without the slightest shame. "I have fallen in love with my two junior sisters at first sight. I hope Sect Master Hua can help me." Jichen took the opportunity to walk out and bow to Hua Renfeng. Chapter 928. Jichen could not be considered a handsome young man. His appearance was quite ordinary. His eyes were a little narrow, revealing a bit of coldness. His appearance was close to middle-aged, so he must be the kind of person who matured slowly. Like the Wanhua sect, the Huitian sect was located in the southern abyss. The reputation of the Shuiyu twin flowers had long spread throughout the southern abyss. Every man wanted to marry them and keep them by their side forever. Jichen was an ambitious man and also a lecherous man. He did not have a handsome appearance, but he had the identity of a 7th-rank alchemist that others could not compare to. This identity was enough for him to be proud of. However, this alone wasn't enough for him to capture Shuiyu Shuanghua, who told her to be the proud daughter of a powerful force. Moreover, as the successor of the Wanhua sect, she was normally not allowed to marry. The incident of the Wanhua sect's old sect leader undoubtedly gave Jichen an opportunity. Therefore, he was willing to ask his master and martial uncle to come out of seclusion and accept the task of the Wanhua sect. Hua Renfeng was very unhappy that the Huitian sect was threatening the Wanhua sect like this, but there was nothing she could do. After all, the old sect leader was her master. Now there was only one choice. If Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan did not help, the others did not have the ability to refine the 8th-rank medicinal pill, and they could not wait for others to help. "Master, don't be in a difficult position. Little sister and I will agree to their request as long as the old sect leader is alive." Hua Feiyue said very firmly. "Yes, I hope you will not disappoint us." Hua Piaoyue said, "Good, it is rare for the two junior sisters to be so reasonable. Martial Uncle Master, please help them." Jichen replied very happily. At this time, Hua Renfeng said, "I wonder if it is possible for me to use another true female disciple as a partner for Master Ji?" Hua Renfeng knew that it was impossible, but she still asked unwillingly. Her two disciples were the flesh of her heart, and it would not be easy to raise another one. "Sect leader Hua, do you think this is possible?" Lao Zhanda said indifferently. Hua Renfeng looked at her two disciples and sighed softly, "Then let's do it this way. If you can refine the 8th rank antidote pill, I will agree to your request. Although the people present didn't like it, they didn't say anything more. On the contrary, after Ling Xiao arrived, he became a spectator. No one cared about his existence anymore. Only Ji Chen would occasionally cast a complacent look at him, as if provoking Ling Xiao. Don't be so proud. I'll see how you cry later. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He just couldn't stand people forcing women. It was too immoral. Sect leader Hua, please prepare a place for us to concoct pills. We don't want anyone to disturb us. Gong Sun Tairen said. Hua Renfeng nodded and immediately brought everyone out of the flower palace. They then came to an alchemy room. This alchemy room was used by the 7th rank alchemists of the Wanhua sect for alchemy. It was spacious and quiet enough. Hua Renfeng also gave a strict order that no disciple was allowed to come close. Only a dozen people were left. They were all 7th rank alchemists. They wanted to see how magical Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen's combination technique was. Sect leader Hua, this won't do. There are so many people here. What if someone tries to cause trouble? Gong Sun Tairen said. Before Hua Renfeng could speak, Mu Yongbua sneered. Don't you even have the courage to let us watch? You're not just bragging, are you? Whether it's bragging or not, we'll know soon. I'm just worried that someone will be jealous and disturb us when we're concocting pills. It doesn't matter if we can't concoct pills, but I'm afraid it will ruin sect leader Hua's plan, Gong Sun Tairen replied. At this time, Hua Renfeng frowned slightly. She hesitated and said, Feiyue, invite Granny Bai here. Yes, master, Hua Feiyue responded and left. Not long after, Hua Feiyue came back with an old woman. This old woman's body was extremely hunched. Her skin was as rough as tree bark. It was wrinkled layer by layer. She looked a little ferocious. Everyone present hurriedly bowed to this old woman when they saw her. They couldn't see through this old woman's cultivation, but they knew that this old woman must be an unfathomable expert. They didn't dare to show any disrespect. Hua Renfeng stepped forward and bowed to the old woman. Granny Bai, I'll have to trouble you to control the situation. Granny Bai smiled, which didn't have many teeth left. Sect leader, you're too polite. An old woman like me can still do something for the sect. This is what I should do. Hua Renfeng nodded lightly. She looked at everyone present and said, Everyone here is a great master. Now that I've troubled Master Gongsun and Master Gongsun to concoct an 8th rank antidote for my Myriad Flower sect, it concerns the life of our Myriad Flower sect's old sect leader. There must be no mistakes. Everyone can watch from the side, but you must not make any noise to affect the two masters. Otherwise, don't blame our Myriad Flower sect for being impolite. Hua Renfeng's forceful demeanor was not to be underestimated. After all, she had the strength of a mystic the Arch. Everyone nodded their heads. Even those who had the intention to cause trouble for them stopped thinking about it. After all, with that old hag overseeing things, who would dare to make any noise? Wouldn't that be courting death? Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen didn't have any other opinions. Immediately after, the two of them started to concoct the 8th rank antidote under everyone's gaze. A round, dark blue cauldron appeared in front of everyone. This cauldron looked very simple and unadorned. The cauldron's walls were engraved with mysterious patterns. On the cauldron's rim, there were 3 cauldron handles in the shape of a dragon's head. They seemed to be roaring and spitting out mist. The cauldron's surroundings were suffused with waves of blue light, and it looked very extraordinary. Most of the people present revealed heated expressions. They could all tell that this was the heaven-returning sect's earth-rank cauldron, the Serene Dragon Cauldron. It was ranked 18th out of the 36 earth-rank cauldrons. To an alchemist, there were 2 things that were most important. One was a high-rank cauldron, and the other was a mystical fire seed. Any one of them was a supreme treasure that they could only dream of. If they could collect both, they would be ecstatic. After Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen looked at each other, both of them took a deep breath and began to move. Spirit grasses flew out from their space rings like flowers blooming in the sky. The 2 of them shouted at the same time, and 2 flames of the same color instantly burst out. Zizi! The flames flickered like spirit snakes, and the spirit grasses suspended in midair withered and condensed into essence by the hot steam. Little by little, they fell into the cauldron like rain. Refining medicine into rain was something that any high-rank alchemist could do. But looking at Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan's refining speed, it was indeed much faster than that of an ordinary 7th-rank alchemist. The two of them kept flipping their palms, the flames rising and falling, their essence chi seeming to be linked together. Each of their palms seemed to have a tacit understanding of each other, and their coordination was quite close. Everyone present was a grandmaster. They watched the two of them use this fusion technique in the hopes that they could learn from it and see if they could try it like them when they returned. However, seeing the two of them cooperate so closely, each of their movements seemed to have been tempered thousands of times, without the slightest sense of awkwardness or sluggishness. Moreover, the two of them controlled the flames quite precisely, making it difficult to find any signs of fatigue. This was really too difficult to achieve. No wonder Gong Sun Tairan said that the two of them had been in retreat for 100 years to achieve this level of coordination. He was absolutely not exaggerating. Everyone present also dispelled the idea of learning from them. Ling Xiao, who was sitting among them, watched with great interest. This was the first time he had seen the two of them refine a cauldron of pills at the same time, and it allowed him to see another way of playing alchemy. To be able to play like this, it's really hard on them. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao felt that this set of fusion technique had its brilliant points, but how long would it take to hone to reach the realm of 2 as 1? Squandering so much time, it was better to use this time to improve one's own personal realm. Of course, this was just Ling Xiao's personal opinion. To other alchemists, they would not agree. After all, how could they advance like Ling Xiao? The biggest advantage of the fusion technique was that the speed of refining spiritual herbs was more than twice as fast as refining alone. In half a day's time, Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan had already finished refining many spiritual herbs. The two of them were also not as relaxed as they thought. Fine beads of sweat began to seep on their foreheads. The two of them needed too much concentration to cooperate. They could not be careless at all. Moreover, the spiritual herbs needed to refine a grade 8 medicinal pill were too numerous. It was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill that could be done in 4 to 6 hours. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have failed back then. After refining the spiritual herbs, it was time to refine the grade 8 beast pill. This was the main event. The power contained in a grade 8 beast pill was enormous. The time needed to refine it was rather long. Without reaching the Saint Realm, wanting to refine it in a short time was absolutely impossible. If time dragged on and it was not refined completely, then all of the energy would dissipate before it was consolidated. This was also one of the biggest reasons for Ling Xiao's failure back then. After Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan both consumed the qi-returning medicinal pill, they started refining the grade 8 beast pill provided by the Myriad Flower sect. At this step, the advantage of the fusion technique could be seen. The strength of two people was always much stronger than the strength of one person. Furthermore, they could also take turns to catch their breath and not be exhausted in the end. Refining this beast pill took close to a day's time. Everyone did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of impatience. At this time, Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan were already drenched in sweat. Following the successful extraction and refinement of the spiritual herb essence and beast pill, the two also heaved a sigh of relief. This last juncture was the most critical. Fusing a grade 8 medicinal pill was absolutely not an easy task. Everyone present started to get a little nervous, especially those from the Myriad Flower sect. They even stared fixedly at the two, hoping to see the moment of success. Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan exchanged a glance. Both gritted their teeth and flipped their palms at the same time, absorbing large amounts of surrounding spiritual energy and pressing it towards the medicinal cauldron. Bang! Chapter 929. The amount of spiritual energy required to condense an 8th grade elixir pill was massive. Generally, every major force would set up a huge spirit gathering array in their spatial zone. This was also to allow their disciples to cultivate in the best environment. Therefore, Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan were not worried about the lack of spiritual energy here. The key was to see how much spiritual energy they could absorb in a short period of time to condense the elixir. If it was only one mid-stage mystic emperor, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed would definitely not be enough for a cauldron of elixirs. However, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed by 2 mid-stage mystic emperors would double, and it was unknown if it was enough to condense the elixir. Generally speaking, in order to reach the realm of an 8th grade alchemist, a martial artist must have the strength of an 8th grade martial artist. Only then would they have enough strength to support all of this. This was also why it was difficult for alchemists below the Saint realm to become an 8th grade alchemist. In order to reach this step, he had to raise his own strength as well. When Ling Xiao tried to refine elixirs as an early-stage mystic emperor, the biggest reason for his failure was also because he was not strong enough. At the moment when the elixir was condensed, everyone who was seated stood up and stared at the direction of the cauldron. They allowed the surging spiritual energy to hit their bodies, but they remained unmoved. Swish! At this moment, outside the alchemy room, a ray of green light bloomed. Then there were 2 rays, 3 rays. In the end, it was actually a ray of green light. It was demonic and dazzling. When the myriad flower sect disciples outside the alchemy room saw this scene, they could not help but let out gasps of surprise. At the same time, a strong medicinal smell wafted out of the room, giving people the urge to pounce and devour it. A phenomenon in the sky. Could it be that the elixir is condensed? Everyone in the room sighed in their hearts. However, this phenomenon did not last for too long before it completely disappeared. Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen, who were in front of the cauldron, were forcefully thrown to the side by the force of the elixir. Their expressions were extremely pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of their mouths. It seemed that they had suffered from the powerful energy of the elixir. When the smoke in the cauldron gradually dissipated, everyone began to feel nervous. None of the people present were 8th grade alchemists. They also wanted to see if this fusion technique was really heaven-defying and could condense an elixir of a higher grade. Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen stood up. Both of them took out pills and swallowed them to recover. Gong Sun Tairen revealed a confident smile and said, "Chen, go take out the pill and give it to sect leader Hua. This is the betrothal gift for our heavenly sect." Ji Chen was overjoyed. He hurried over and prepared to take out the pill. Hua Feiyue and Hua Piaoyue, who were standing to the side, looked a little unnatural. They hoped that they could refine a pill to save the old sect master's life, but they were very unwilling to do so. They refused to follow a despicable person like Ji Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Ji Chen fished out the pill from the medicinal cauldron. His face turned into a thick smile as he raised the pill in his hand. It was an irregularly shaped pill that didn't have the slightest sense of roundness or beauty. It felt like an extremely incomplete pill. However, this pill exuded a strong fragrance, and its medicinal properties were unquestionable. A semi-finished pill. Everyone present cried out in surprise. None of them laughed at the ugly appearance of the pill. Instead, their eyes were burning with passion. As alchemists, their life's pursuit was to be able to refine pills of higher grades. An 8th grade pill could be said to be a heaven-defying pill. It wasn't something that any 7th grade alchemist could casually refine. Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen combined their powers to refine it at the 7th grade realm was quite impressive. The 2 of them combined could be considered half an 8th grade alchemist. This was a very small amount. It was no wonder that they had been so arrogant earlier. Although it's only a semi-finished product, it should be able to suppress the poison of your esteemed sect's old sect master for a year and a half. At that time, when the medicine saint refines the true antidote, there won't be a problem. Incredible, truly incredible. Mu Yongbo revealed a look of admiration as he spoke. Although he didn't like Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen, it didn't stop him from making a judgment on the pill. At least you know what's good for you," Gong Sun Tairen said very proudly. He was also secretly rejoicing in his heart. Usually, when he and his senior brother tried to refine 8th grade pills, they only had 30% confidence. In other words, only 1 out of 3 attempts would succeed in condensing the pill. He didn't expect that this time, he would perform exceptionally well and succeed in condensing the pill on his first try. At this time, Jichen walked over to Hua Renfeng with the pill in his hand and said, "Sect Master Hua, please accept it." Jichen held the pill in front of Hua Renfeng, unable to conceal that proud smile in the slightest. Hua Renfeng was overjoyed. Just as she was about to reach out to take the pill, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. That semi-finished pill actually cracked open on its own. Finally, it turned into a ball of charred black medicinal powder lying on Jichen's palm. All the medicinal properties had also mostly disappeared. This sudden change caused the expressions of everyone present to become extremely interesting. This is impossible. Lao Zhanda immediately cried out in shock. Gong Sun Tairen also revealed a look of disbelief, while Jichen appeared to be extremely panicked. It actually failed. Looks like I just forcefully condensed it and didn't manage to consolidate it. Mu Yongwa sighed. And I thought it was something amazing. Turns out it's just a piece of trash that shows off. He even looks down on us sitting here. A black-robed alchemist mocked. Immediately after, someone else said, "Isn't that right? Although the fusion technique is powerful, not everyone can succeed." What a pity, what a pity. What a waste of such a great spiritual herb. The invited 7th grade alchemists all took the opportunity to ridicule Gong Sun Tairen because he was too arrogant and looked down on their existence. Gong Sun Tairen's face was ashen as he said, "These medicinal powders have strong medicinal properties. Hurry up and give it to your sect master. He can last for a few more days." Lao Zhanda also quickly said, That's right. Hurry up and take it. There must still be medicinal smell." Hua Renfeng's face was extremely gloomy. She was hesitating whether or not she should take these seemingly useless medicinal powders. No need. The medicinal power of these medicinal powders can't even compare to a 7th grade medicinal pill. It won't have any effect even if you take it. At this time, Grandma Bai spoke up. All the alchemists present nodded their heads. The medicinal pills were destroyed and their medicinal properties had dissipated. There really wasn't much effect. Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen just couldn't accept this fact. "Martial uncle, master, failure in alchemy is common. There's still enough time. We can refine it again," Jichen reminded. He also couldn't accept this fact. The 2 beautiful flowers were about to be in his hands, but they were actually ruined. "Yes, there's still enough time. Let's refine it again," Lao Zhanda hurriedly replied. "Forget it, don't embarrass yourself anymore," a 7th grade alchemist said disdainfully. "Hejan, what do you mean by this? We brothers are also thinking for the Wanhua sect's sect master. Could it be that you have a way to refine it?" Gong Sun Tairen shouted angrily. "I have a reputation for self-awareness. I'm not like someone who dares to use medicinal pills to threaten others." "How shameless!" the alchemist called Hejan retorted. He was now hitting someone who was down. He didn't have the slightest bit of good intentions. Gong Sun Tairen was so angry that he glared at his beard, but he didn't know how to refute. Lao Zhanda sighed heavily and said, "Junior brother, forget it. Since we can't do it, we won't waste Sect Master Hua's time. We admit defeat. Let's go." This time, they had lost a lot of face. Their state of mind was also ruined. It was impossible for them to cooperate and refine an 8th grade medicinal pill again. Lao Zhanda was also aware of his own situation. He didn't intend to force it. "Martial uncle, master," Jichen called out unwillingly. "Let's go. Sect Master Hua, we're sorry. We brothers are powerless." Lao Zhanda responded, then cupped his hands towards Hua Renfeng and apologized. Just as Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairen were about to leave, Jichen suddenly said, "Sect Master Hua, actually, I know someone here who can refine an 8th grade medicinal pill." Everyone present was stunned. Before Hua Renfeng could respond, Gong Sun Tairen shouted loudly, "Chen, don't be presumptuous. Quickly leave with me." He was afraid that his disciple couldn't accept the truth and would cause trouble again. "No, master, what I said is the truth. That person is him," Jichen said firmly, then pointed in the direction of a person. Following the direction that Jichen pointed, everyone's eyes focused in that direction. and there was no doubt that there was an extraordinarily handsome young man sitting there. He had an indifferent and warm smile on his face. At first glance, he gave people a very good impression. He was impressively Ling Xiao. "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly leave." Gong Sun Tairan's expression darkened. He pulled Ji Chen's hand and forcefully took him away. "Master, let me finish first," Ji Chen said unwillingly. Huaren Feng opened her mouth and said, "That's right, Master Gongsun. It's not too late to let your disciple finish before leaving." Although Huaren Feng didn't know whether Ji Chen's words were true or not, as long as there was a little hope, she didn't want to let go. Gong Sun Tairan sighed lightly and let go of Ji Chen's hand. In fact, he understood his disciple. He just wanted to drag someone down with him to save their face. Ji Chen glanced at Ling Xiao and then said to Huaren Feng, "Sect Master Hua, you may not know, but in the Alchemy Guild conference 8 years ago, Palace Master Ling refined several 7th grade Supreme Grade Mysterious Emperor pills in one go. He won first place in the Alchemy Guild in one fell swoop and even recruited the supervising elder of the Alchemy Guild to the proud, smiling palace. He is a medicine saint. With his guidance, I believe that with Palace Master Ling's tenbin, he must have become a medicine saint." Ji Chen's words were praising Ling Xiao, and he also mentioned Elder Han. There was no doubt that he was ready to kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't admit that he had reached the 8th grade, it would also deal a blow to Ling Xiao's confidence and prestige, and his goal would also be achieved. If Ling Xiao bit the bullet and admitted it, then there would be a good show to watch. At the same time, he would also feel very happy. It had to be said that Ji Chen was a narrow-minded and vindictive person. Chapter 930. What Ji Chen said was the truth. Ling Xiao was already a 7th grade alchemist, and Elder Han had become the guardian elder of the proud, smiling palace. This identity was not surprising, otherwise, the Alchemist Guild would not have moved to Wind Cloud City. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. Hua Piaoyue also hoped that Ling Xiao could have such strength. She had tricked Ling Xiao into coming here with the mentality of giving it a try. Before entering the sect, Ling Xiao had also expressed his interest in the two sisters. Between Ji Chen and Ling Xiao, Hua Piaoyue would naturally choose the latter. After all, the latter was a famous genius in the central region. He was also so handsome, so it was not an injustice to her. Ling Xiao did not expect to be criticized even when he was lying down, no, sitting down. He cried out in his heart. Huaren Feng saw that Ling Xiao didn't respond even after a long time. She felt that even with Elder Han's guidance, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to become an 8th grade alchemist. After all, Ling Xiao hadn't reached the level of a saint yet. This condition alone was enough to keep many alchemists at bay. This was also the reason why there were so few saint alchemists on the continent. It is true that Palace Lord Ling is extremely talented, but he is still young and cannot be forced. Huaren Feng helped Ling Xiao out of this predicament. After all, a genius like Ling Xiao was not someone the Wanhua sect could easily offend. Mu Yonghua also spoke, "That's right. We old farts have been refining pills for thousands of years, but we have not reached the 8th grade realm. How old is Palace Lord Ling, but he can already stand shoulder to shoulder with us old farts. I admire this ability. He can't refine 8th grade pills now, but it does not mean that he will not have a chance in the future. I believe that there will be a place for Palace Lord Ling among the saint alchemists in the central region in the future." Mu Yonghua praised Ling Xiao without restraint. He did not hide the kindness in his old eyes. "That's right. I see that Palace Master Ling is not even 100 years old. He still has a lot of time to improve his alchemy, unlike us old bones. Every day that passes is a day less." One of the Tier 7 alchemists did not mind flattering him. The other people also chimed in with a few words. It was nothing more than to give face to Ling Xiao, and at the same time, to strike a blow to the few people from the heaven-returning sect. "Let's go!" Gong Sun Tairan didn't want to offend Ling Xiao, so he had to persuade Ji Chen again. Ji Chen unwillingly clenched his fists and angrily glared at Ling Xiao. "Palace Master Ling, so you are also a coward?" Before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura instantly surged down, and a golden dragon instantly roared towards Ji Chen. Be careful! Gong Sun Tairan sensed it very quickly. He immediately pulled Ji Chen behind him and stood in front of Ji Chen. Although Gong Sun Tairan was a mid-level mystic emperor, he still couldn't withstand Ling Zhao's powerful aura. He was directly sent flying, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ling Zhao's aura did not stop there, and it continued to press towards Ji Chen. Ji Chen only felt that his whole body couldn't move, and he saw that the peerless dragon seemed to want to swallow him alive. It was too scary. At this moment, Granny Bai lightly raised her hand, and Ling Zhao's dragon aura immediately disappeared. She looked at Ling Zhao and smiled. Young man, that's enough. This is our Wanhua sect. Ling Zhao looked at Granny Bai and lightly nodded. Since the elder has spoken, this junior will naturally obey. I just want to teach those who disrespected me a lesson. Today, Ling Zhao no longer concealed anything. The domineering aura of a superior was unmistakable, and the aura of an emperor circled around his body, giving people a feeling of submission. Everyone at the scene finally had a new understanding of this overlord who was able to build his own force, and who dared to go against the Gu clan, Sha Tian organization, and the Black Demon sect. Lao Zhanda cast a resentful look at Ling Zhao. Palace Lord Ling, what do you mean by this? Ling Zhao lightly said, What do I mean? You should ask your treasured martial nephew what kind of identity this empress has. Does he even dare to criticize me? This empress is only helping you teach this disrespectful junior a lesson. Could it be that you want to seek justice for him? Ling Zhao's aura was frightening, and his expression was dignified, giving people a feeling of fear even though it wasn't cold. Most of the people at the scene had the cultivation of a mystic emperor, but they could still feel the terrifying pressure from Ling Zhao. Even Granny Bai cast a surprised look at Ling Zhao, and she thought to herself, Good lad, he actually has the strength of a high-level mystic emperor. When Ling Zhao arrived at the Wanhua sect, he had already concealed his aura, and now he was forced to reveal it. Was he supposed to pretend to be low-key when others were bullying him? That was obviously impossible. Lao Zhanda was frightened by Ling Zhao, and for a moment, he didn't dare to reply. Looking at his martial nephew who had fallen to the ground and his injured junior brother, he felt that he had really lost all his face today. Huaren Feng mediated, Palace Lord Ling, please don't be angry. I think they didn't mean to offend you. Why don't you let it go for my sake? Of course, some people have already learned their lesson, and they should know that some words can't be spoken carelessly. Ling Zhao lightly nodded. Palace Lord Ling is magnanimous. Masters, please go and rest. Huaren Feng said. Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan couldn't refine a grade 8 pill, and no one present had the ability to do so. Huaren Feng's beautiful eyes revealed an unconcealable sadness. Just as everyone stood up to leave, Ling Zhao spoke again. If everyone isn't in a hurry, I don't mind trying to refine a grade 8 pill in front of you. As soon as Ling Zhao said this, everyone stopped in their tracks, and their eyes focused on him again. Palace Lord Ling, why fight for a moment of anger? Mu Yongbo advised. Ling Zhao lightly shook his head and said, Everyone here is a senior, and Ling Zhao doesn't hide anything. I have indeed received guidance from senior brother Han Kai, and now I have some experience. If I want to refine a grade 8 pill, I can't say that I have a 100% success rate, but I have at least a 70% chance of success. If you are interested, you can stay and give me some pointers. If not, that's fine too. Ling Zhao lowered his status and spoke to them as a junior alchemist. This undoubtedly made others feel that Ling Zhao was a young man who knew when to advance and when to retreat. It was no wonder that he could establish such a large sect. This was not a coincidence. However, from Ling Zhao's confident tone, it seemed that he could really refine a grade 8 pill, which shocked them. Hua Piaiyue was the first to speak. Palace Lord Ling, if you can really refine a grade 8 antidote pill to save our old sect master, Piaiyue is willing to work for you. Ling Zhao said, let's talk about this later. I don't dare to say that I'm 100% sure. When refining a pill, it's easy to break it if you're not careful. I believe all the seniors here know this. That's right, no one dares to guarantee it. Palace Lord Ling's words are well said, not like some people who think they're right. A grade 7 alchemist stood up and said, not forgetting to ridicule Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan. Huaren Feng said, Palace Lord Ling, is what you said true? Since your sect doesn't have any other way, why don't you give it a try? However, the spirit herbs and beast cores needed will still be your sect's concern. If it's broken, I won't be responsible for compensation. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. All right, as long as there's a 10% chance, we're willing to give it a try. Leave the spirit herbs needed to us. Huaren Feng's hope was ignited again. All right then, I'll embarrass myself in front of all the seniors. Ling Xiao said very calmly. Originally, he really didn't want to be in the limelight, but Jichen actually wanted to drag him down. Then, he would go along with his wishes and let him know the feeling of despair. Thus, everyone returned to their seats. Even Lao Zhanda, Gong Sun Tairan, and Jichen, who were about to leave, didn't leave. Their eyes were all hiding an indescribable hatred. Thus, everyone sat back in their seats. Even Lao Zhanda, Gong Sun Tairan, and Jichen, who were about to leave, didn't leave. Their eyes were all hiding an indescribable hatred. Huaren Feng immediately ordered her sect's grade 7 alchemist to prepare. In less than an hour, the spirit herbs and beast cores that Ling Xiao needed were all placed in front of him. Alright, time is of the essence. This king will do his best to refine a detoxification pill for your sect. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on the will of the heavens. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and declared once again. Immediately afterward, the spatial ring in his hand quietly turned into a black medicine cauldron. This medicine cauldron was heavy and simple. The cauldron's body was black and glossy. The patterns on the cauldron were dense and complex, and the dim light it emitted was even more mysterious and profound. At a glance, anyone could tell that this was not an ordinary medicine cauldron. Everyone present was experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately recognized the extraordinariness of this cauldron. They stared at this medicine cauldron, not believing that it had anything to do with the legendary 5th-ranked divine cauldron. They all had burning greed in their hearts, but the power that Ling Xiao showed just now made them suppress these thoughts. Although a divine cauldron was rare, it was useless if one didn't have the life to use it. Ling Xiao began to move. The spirit herbs seemed to float by themselves without any wind. At the same time, his palms moved like flowing water, and purple flames roared out like fire dragons. As soon as this purple flame appeared, everyone present felt that the flames they refined were suppressed in some way. They all felt a sense of dread towards this purple flame. Heavenly fire. These two words immediately appeared in the minds of all the alchemists, and their eyes became even more envious. Ling Xiao's movements were like the wind, and his figure was as steady as a mountain. The demeanor of an alchemy grandmaster was unmistakable. The speed at which he refined medicine into rain was impressively much faster than Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan's combined refinement. Everyone was dazzled by it. They only felt that a large amount of medicine rain fell into the cauldron, and bursts of spirit herb essence filled the air. An expert could tell if he was skilled or not. It was their first time seeing Ling Xiao perform alchemy. Just based on his broken hand, they could immediately conclude that Ling Xiao's level of refining spirit herbs was much higher than theirs. Hua Feishue and Hua Piayue looked at each other, unable to conceal the excitement in their beautiful eyes. They seemed to be able to see the moment when Ling Xiao condensed a grade 8 medicinal pill. Only Ji Chen's eyes showed a strong sense of unwillingness. He thought to himself, we must not let him succeed. Chapter 931. Extracting spiritual herbs was a task that consumed a lot of mental energy. One had to know how much heat to use in order to best extract the essence of different spiritual herbs of different grades. Although Ling Xiao spent most of his time on cultivation, he had never slacked off on the path of alchemy. Moreover, he had an advantage that others could not hope to match, which was his vast mental energy and inherited memories from the medicine god. Ling Xiao's alchemy technique had been tempered a long time ago. His tenbin was even more difficult for ordinary people to reach. The alchemists present were all masters. When they saw Ling Xiao's skillful technique and relaxed demeanor, They found it hard to believe that he was an alchemist who had not even reached half a year of age. Instead, they felt that he was an alchemist who had practiced alchemy for a longer period of time than them. The sisters Hua Feishue and Hua Piayue did not know alchemy, but in their eyes, Ling Zhao's alchemy looked extremely handsome. It was pleasing to the eye, and they could not help but be a little obsessed. There was no lack of handsome men in this world, nor would there be a lack of heroes. However, handsome and heroic men were rare, especially a man as versatile as Ling Zhao. He was definitely a poison to any woman. Otherwise, there would not be so many beauties by his side. The two of them could not help but think that if Ling Zhao successfully refined an 8th-grade alchemy pill, would he threaten them like Ji Chen and make them his partners? The two women's faces could not help but blush, and they looked even more alluring. Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan needed half a day to extract the essence of the spiritual herbs, but Ling Zhao only spent 6 hours to completely refine it. This speed was the result of Ling Zhao deliberately slowing down. Otherwise, he could definitely be faster. The reason why he did this was because he knew the importance of alchemy this time. He could not be careless, so he strived to complete the alchemy task on the first try. He could not fail. It is indeed a good thing that my strength has increased. After Ling Zhao refined the last spiritual herb, he let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he didn't take any qi replenishing pills, but he still felt the energy in his body surging. He took out a level 8 beast core and threw it into the medicine cauldron. The purple flames in his hands began to burn even more fiercely, and his spiritual power also began to form sharp blades to cut the energy of the beast core. If he had been a low-tier mystic the Arch, it would not have been easy for him to refine this beast core. Along the way, he would have had to consume several qi replenishing elixirs. In recent years, his strength had jumped 2 levels, and his aura was extremely thick. Ordinary half-saints weren't as strong as him, and his strength was comparable to ordinary low-level saints, which was enough for him to refine the beast core in one go. After the beast core was refined, it took 16 hours to refine the spiritual grass essence. This speed was enough to completely suppress Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan's refining speed. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. Could he really succeed? By the time everything was ready, Ling Zhao was already drenched in sweat. His body's energy was almost depleted, and at the most crucial moment, he didn't dare to be careless and swallowed a few qi replenishing pills. He used his spiritual power to stabilize the spiritual grass essence and the beast core's energy, not letting them dissipate much. Moreover, the obsidian cauldron also had the same function. It preserved all the essence energy perfectly, and all that was left was for Ling Zhao to condense the beast core. Damn it, if I don't succeed this time, I'll die trying. With this queen's exceptional talent, there is nothing that I can't do. Ling Zhao cheered himself on in his heart. Immediately after, the 3 aberrations in his sea of consciousness flickered, and he began to circulate his divine arts to gather spirit qi. In an instant, a huge amount of spirit qi suddenly surged towards the medicine refinement room. Countless spirit qi flowed, creating a hoo-hoo sound, and a moist feeling filled the medicine refinement room. Everyone was shocked. They could clearly feel how terrifying this spirit qi was, and it actually gathered in an instant. Even a peak-stage mystic the Arch would find it hard to do this. Only Grandma Bai's old eyes flickered as she looked at Ling Zhao, as if she wanted to see through him. She muttered in her heart, "This kid is indeed strange." After gathering the spirit qi for around 10 breaths of time, the spirit qi around Ling Zhao was already relatively dense. Right at this moment, Ling Zhao shouted, "Condense for me." He formed a seal with both his palms, and it turned into a space-sealing force that compressed towards the medicine cauldron. The spirit qi moved along with his palms, and as if they were under his command, they all surged into the medicine cauldron. Bang! The terrifying fusion of energy would definitely produce a strong backlash. Ling Zhao clenched his teeth tightly, and all the strength in his body gathered on both his palms, firmly suppressing this backlash so that he wouldn't be blown away. Only by compressing a large portion of the energy would he be able to reduce the loss of the elixir's medicinal properties. He would also be able to fuse the spirit qi, the essence of the spirit herbs, and the energy of the beast elixir together to form a perfect elixir. Swish! At this moment, the sky was filled with green clouds that bloomed from the horizon, and countless green lights lit up the medicine refinement room. This green light made people feel comfortable, and it made people feel like they were in an illusion. It was like a celestial cloud, full of mysterious colors. Ling Xiao, who was standing next to the medicine cauldron, was completely torn by the power of the elixir, revealing his strong and sturdy physique. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both of his palms to tightly cover the mouth of the medicine cauldron. When the green clouds shone on his body, he felt that the pain in his body had completely disappeared, and there was only a comfortable feeling like he was bathing under the sun, which made him feel infinitely wonderful. Everyone present was shocked by this scene, and they were all stunned to the point that they couldn't express their shock with words. The green clouds condensed in the sky for a long time, and the worries of the Wanhua sect's disciples seemed to have been swept away by this green light. What a beautiful light! It's so much better than the light from a day ago. This is a phenomenon in the sky. A master must have refined a heaven-defying elixir. Our old sect master will definitely be saved this time. This is great. I wonder which master is so powerful. We must properly thank this master. The heavens are truly blessing our Wanhua sect. The heavens are truly blessing our Wanhua sect. The green clouds continued to persist, and it seemed like it would not dissipate in a short period of time. Ling Xiao stood in front of the medicine cauldron, still forming seals, as if he had not finished condensing the elixir. However, there was a faint smile on his face, and it was clear that success was in sight. Just as everyone was still in a daze, someone suddenly launched a sneak attack. A ray of light shot out from a corner and pierced towards the center of Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Everyone was shocked. It had to be known that Ling Xiao was at the most critical moment. If it was destroyed, then this furnace of pills would be destroyed. Moreover, Ling Xiao was currently focused, so it was impossible for him to react in time to block. No one would have thought that someone would be so bold as to use a sneak attack in front of so many people. How dare you? Hua Renfeng shouted angrily. She wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, her reaction was too late. Just as the light was about to pierce in front of Ling Xiao, a strong wind instantly appeared and deflected the light, preventing it from harming Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had sensed it a long time ago, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Moreover, with the toughness of his body, the light that shot towards him couldn't hurt him, so he maintained his posture. Because he was now at the final stage of finishing, he absolutely could not let it fail on the verge of success. A muffled sound finally rang out. Countless green clouds seemed to want to be smeared into the medicine cauldron all at once. Ling Xiao also released the seal and took 2 steps back. The medicine cauldron was covered in a dense light, smoke was hazy, and waves of medicinal fragrance were emitted. Everyone present felt that the medicinal fragrance had a kind of effect of eliminating fatigue. Just by smelling it, they all felt comfortable and calm. That feeling was as if they had taken some kind of elixir. It was simply too refreshing. A 7th-grade alchemist could not help but be moved. It's done. It's definitely done. Otherwise, the vision wouldn't have appeared for so long, and all of them entered the cauldron. I really did not expect to see the appearance of an 8th-grade pill again in my lifetime. That's right, just by smelling this medicinal fragrance, this pill is definitely not as simple as an ordinary half-finished product. It will definitely be a very perfect pill. Another exclaimed. I really did not expect Palace Lord Ling to surpass us old men at such a young age. It really makes us speechless. Stop talking nonsense, quickly take out the pill and see what the quality is like. Everyone present became excited. There was not a hint of jealousy in their eyes as they looked at Ling Xiao, only a deep sense of respect and admiration. No, it can't be like this. How could he succeed? In a corner, someone secretly exclaimed in his heart, unwilling to accept this reality. Hua Renfeng, Hua Feishue, and Hua Piaoyue all became nervous. Their beautiful eyes were filled with a strong sense of anticipation, all hoping that they would not rejoice for nothing like before. Ling Xiao let out a light breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then walked towards the medicine cauldron. Everyone had a feeling of anxiousness, wishing that they could take Ling Zhao's place and take a look at the medicinal pill. Ling Xiao lowered his head to look at the round, green medicinal pill that was the size of half an egg in the medicine cauldron. His thick lips curled up slightly, revealing a bewitching smile. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I finally refined it, Ling Xiao said as he picked up the medicinal pill. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Looking at the round, clear, and smooth medicinal pill, everyone swallowed their saliva. They were actually here to witness the birth of an alchemy saint. This was the goal that they had been pursuing their entire lives. Hua Renfeng was even more excited as she exclaimed, "Great! This is great, the old sect leader can be saved. Palace Lord Lingno? Saint Master Ling, you are the benefactor of our Wanhua sect. Greetings, Saint Master Ling." At this moment, everyone came to their senses and bowed slightly to greet Ling Xiao respectfully. This was a form of sincere admiration, a form of respect for an alchemist of a higher rank. After all, there were pitifully few alchemy saint in the Central Territory. The birth of every alchemy saint would shock the world. Chapter 932. Ling Xiao accepted their bow very calmly, because he already had the right to do so. His status was enough to be on the same level as any saint, and any sect would treat him as a distinguished guest. One had to know that the number of saint medicine masters in the central region was definitely less than 5, which was enough to show how rare they were. Ling Xiao handed the pill to Hua Renfeng and said, "Sect leader Hua, take this and save your sect leader. It will definitely cure the poison." This was a complete 8th grade pill, which could be called a saint pill. Although it was only the lowest grade, it was more than enough to cure the 100 poison centipedes' poison. Hua Renfeng took the pill and bowed slightly to Ling Xiao. "Saint Master Ling, from now on, our Wanhua sect will be the best ally of the proud, smiling palace." Ling Xiao returned the bow. "That's enough, sect leader Hua. I like to cause trouble and have many enemies. I hope sect leader Hua won't regret it when the time comes." "Saint Master Ling, you are straightforward and straightforward. Although our Wanhua sect is made up of women, we still understand the word kindness," Hua Renfeng said very seriously. "Sect leader Hua is truly a woman. Ling Xiao admires you," Ling Xiao said modestly. Hua Renfeng didn't stand on ceremony and immediately asked Hua Feishue to bring the pill to their sect leader. "All right, our Wanhua sect's matter has been resolved, but there is one thing that hasn't been resolved yet. I don't know who attacked Saint Master Ling just now, but you better come out yourself, otherwise don't blame our Wanhua sect for being ruthless," Hua Renfeng suddenly said in a deep voice. At this time, everyone came back to their senses and revealed angry expressions. However, most of their eyes were looking at the 3 people from the Heaven Returning sect. This was because they all knew that only the 3 people from the Heaven Returning sect had a grudge against Ling Xiao. "Don't look at us like that, we didn't do it," Lao Zhanda immediately said unhappily. Gong Suntaran also said, "That's right, we are not that despicable." Ji Chen also said, "That's right. Someone must be framing us." Just now, everyone's attention was focused on Ling Xiao. No one had noticed who had shot out that hidden weapon. Most of the people were also unable to determine whether it was the 3 people from the Heaven Returning sect who had shot out that hidden weapon. But at this moment, Granny Bai's hoarse voice sounded, "No one framed you, it was you." After saying that, she stretched out a palm. This palm instantly enlarged and directly grabbed towards Ji Chen. She moved too quickly. Before anyone could see it clearly, Ji Chen was already smashed into the center of the arena. Bang! Before Ji Chen so knew what was going on, his head was already bleeding, and he screamed in pain. "Say, Senior, what are you doing?" Gong Sun Tairan said nervously. "What are you doing?" "He can hide it from everyone, but he can't hide it from my eyes. Don't think that no one knows that he secretly attacked Saint Master Ling. His broken arm is still too weak." Granny Bai glared at Gong Sun Tairan. "Senior, could it be a misunderstanding?" Lao Zhanda also advised. Could it be that no one believes this old woman's words?" Granny Bai snorted coldly. The aura of a saint burst out in an instant. causing everyone present to feel a chill. Seeing that you're guests, I'll cripple his cultivation as punishment today. It'll also be an explanation to Saint Masterling. Granny Bai continued speaking, and the condensed spatial palm slapped towards Ji Chen's dantian. Ji Chen screamed miserably again and fainted right away. He had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable, but in front of a saint, he was like an ant, unable to fight back at all. Hearing this scream, Gong Sun Tairan and Lao Zhanda's faces turned ashen, but they didn't dare to make any sounds of dissatisfaction. In the face of absolute strength, they wouldn't dare to provoke unless they were tired of living. Moreover, they had guessed that it was Ji Chen who attacked just now. They just didn't think that Ji Chen would dare to take such a risk. Wasn't he trying to get them killed? The two of them didn't dare to complain about Granny Bai's handling of the situation. They picked up Ji Chen and left dejectedly. The others couldn't help but mock again. Ji Chen's attack was too despicable. This matter concerned the life and death of the Wanhua sect's sect leader, and he actually dared to cause trouble at this juncture. It was already a miracle that he wasn't killed with a single slap. Saint Master Ling, I've startled you. Granny Bai apologized to Ling Xiao. Senior, you're too kind. I still have to thank Senior for your help just now. Ling Xiao said humbly. Granny Bai revealed an appreciative smile. Good boy. Every generation has its own geniuses. Saint Master Ling, your courage is enough to make this old woman admire you. After Ling Xiao said a few more polite words, Hua Renfeng then said, for the safety of our sect leader, I've made all the masters work hard. I'll have someone prepare a banquet for all the masters to drink to their heart's content to express the gratitude of the Wanhua sect. As she finished speaking, everyone started to follow her out of the alchemy room. However, when they left, everyone was half a step behind Hua Renfeng, Granny Bai, and Ling Xiao. This was a show of respect for the three. The banquet was filled with jubilation as everyone drank to their heart's content. Most of the people were toasting to Ling Xiao, planning to make friends with Ling Xiao, so he became the focus of the banquet. As the host, Hua Renfeng didn't mind at all. The more she looked at this young man, the more she admired him. She sighed in her heart. Perhaps Fei Xue and Piaoyue didn't lose out by following him. Hua Feiyue and Hua Piaoyue didn't have the right to sit with Ling Xiao and the others, but they were the accompanying ladies at the banquet, pouring wine for the alchemists. This was also a way of expressing their gratitude to everyone present. They looked at Ling Xiao, who was being forced to drink, and for some reason, their hearts beat faster. They felt that Ling Xiao had an extraordinary charm that made them gradually fall for him. After 30 minutes of drinking, Hua Renfeng stood up and said to Ling Xiao, Saint Master Ling, our sect leader's poison can be neutralized. On behalf of the Wanhua sect, I thank you once again for your kindness. Now, if you have any requests, as long as the Wanhua sect can do it, we will definitely not hesitate. Ling Xiao replied, Sect leader Hua is too polite. It is Ling Xiao's honor to be able to help your esteemed sect leader. At this point, everyone thought that Ling Xiao didn't care too much about the reward, and they all sighed at his generosity. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao paused for a moment and said, As for the reward, sect leader Hua only needs to give me 2 flowers, and that's it. This time, everyone laughed secretly. They all understood what Ling Xiao meant by 2 flowers. It seemed that he had also set his sights on the Shuiyu, Duo Hua. As expected of the evil emperor's disciple. Right now, they didn't think that Ling Xiao's actions were a threat. Instead, they felt that it was natural for them to agree with Ling Xiao's words. Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyue's faces turned slightly red. For some reason, when they heard Ling Xiao's words, they weren't angry. Instead, they were secretly happy. Hua Renfeng could also see that Ling Xiao's potential was boundless. Not only was he an ambitious person, he had also advanced to become a saint alchemist. If she could give up her 2 treasured disciples in exchange for an alliance with Ling Xiao, perhaps it would be a blessing for the Wanhua sect. Since Saint Master Ling has spoken, then I have nothing else to say. In any case, those 2 girls have already said that whoever can save the old sect master will be willing to be a slave or a maid. Perhaps this is also their fate. But since they are able to follow a genius like Saint Master Ling, it is indeed not a disgrace to them, Hua Renfeng replied. As Hua Renfeng's words fell, Hua Feishue and Hua Piayue lowered their heads even more shyly, not daring to look at everyone present. From their reactions, it seemed that they had taken a liking to Ling Xiao as well. This became a wonderful thing. However, Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Sect leader Hua, I think you have misunderstood." At this time, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant by this. Could it be that Saint Master Ling was joking? Hua Renfeng's expression was a bit unsightly. Of course I wasn't joking, but the two flowers I was talking about weren't the two young ladies. I was talking about the snow lotus and putuo golden flower cultivated by the Wanhua sect, Ling Xiao explained. The snow lotus and putuo golden flower were two 8th-level spirit herbs. One was low-level while the other was mid-level. They were the two flower kings that the Wanhua sect had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and both had miraculous effects. Everyone in the central region knew about the existence of these two flowers. There were many who wanted to get their hands on them, but these two flowers were priceless. It was difficult to obtain them without a rare item of the same level. Ling Xiao had refined an 8th-level pill for the Wanhua sect. It was also a heaven-defying pill that could save a saint's life, so it was not unreasonable to ask for such a reward. Hua Renfeng and the Shuiyu sisters were stunned. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to have designs on these two flowers, and not them. They couldn't wrap their heads around this. The other alchemists were also stunned for a moment, but they soon realized what was going on. Ling Xiao was a heaven-defying genius. He could have any type of woman he wanted. Was there a need for him to threaten the Wanhua sect for their female disciples? Even if they offered themselves to him, he would have to consider whether or not to accept them. What? Is sect leader Hua reluctant? Ling Xiao asked again when he saw that Hua Renfeng didn't respond. How could that be? Although these two flower kings are the treasures of our Wanhua sect, they are still far from being comparable to Saint Master Ling's pill. The Wanhua sect naturally wouldn't be reluctant, but are these two flowers enough for you? Hua Renfeng smiled faintly. She didn't know why, but she was somewhat dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's answer. She muttered, "Could it be that you're looking down on my two disciples?" Let alone her, the person in question, the Shuiyu sisters, felt even more upset. They both thought that Ling Xiao had chosen them, but who knew that he would want the two flower kings instead of them? They had to confess in front of so many people. How embarrassing. Sect leader Hua, I won't mind if you give me more, he. Ling Xiao replied with a yawn. Just as Hua Renfeng was about to say something, a gentle voice came from the other side. Then how about these two girls from the Shuiyu be Saint Master Ling's partners? Chapter 933. As the voice faded, two figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. One of them was Granny Bai, and the one in front of her was a young woman around the age of 30. She was beautiful, graceful, and graceful. Her figure was graceful and charming, and she had the demeanor of a noble lady. The only flaw was that her face was pale and slightly green, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Before the two entered, Hua Renfeng and the Shuiyu sisters went up and bowed. Greetings, Master, Grandmaster. Then, Hua Renfeng supported the young woman. Master, you just got rid of the poison, why don't you rest more? The young woman in front of them was the Myriad Flower Sect's old sect master, Hua Baihe. Thousands of years ago, she was also a beautiful woman in the central region, and the target of many great forces' successors. Now, she had retired from the martial world and was replaced by the younger generation. However, there were no signs of aging on her face, and it was obvious that she had taken some kind of elixir to maintain her youthful appearance. Most of the people present had never seen Hua Baihe before, and they didn't expect the Myriad Flower Sect's old sect master to be so young and beautiful. They were all slightly dazed. It wasn't that Hua Renfeng and the Shuiyu sisters weren't as beautiful as her, but her mature charm and elegant temperament weren't something they could compare to. Among all the beauties Ling Xiao had seen, the only one whose temperament could compare to Hua Baihe was his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan. Everyone present bowed to Hua Baihe. A saint would receive the respect of others no matter where they were. Hua Baihe nodded slightly in return, and then her gaze landed on Ling Xiao. She opened her red lips and said, Saint Master Ling, what do you think of the reward I just gave? Ling Xiao was a little annoyed. He didn't expect Hua Baihe to be so direct. He thought to himself, don't try to use a honey trap on me, I'm very loyal. If anyone else heard this, they would immediately be scolded. You're called loyal, how can there be no playboys in this world? Ling Xiao laughed dryly. Senior, you're too serious. I'm a married man, how could I have any improper thoughts about the two ladies? The Shuiyu sisters were known as the two most beautiful golden flowers of the southern abyss. Of course, it was not an exaggeration. Whether it was their appearance, temperament, or strength, they were all extremely outstanding among their peers. They were not inferior to the women by Ling Xiao's side. If it was Ling Xiao who had just debuted, he would definitely be eager to take the sisters into his harem. It was just that Ling Xiao couldn't even take care of his own backyard now, so he didn't have time to flirt with other women. Moreover, he had already promised his woman that he would never be a playboy again, so he had indeed restrained his thoughts in this aspect. When the Shuiyu sisters heard this, they looked a little unhappy. The number of men pursuing them could line up all the way to the East Sea, but now they were openly rejected. No one would feel good if they were in their shoes. Hua Baihe said disapprovingly, I haven't found any man in this world who is loyal. Most of them are just heartless men. These two girls of my sect may not be the most beautiful in the central region, but they are still among the top beauties of the southern abyss. Saint Masterling is also a rare young talent. If the two of you get together, it will be a wonderful story. Our two sects can also watch over each other. Aren't you tempted? Or is there something that Saint Masterling is worried about? As Hua Baihe spoke, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, as if she was forcing Ling Xiao to give a definite answer. If Ling Xiao refused, it would not end well. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall became a little tense. Ling Xiao stood with his head held high. He also looked at Hua Baihe and said, I admit that Senior's words are very reasonable, but I don't have a deep relationship with these two ladies. We are only acquaintances and there is no relationship between us. Although they are unparalleled in beauty, the women that I, Ling Xiao, need are not a bridge of marriage, and I will not let others interfere. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone present was in awe. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to reject the Wanhua sect's offer without hesitation. After all, this was an opportunity that many forces fought to the death for. On the other hand, Hua Feishue and Hua Pieyue admired Ling Xiao, but at the same time, they felt a faint sense of loss and sadness. Ling Xiao's words undoubtedly touched their hearts. His excellence, his spirit, and his fearlessness all proved that he was a very perfect man. However, his words also made them face their hearts. They were only acquaintances with him, and there was no relationship between them. At most, they had a good impression of him. However, as Ling Xiao expressed his pursuit of women and his pursuit of true love, the two of them had a good impression of him instead. That was why they were disappointed and sad after being rejected in the end. Hua Baihe didn't respond. She only stared at Ling Xiao, and a wave of aura quietly pressed towards him. Ling Xiao used his Xian Qi to resist, and faced Hua Baihe's gaze without the slightest bit of retreat. Faintly, Ling Xiao felt that there were several mountains pressing down on his body, and it made him feel more and more uncomfortable. Just as Ling Xiao was about to resist with all his might, Hua Baihe withdrew her aura and smiled. Good, good. You're so principled at such a young age. No wonder you're more outstanding than your master. You have your own hegemony at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and said, Senior, you're too kind. He now understood that Hua Baihe was just testing him, but he didn't understand why she did this. All right, Master. No matter what, Saint Master Ling is the savior of our Wanhua sect. It's not good to treat him like this. Since Saint Master Ling has already decided on the reward, we will naturally present it to you, Hua Renfeng said to smooth things over. Saint Master Ling has offended me. At the same time, thank you for saving my life. Hua Baihe lowered her attitude and apologized. With Ling Xiao's identity as an 8th-rank alchemist, it was enough for him to be on equal footing with her. She didn't lower her status by doing this. With Hua Baihe's arrival, everyone present seemed to be a little nervous. The banquet didn't last long before it was over. Hua Renfeng also let the disciples in her sect give each of them some precious spirit herbs as a return gift. These alchemists didn't even put in any effort. Instead, they were able to watch 2 good shows and receive gifts. Of course, they were grinning from ear to ear. As these people left, only Ling Xiao was left behind. Ling Xiao didn't want to stay, but he hadn't received his reward yet. Helpless, he could only stay behind reluctantly and leave after he received his reward. At night, Ling Xiao sat quietly in front of the bamboo house that he was arranged to stay in. Waves of fragrance assailed his nostrils. This place was filled with fresh flowers. Although it was already nighttime, sparkling and translucent flowers could still be seen. It was like a vast sea of stars, colorful and especially beautiful. This was definitely a paradise for any girl. No matter which girl came here, they would love the environment here. Even a grown man like Ling Xiao felt that this place was very suitable for staying in a healthy place. Just as Ling Xiao was in a daze, a different kind of light breeze blew over. A beautiful figure that resembled a moon fairy quietly swept over. Ling Xiao looked up and couldn't help but feel a little infatuated. The night was whirling, and the beautiful figure was faintly discernible. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she looked like a fairy. The beautiful figure landed in front of Ling Xiao. A faint fragrance enchanting and intoxicating. The person who came was Hua Piaoyue. She had dressed up meticulously and looked even more enchanting than before. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was in a daze, Hua Piaoyue gave him a bewitching smile and said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Ling Xiao came back to his senses. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "I've seen many beauties, but I've rarely seen such a beautiful one." Ling Xiao didn't know why Hua Piaoyue had come so late at night. He was currently in a calm state of mind, so he couldn't help but say a few words. "Nonsense." Hua Piaoyue glared at Ling Xiao, looking extremely flirtatious. Then, she said with a hidden bitterness, "Since you think I'm beautiful, why did you give up?" Her heart had unknowingly been affected by the man in front of her, so she couldn't help but run over to ask. It was said that all men were fickle, and she didn't believe that Ling Xiao would be unfaithful to her sisters. Ling Xiao didn't expect Hua Piaoyue to ask so directly. He didn't beat around the bush and directly replied, "Because I don't understand you, and you don't understand me either. Moreover, I have enough women, so I don't want to cause more trouble." "Are you saying that us women are troublesome?" Hua Piaoyue seized the loophole in Ling Xiao's words and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. A pot of wine appeared in his hand, and after drinking a mouthful, he said, "You don't know what love is. True love isn't judged by the appreciation of a person's appearance, but it requires a kind of heart-to-heart communication. Only when both parties feel that their hearts are pounding can it be called love. Only when 2 people are together will they be happy. This is also the reason why I didn't choose you. It's not that you aren't beautiful enough, but I don't understand you, and I also don't want to understand you in depth. I don't want to cause more love debts." Ling Xiao's words were somewhat emotional. The women around him had all experienced all kinds of things with him. They understood each other and let nature take its course. In his heart, the person he cared about the most and loved the most was still his first love, Yun Mingqi. After all, the 2 of them had gone through life and death together. That kind of feeling was always the most unforgettable and would not fade with the passage of time. Right now, he only wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, hoping to find her as soon as possible. He didn't have the mood to provoke other women. Hua Piaoyue smiled and said, "Well said. Everyone says that Palace Master Ling is the successor of the demonic emperor and is interested in all beauties. It seems that the rumors are also wrong. If you don't mind, I'm willing to drink with Palace Master Ling." Ling Xiao glanced at her, took out a pot of wine from his spatial ring, and threw it to her. Hua Piaoyue opened the seal of the wine and held it up to drink. "So choking." Hua Piaoyue choked on the wine and coughed. A few drops of tears appeared in her beautiful eyes. Ling Xiao shook his head and didn't say anything. He just drank his wine in silence. Hua Piaoyue did the same. Just like that, the night quietly slipped away. Chapter 934. Senior sister, is this Ling Shao really worth our effort? Hua Baiha asked Granny Bai beside her in the myriad flower sect's forbidden grounds. Granny Bai smiled. Junior sister, our sect is currently lacking in manpower. You were suddenly poisoned by the 100 poisons centipede, and it has shaken the hearts of the entire sect. If anything were to happen to you, this old woman wouldn't be able to handle it. So, we have to consider recruiting some allies. This time, I was injured by the poisonous bug because I was trying to get the yellow ash fruit. I was too careless. Hua Baiha sighed softly. Senior sister, you're right. There isn't a junior that can take over our position. We can't go on like this. We don't know how long we old fellows can last. Yes, our so-called allies in the past were only built on trade. If something really happens, it would be a good thing if they don't hit us when we're down. We can't expect them to be of any help. As for Ling Shao, I think he's not bad. He's already a high-level mystic the arch at such a young age, and he can even refine an 8th grade Saint Pill. No matter what era he's in, he'll definitely be a genius. When you tested him today, you were still able to stick to your principles. It's indeed rare, so we have to recruit him. If possible, let him refine a few heaven-defying pills that can help the juniors break through to the saint level. That way, our sect's shortage of manpower will be solved, and we won't have to worry if anything happens to us. Granny Bai's eyes shone with wisdom. Although saints had an extremely long lifespan, it didn't mean that they were immortal. When their lifespan reached its limit, and no one from the junior generation could take over, there would be a state of disconnection, and the sect would also show signs of decline. So they had to consider the long term. They had to have someone to take over their position and maintain the myriad flower sect's foundation. Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyue were the myriad flower sect's new generation of prodigies, but they still needed a long time to mature. Yet now, Ling Shao had already grown to the point that he could stand on equal footing with saints, and his identity as an alchemist saint was sufficient for him to become one of the most respected figures in the Central Territory. Sacrificing Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyue to marry Ling Shao was undoubtedly the best deal for the Wanhua sect to rope in this medicine saint. It's just that I don't think this kid is a playboy like the rumors say. He actually rejected my suggestion. This is different from his old master. Hua Bai has said. However, when she mentioned Master Ling Shao, her beautiful eyes rippled with a bit of tenderness. Granny Bai said, yes, the demonic emperor is a womanizer, getting into debt everywhere, causing junior sister to wait bitterly for thousands of years. Now that we're trying to rope in his disciples, I wonder if Feishue and Piaoyue will follow your footsteps. Hua Baiha sighed. I've gotten over it all these years. Just like what Ling Shao said, there's no point in forcing ourselves to be together when we don't understand each other. I only admired him back then. It's good that junior sister can get over it. Granny Bai replied. As for Ling Shao, we can only do our best to rope him in. If Feishue and Piaoyue can't handle him, then forget it. We just need to show our sincerity. I think his willingness to refine an 8th rank pill has something to do with the rumors outside. I'm afraid this kid needs our friendship. What happened outside? Hua Baiha asked. 2 old geezers from the Ouyang clan have fallen, and it seems to have something to do with Ling Shao. The Ouyang clan has announced that they will fight to the death with the proud, smiling palace. Granny Bai said. What? When did this happen? Hua Baiha's body trembled as she shouted. She found it hard to believe that Granny Bai was telling the truth. The 2 old geezers from the Ouyang clan were as strong as they were, maybe even stronger. How could their deaths have anything to do with Ling Shao? Ling Shao was only a high-level Xian emperor. Even if he was a super expert, he was still not enough to fight against a saint. It hasn't been long since this news came out. I've only received the news for a few days. Coincidentally, this kid has come to our Wanhua sect. This isn't a coincidence. He has offended the Gu family, the heaven-shaming organization, the Black Demon sect, and now the Ouyang family. I didn't expect this kid to cause so much trouble. Grandma Bai smiled. However, her words were mostly filled with praise. After all, not everyone could still survive after offending these great powers. Senior sister, you've always been right. Then we'll observe for a while. If those 2 girls can't catch him, then let him be. We'll try our best to get closer to him in the future. Hua Bai has said. The Wanhua sect had the intention to keep Ling Xiao and let him develop a relationship with the Shuiyu sisters in an attempt to improve the relationship between the two sections. The Shuiyu sisters also admired Ling Xiao. Not only was Ling Xiao's strength outstanding, but his alchemy skills had also reached the top of the central region. This was enough for Ling Xiao to look down on everyone and become the idol of many girls. Ling Xiao didn't deliberately alienate the sisters. That would hurt their feelings. However, he also knew that he should maintain a proper distance and get along with them like normal friends. He planned to stay for a while and improve his relationship with the Wanhua sect before returning to the proud, smiling palace. This was because he did not know if the Ouyang clan, who was currently in a frenzy, would do anything extreme. Although Old Han and Mad Tooth were in the palace, he still had to return to take charge of the situation. However, in the elegant environment of the Wanhua sect, Ling Xiao rarely relaxed. He took the opportunity to cultivate the 8th level of the Supreme Guiyuan art, the astral projection realm. Over the years, whenever he had time, he would cultivate his soul power. The 7th level, the condensed soul realm, had long been cultivated to perfection. With the recent 2 consecutive breakthroughs, the energy of his soul power had also greatly increased. He could now smoothly enter the 8th level, the astral projection realm. After reaching this level, he could control his soul to leave his body and fight. He could also borrow a soul to be reborn. If a martial artist wanted to reach this level, they usually had to become a saint before they could have a chance to leave their body. However, if they wanted to fight with their soul, they needed to have a strong divine sense. Not everyone who had just become a saint could have this ability. Ling Xiao's cultivation of spiritual power and soul power could be said to be the best in the central region. At least, he hadn't met a martial artist who could use spiritual power. Of course, he didn't think that he was the only one who knew how to use spiritual power to attack. At least in ancient times, there were people from the soul race who were proficient in spiritual power. It was just that they had long disappeared from the mainland. Ling Xiao put aside his distracting thoughts and activated the Supreme Guiyuan art. His soul gradually condensed in his sea of consciousness. After many years of cultivation, Ling Xiao's soul power became more and more solid. It looked like a miniature of a real person, without any illusory appearance. After Ling Xiao practiced his fist force in his sea of consciousness for a while, he began to try to fly out of his sea of consciousness. After a while, a person who looked exactly like Ling Xiao appeared next to his physical body. However, compared to the two, the physical body was obviously more real. Ling Xiao could leave his sea of consciousness a long time ago. However, he could only condense his soul after leaving his body now. This was the true astral projection realm. Ling Xiao smiled at his soul. Then he moved his sea of consciousness, and he immediately moved according to his thoughts. It was as if he hadn't broken away from him and was still one with him. Ling Xiao controlled him to fly tens of meters away and let him observe everything around him. He discovered that everything he saw was actually imprinted in his mind. It was as if he had seen it when he was close to the scene. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Although he knew that there were all kinds of magical effects after his soul left his body, he couldn't describe the feeling when he really experienced it. After that, Ling Xiao controlled his soul avatar to make various movements. It was as if it had used a palm technique in his sea of consciousness. The power it displayed wasn't much weaker than his real body. As long as his soul power continued to grow stronger, he would also become stronger. If he were to fight with others in the future, he would be able to fight 2 people at once. This kind of state was very different from the limitless doppelganger technique. After all, the limitless doppelganger technique could only last for a short period of time. However, his soul avatar could last for a very long time. It would only disappear when his soul became weak or was scattered by others. Ling Xiao let his soul avatar return to his side. His medicinal cauldron flashed and a corpse appeared in front of him. This was one of the corpses that he had obtained from the corpse sect. His physical body had been cultivated to the strongest realm and was able to preserve the corpse. Ling Xiao's consciousness moved and his soul attached to the corpse. Immediately after, he controlled him to do all kinds of movements like he did before. As expected, after the corpse was attached to his soul avatar, it was controlled by him. It made the movements that he ordered. It was quite smooth and didn't have the slightest bit of jerkiness. After a period of control, Ling Xiao let him return to his side again. He was quite satisfied with this state. The only drawback was that this avatar still needed to be controlled by his main body. It wasn't independent from him yet. Although it belonged to him, the two of them had the ability to think and act together. This was the reason why he had just reached the astral projection state and hadn't perfected it yet. In the future, as his soul power continued to grow and his realm deepened, he would be able to do this when he reached the perfect astral projection state. Ling Xiao also knew that haste was not good, so he was quite satisfied with his current state. Just when Ling Xiao wanted to continue his cultivation, Hua Piaoyue hurriedly came to visit again. Palace Lord Ling, something bad has happened. The Ouyang family has gathered a large army and wants to join forces with the Gu family, the Sha Tian organization, and the Black Demon sect to carry out a nest attack on the proud smiling palace. Hua Piaoyue hurriedly said as she flew over. What? Ling Xiao panicked and shouted. His expression became extremely serious. Chapter 935. Ouyang almost went crazy. One was the elder brother, and the other was the younger brother. They were not blood brothers, but they shared the same blood. They had lived together for nearly 10,000 years, and had supported the family for a long time. The three of them had a very good relationship. However, never had they imagined that they, who'd become top figures in the Central Territory, would one day fall at the hands of a junior. Moreover, they'd lost two of their brothers in succession. How could Ouyang accept this? His black hair had turned white overnight after he returned to the family. He looked like he had aged a few hundred years. His aura was so violent that no one dared to get close to him. Ouyang closed his door for 3 days. After he came out, he announced that he would fight the proud smiling palace to the death. The Ouyang family was shaken. Later, people in the family learned that a few of their elders had died in the hands of the proud smiling palace. They also learned that 2 of their ancestors had fallen. Everyone in the Ouyang family felt sad. They hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. They swore to kill Ling Xiao and destroy the proud smiling palace. Most of the people in the Ouyang family had lost their minds. However, many of them knew that they couldn't be too hasty. They had to plan before they acted. This was the only way to deal a fatal blow to the proud smiling palace. Therefore, the Ouyang family decided to ally with the Gu family in the north, the Sha Tian family in the west, and the Black Demon sect in the middle. They planned to wipe out the proud smiling palace in one fell swoop. The Ouyang family did this because the proud smiling palace was not weak. They also had the support of the Dongfang family and the Feng family. The Ouyang family was afraid that the Ouyang family wouldn't be able to deal with them alone. The Ouyang family sent people to contact the people of the proud smiling palace, and they responded. The Gu family and Ling Xiao had been enemies for a long time. They had reluctantly put down their pride to make peace with the proud smiling palace. This had eased the tension between the two families. However, the people of the Gu family couldn't put down their hatred. They knew that they could only hurt the proud smiling palace with their own strength. They didn't want to see that happen. Therefore, they had to endure it. Now that the Ouyang family had come to persuade them, they had become active again. In the end, the Ouyang family promised that as long as the Gu family encouraged them, the main force would still be the Ouyang family. After the Gu clan heard the Ouyang clan's conditions, they unanimously agreed to this decision. In any case, with the Ouyang clan taking the lead, the Gu clan had nothing to fear. As for the Sha Tian organization, there was no need to say anything. They could just use a large amount of money to get them to join the battle. Sha Tian's organization only cared about profits. They didn't care who their opponents were. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also a stain on their failure to carry out missions all these years. He had even caused them to lose a lot of manpower. Moreover, the Laughing Palace spread the news that they had killed the people of the Corpse sect. With all these factors added together, it was necessary for Sha Tian's organization to accept this mission. There was no need to mention the Black Demon sect. They had been in constant friction with the proud, smiling palace for many years. In fact, the Black Demon sect would have already engaged in a life-and-death war if it weren't for the fact that the two sects had some scruples about each other. Several forces quickly responded. The Ouyang clan didn't hesitate. They immediately gathered all the top forces of the clan and set out for the Laughing Palace. They wanted to wipe out all the forces of the Laughing Palace. The Ouyang clan came in a threatening manner. They mobilized all the resources of the clan. Including Ouyang Jin, there were a total of 3 saints, and one of them was a high-level saint. He was the oldest ancestor of the Ouyang clan. He had 1 foot in the coffin, and few people knew of his existence. There were 40 to 50 people who had reached the mystic sovereign level, more than 10,000 celestial venerables, and countless earthly sovereigns. These included all the elite forces under the jurisdiction of the Ouyang clan. Naturally, it would cause a great sensation when all the resources of the major forces were mobilized. It had been many years since such a large-scale battle had taken place in the central region. Everyone in the palace of the proud, smiling sect looked solemn when they heard the news. In these years, the forces gathered by the Laughing Palace had become stronger and stronger. Especially the few mystic sovereigns and hundreds of celestial venerables that Ling Xiao had recruited not long ago, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. However, compared with the old forces, they were still far from being able to compete with the old forces. Although the Ouyang clan had recruited many subsidiary forces over the years, the gap between them was very large. Moreover, not all of them were loyal. Many of them were the most unreliable at this time. They were also worried that they would be the first target of the Ouyang clan's eradication, and all of them were in danger. As expected, the Ouyang clan approached with great fanfare. They claimed that as long as the forces left the Laughing Palace, they would not pursue them. As the news spread, some fence-sitters immediately began to waver and announced that they would leave the Laughing Palace. After all, many people thought that although the Laughing Palace had become stronger, compared with the old forces, it was still far from being able to compete with the old forces. Because of this, many forces in the Laughing Palace received a strict test. In the central region, the wind howled, and there was a feeling that a storm was coming. In the Laughing Palace, Feng Xianyun sat in the main seat of the palace. She was the princess of the Gu clan, and her strength had reached the mystic sovereign level long ago. Her solemn expression was somewhat frightening. Below the hall, all the supreme elders had gathered together. Even Elder Han and Mad Tooth, who rarely attended, had come out to hold the fort. Everyone in the hall had a solemn look on their faces. "Advisor, what is the situation now?" Feng Xianyun asked in a low voice. In the past, when Ling Xiao was not here, Feng Xianyun would attend the meeting. However, most of the time, she would let Xian Yao handle it and let him make the arrangements. Now that such a big thing had happened, she had to think carefully about how to deal with it. The Ouyang clan's army is approaching the Liangguan city. The Liang clan that surrendered to us has been wiped out. In less than half a month, they will reach the Wind Cloud City. Xian Yao replied, waving his white paper fan. "What do you have to say about this? Is the Laughing Palace strong enough to resist the enemy's army?" Feng Xianyun asked again. "According to the current situation, we have the strength to fight, but it is not optimistic." Xian Yao put away his calm expression and said with a slight frown. He paused for a moment and said, "If it is just the Ouyang clan, we are naturally not afraid. However, the other forces will take the opportunity to send people to take advantage of the situation and come to us. When that time comes, they will become the biggest threat." "Then should we seal the city now?" Feng Xianyun thought for a moment and said, "It has begun, but we must move the battlefield. We must not let the Wind Cloud City be attacked." Xian Yao said. At this time, Cruel Leopard revealed a strong killing intent and said, "They have already reached the Liangguan city. We will stop their army one step ahead and fight them to the death. Why should the Laughing Palace be afraid of the Ouyang clan?" Cruel Leopard's murderous nature had decreased a lot over the years, but it did not mean that he had forgotten his killing nature. Now that he had reached the peak of the middle stage Mystic Emperor, It would not be long before he could return to the high-stage Mystic Emperor realm. That's right. No matter how many they send, we will kill them all. Mad Tooth said with a sinister smile. His strength had advanced a step further a year ago, and he'd attained the mid-rank Saint realm. It was all thanks to the demonification effects of the frenzied devil art that he was able to advance so quickly. Even if that's the case, I'm afraid that the foundation of the proud smiling palace will be shaken. This will give others a chance to take advantage of us. I wonder where the boss is now. It would be great if he came back. With his strength, he would definitely be able to kill all of them. Yi Yunfeng had reached the high-stage heavenly venerable realm. When he spoke, he was full of fighting spirit and no fear. Now is not the time to talk about this. We should discuss the best way to resist the enemy, Feng Xianyun said. The only thing we can do now is to send most of our people out to meet the enemy and stop the Ouyang clan's army. However, there must be people in the palace just in case. Xin Yao said, we will follow the military advisor's plan, but we still need you to allocate the people. The premise is that our group of sisters must go to the front lines. Feng Xianyun emphasized. This can't be done. Madam, you should stay at the palace gates. Xian Yao immediately replied. Lu Kun immediately said, that's right. Madam, you can stay here. Charging and breaking through the enemy lines is the job of us subordinates. Yang Xianfeng said, that's right. There must be someone with prestige in the palace. I believe that the palace master will definitely get the news and rush back as soon as possible. At the mention of Ling Xiao, everyone immediately became spirited and nodded in agreement. Their respect for Ling Xiao had reached the point of blindness. They believed that as long as Ling Xiao returned, everything would be fine. No, my husband is not here. I must personally take charge. It's settled. I will leave some of her sisters to guard the palace gates. The rest will be arranged by the military advisor. Feng Xianyun immediately rejected. As Ling Xiao's official wife, she was responsible for the palace gates. Since Ling Xiao was not in the palace, she should fight for her husband. Xian Yao was in a difficult position, but seeing Feng Xianyun's resolute attitude, he did not say anything else. Following that, Xian Yao distributed most of the elite troops according to the situation. Feng Xianyun, Elder Han, Mad Tooth, Granny Netherwind, Ancestral Cultivator, Gung Hong, Cruel Leopard, and a series of powerful people went out to meet the enemy. Wu Fu, the High Priestess, Mu Huai, Ling Tsang, and the others who were slightly weaker stayed behind to guard the palace. At the same time, the various halls had already contacted the various subordinate forces and asked them to send people to fight against the enemy. In addition, Ji Beixin and Dongfang Jing had also sent people back to ask for help from their families, but it was difficult for distant water to save the nearby fire. In the end, the Laughing Palace had gathered a total of 2 saints, half of them, nearly 50 Emperor Xian, 4,005 Sky Sovereigns, and many Earth Emperors. This strength was indeed quite a bit weaker than the Ouyang family. From the surface, the Laughing Palace was definitely losing more than winning. But now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be released. This battle was a matter of life and death. These people were the most loyal people of the Laughing Palace. Each of them had a firm belief that they would rather die in battle than run away. They were also praying that their faction master could come back as soon as possible and turn the situation around. Chapter 936. A strong wind was blowing. All the major forces in the central region had received the news that the Ouyang clan and the proud Smiling Palace were going to fight to the death. Every force had sent people to keep an eye on the battle. They all wanted to know who was stronger between the veteran and the rising major forces. However, most people believed that the proud Smiling Palace would lose more than win. After all, the difference between the two forces was too great. If the proud Smiling Palace was given another 100 years to develop, they might not think so. The Martial Spirit Pavilion was the most powerful force in the central region. No one knew how powerful the Martial Spirit Pavilion was. They only knew that 10,000 years ago, there was an old force that challenged the authority of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. In the end, the Martial Spirit Pavilion only sent a dozen people to defeat that force. That force was even more terrifying than the Black Demon sect and the Medicine sect. Because of this, the Martial Spirit Pavilion reached its peak. Since then, no one dared to challenge the authority of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The might of the spiritual Martial Pavilion also made all the young geniuses of the Central Region want to squeeze into the spiritual Martial Pavilion. They all wanted to become a disciple of the spiritual Martial Pavilion. Even the outer disciples felt incomparably proud. The Martial Spirit Pavilion was very strict when it came to selecting disciples. Every disciple had to be the best in the Tenbin. They were trained with the best resources. This was the reason why the Martial Spirit Pavilion was so strong. Within the Martial Spirit Court, aside from the many old undyings of the Martial Spirit Court, there were also 3 great pillars of the court. Among them, the most famous and mysterious old pavilion master of the Martial Spirit Court was the strongest. It was said that he had fought against the demonic emperor and sword maniac of the 4 great legends without losing. Just from this point alone, one could see how powerful he was. However, it was said that he was no longer in the Central Region and had gone to the Heaven Region. Some people said that he was in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. As for his true whereabouts, only the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Court knew. The other 2 pillars were the spiritual Martial Pavilions Saint Alchemist Feng Zheng and Saint Tool Master Tai Shijun. Their martial strength might not be comparable to the old pavilion master, but their summoning power was the most terrifying. After all, these 2 professions were the most popular in the continent. Under the 2 of them, their disciples and grand disciples also distributed the leaves, bringing great benefits to the Martial Spirit Pavilion and the greatest reliance to increase their strength. Many people in the Central Region wanted to learn from them, but they had already announced 1,000 years ago that they would no longer accept disciples. This ended the hopes of many talented alchemists and blacksmiths. However, 12 years ago, the 2 Saint Masters made an exception and accepted disciples again. This shocked the disciples of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The disciples of the 2 Saint Masters were of a very high status. Their status was similar to that of the true disciples of the Martial Spirit Pavilion, or even higher. The outside world did not know the real names of these 2 disciples. Only the disciples of the spiritual Martial Hall knew the names of these 2 disciples who were so lucky. The Saint Alchemist Feng Zheng's last true disciple was called Hua Xiaoge, and the Saint Artifact Master Tai Shijun's last disciple was called Tangguogua. They were the 2 brothers of the proud smiling palace's Ling Shao. The last true disciple of the Saint Medicine Master Feng Zheng was called Hua Xiaoge, and the last disciple of the Saint Tool Master Tai Shijun was called Tangguogua. They were the 2 brothers of Ling Shao. In the beginning, they wanted to enter the Martial Spirit Pavilion as a disciple. However, they found that there were at least 80,000 people who came to the Martial Spirit Pavilion to become a disciple. Among these people, only 1,000 inner disciples and 4,000 outer disciples would be chosen. Under such fierce competition, it was extremely difficult to become a disciple of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The 2 of them were already past the age of selection, which was the most depressing thing for them. With no other choice, the 2 of them wandered around the Martial Spirit City, trying to find a way to enter the Martial Spirit Pavilion. However, after a few months, they still could not come up with any good ideas. In the end, they had no choice but to open the pouch that Xian Yao gave them before they left to see if there were any good ideas. After reading the instructions in the pouch, they were dumbfounded. They were told to go to an ordinary village outside of the Martial Spirit City and find an old man named Ji. The old man said that he would have a way to let them enter the Martial Spirit Pavilion. What could an old man from a village do to help them? Although they were doubtful, they could only try to find the old man named Ji. When the 2 of them found the witty old man didn't say anything and agreed to help the 2 of them enter the Spirit Martial Pavilion. Furthermore, when the 2 of them displayed their talents in their respective fields, the 2 Saint Masters within the pavilion took a liking to them. From then on, they leapt through the Dragon's Gate and enjoyed a status that no one else in the Spirit Martial Pavilion could match. Later on, the 2 of them learned that the old man named Ji was one of the great elders of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. He was in charge of all the latest information in the martial spirit pavilion and had a secret with Xian Yao's sect, the Xuanji sect. The two of them suspected that the Xuanji sect only had one disciple per generation. Perhaps the old man named Jiji was Xian Yao's martial uncle or martial uncle. Of course, this was only a guess. The two of them did not reveal the actual relationship between the two. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda had been studying in the martial spirit pavilion for 12 years. The two of them were no longer the inexperienced youngsters of the past. Their strength and their professions had made considerable progress. When the two of them left Ling Shao, they were only at the high level of king level. Now, they were at the low level of heavenly sovereign level. To reach this level in a short dozen years was quite fast. It must be known that they had never taken any pills to increase their strength after coming to the martial spirit pavilion. The reason why they were able to cultivate so quickly was because the two saint masters had given them a rare holy elixir. It had cleansed their bodies and made their tenbin different from before. To be able to become the disciples of two saint masters, they could not be too shabby in terms of cultivation or profession. It was also under the guidance of the two saint masters that the two of them had reached their current strength. At the same time, Hua Xiaogui had become a 6th-rank alchemist and Tang Guoda had become a 6th-rank tool refiner. The two of them were not even 50 years old. To reach this level was indeed a tenbin. Otherwise, the two old farts would not have made an exception and accepted them as disciples. As their cultivation increased in the future, becoming a 7th-rank alchemist or 7th-rank tool refiner would not be a problem. As for whether or not they could become saint masters, that would depend on their true potential. Just having a high tenbin was not enough. They also needed to increase their cultivation. However, since the two saint masters had made an exception and accepted them as disciples, they were naturally optimistic that they would be able to inherit their legacy. Although Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda had been studying in the martial spirit pavilion, they had paid attention to Ling Zhao's various accomplishments. It was not that they had forgotten about their boss, Ling Shao, after entering the martial spirit pavilion. Although the two of them had taken different masters as disciples, their masters were good friends. Reaching their level of cultivation was not something that could be achieved through hard work. Therefore, the two old men would often exchange insights. Occasionally, they would lower their flags to relax their minds. Perhaps, they would drink some 10,000-year spirit tea to pass the time. As a result, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda were able to meet often. As soon as they met, they would talk about news related to Ling Shao. Every time they talked about this topic, they would talk endlessly. On this day, the two old men were fighting at the pavilion again. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda were chatting again. After 12 years of not seeing each other, Hua Xiaogui still had a weak appearance. He looked simple and honest. However, when he wore an alchemist robe, he gave off an indescribably strong self-confidence. He still had the demeanor of a master. Tang Guoda, on the other hand, appeared to be even more robust and dignified. His originally handsome face had become much darker, and his eyes were exceptionally sharp. His pair of rough palms were especially powerful. "Brother Tang, have you heard about boss?" When Hua Xiaogui saw Tang Guoda, he immediately revealed an extremely anxious expression and asked. Tang Guoda nodded his head lightly. With a suspicious expression, he said, "I'm afraid boss is in big trouble this time. The four powers are moving out together. This is not a joke." "Then what should we do? Don't tell me we're just going to be anxious here and not be able to help at all?" Hua Xiaogui said worriedly. In Hua Xiaogui's heart, Ling Shao was even closer to him than his own brother. Although they hadn't seen each other for 12 years, it still couldn't dilute his feelings for Ling Shao. Now that his boss's power was in a huge crisis, how could he not be worried? "But with our current strength, it's difficult to help boss." Tang Guoda sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to go and support Ling Shao, but he was only an Empyrean, it wasn't enough. Hua Xiaogui said with some dissatisfaction, "Even if I have to die, I have to go and help boss." He thought that Tang Guoda didn't want to go and help, and felt a little annoyed. He thought about who had brought them to the central region and who had created the opportunity for them to enter the spiritual martial hall. If Tang Guoda was that kind of ungrateful villain, he, Hua Xiaogui, would definitely cut off all ties with him. The reason why Hua Xiaogui was able to become Ling Zhao's best brother was precisely because he looked weak, but he was extremely loyal. He was definitely not someone who would go back on his word. Tang Guoda replied, "What's there to fear about death? If my death can help boss avoid danger, I'm definitely willing to do it." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Do you know why the military advisor asked us to come to the pavilion to learn?" Hua Xiaogui replied, "Of course it's to make us stronger, so that we can help boss in the future." Tang Guoda said, "That's right, it's to let us help boss, but there's a deeper meaning behind it, and that is to borrow the power of the pavilion to help boss." Hua Xiaogui was stunned for a moment, then said softly, "That's right, why didn't I think that the two old fellows would have such a wide network? Let them send people to help boss, they can definitely help boss through this crisis." After saying that, he was about to walk towards his master. However, Tang Guoda pulled him back and said, "If we rashly ask the two old fellows to help, I'm afraid they won't be willing. We still have to pay attention to the strategy, we'll talk to them after discussing." Chapter 937. Feng Zheng was a grade 8 alchemist, and he'd stepped into this realm a few thousand years ago. He was one of the few most respected people in the Central Territory. His junior brother, Tai Shijun, was the same. He'd forged a few dozen saint artifacts, and every single one of them was a saint artifact that was passed down through the ages. All of them enjoyed a great reputation, and if it wasn't for saint material being difficult to find, he would probably not have forged so few. Apart from the old pavilion master, these two were the most authoritative elders in the spiritual martial pavilion. Their orders were even more effective than the current pavilion masters. The two of them were old and knew that it was very difficult to advance further. The resources in the central region were only enough for them to reach this step, unless they could leave for the heaven region. They had lived for a long time and were no longer so eager to reach a higher level. Therefore, they stayed in the spiritual martial pavilion and enjoyed the rest of their lives. The two's favorite hobby was to play a game of chess to pass the time. Right now, the two old men were fighting to their heart's content. Their concentrated appearance was no different from that of ordinary old men playing chess. The two of them were evenly matched and had played for almost an entire day. Every move required a long time to consider. It seemed to be a very time-consuming game. If it were a young man, he would have surrendered long ago. As the sun set, the game of chess finally came to an end. "Junior brother, your chess skills still need to be improved." Feng Zheng had obviously won. He stroked his white beard and smiled proudly. Tai Shijun was unconvinced. "Senior brother, you cheat every time. It's not fair to win." "No, let's play another game." "How? You say this every time you lose. You won't be able to win against me in this lifetime." Feng Zheng smiled proudly. After a pause, he said, "If we play another game, those two bastards will be anxious. These two brats talk so sneakily. They must be plotting something." Tai Shijun glared at Hua Xiaogui and Tang Gang, who had run over. "Master, have some tea." Hua Xiaogui and Tang Gang each poured tea for the two old men. Their faces were full of flattery. The two old men took the tea and Tai Shijun said bluntly, "Tell me, what are you plotting this time?" Usually, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Garegua would conspire to ask for some good things from the two elders, so when they flattered them, the two elders guessed that they had other intentions. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda looked at each other, then Tang Guoda said, "Master, uncle, to tell you the truth, Ling Shao of the proud smiling palace is our sworn brother. Now that he's in trouble, we're going to help him." The two of them had just discussed it and decided to confess to the two elders. They believed that they would understand. Hua Xiaogui also revealed a resolute expression and said, "That's right. Master, please allow me and Brother Tang to get married and help our boss." Suddenly, Tai Shijun slammed the table and stood up. "How dare you? You two are spies from the proud smiling palace." Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda's expressions changed. Tang Guoda hurriedly explained, "Master, we are not spies. We did not sell any information from the proud smiling palace. We came from the northwest with our boss, and when we arrived in the central region, we went our separate ways." How could we be spies? Yes, Marshal Uncle, we're all sincere. When we joined the pavilion, Boss hadn't even established the Smiling Palace yet. We didn't expect Boss to develop so quickly, Hua Xiaogui also explained to the side. Who knows if you two are spies that he set up first? Tai Shijun glared at the two of them and snorted. Master, if you don't believe me, you can kill us right now. Tangguda kneeled down in front of Tai Shijun and said firmly. Hua Xiaogui followed suit and said, yes, we have been improving rapidly under your guidance. This is all thanks to your teaching. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. We will never betray our master and the proud Smiling Palace. Please believe us, master. If that's the case, then you two can stay here. You don't have to worry about the proud Smiling Palace. Feng Zheng said indifferently. Master, our boss treats me like his own brother. Without him, Xiaogui would not have been able to come to the central region and become your disciple. You can say that everything I have now is thanks to our boss. Now that he is in trouble, how can I not help him? Hua Xiaogui immediately replied. Sounds like you have guts. Do you really want to die? Feng Zheng squinted his eyes and said, even if I die, I will not regret it. It's just that I have failed to live up to master's expectations. Hua Xiaogui showed an unusually firm expression. Tangguda also said firmly, yes, master, please punish us. Tai Shijun glanced at Feng Zheng and an inexplicable smile appeared on his old face as he said, you two bastards are really not afraid of death. Hua Xiaogui and Tangguda's hearts went cold. They thought to themselves, are we really going to be executed? You have been asking people to collect information about the demonic emperor's disciple, Ling Xiao, so we guess that there must be an abyss between you two. After all, you are both from the northwest. There has been no news from you all these years, so we thought that you were just friends with him. Now it seems that you have been bought over by that kid, Feng Zheng said. He paused for a moment before continuing, but that kid is really powerful. In just a short 10 years, he has shocked the central region and even established a big sect. Even us two old men are a little surprised by him, not to mention that old man Han is supporting him. He is even more abnormal than the demonic emperor back then. Compared to him, you two are indeed much weaker. Alright, get up. I don't know if it is your fortune or your misfortune to have a brother like this. Master, you promised us? Hua Xiaogui and Tangguda asked in disbelief. Just a moment ago, they were about to fight and kill each other. Why did they suddenly get up? Could it be that they were just testing their minds? Tai Shijun gave a kick to Tangaij and said, little brat, do you really think that we are two stubborn and unreasonable old men? Who doesn't have a few good friends in life? So what if you are brothers with that kid Ling Xiao? As long as you can inherit our legacy and carry it forward, it will be fine. Just now, we were just testing what you were thinking. Fortunately, you are not traitors, otherwise I would have killed you two bastards with one palm. After listening to Tai Shijun's words, Hua Xiaogui and Tangguda finally understood and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They were really scared to death just now. Then master, are we going to help boss just like that? Hua Xiaogui asked hesitantly. Then how do you want to go? Feng Zheng asked. Hua Xiaogui scratched the back of his head and smiled. Brother Tang and I are not strong enough to enter the hall. Master, aren't you afraid that we will be killed by others? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to you? That's right, other martial nephews have guardian elders, but we are your disciples. No matter what, you should at least send a dozen guardian elders to protect us. Tangguda laughed dryly on the side. Good plan. Go help that kid Ling Xiao. Don't expect us old men to send fighters for you. Tai Shijun angrily glared at his beard. Feng Zheng waved his hand and said, all right, you two go find Elder Qian Tong. Just tell him that I asked you to go, he will know what to do. Thank you, master. Hua Xiaogui and Tangguda were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. The two didn't stay any longer and immediately left to find Elder Qian Tong. Senior brother, aren't you being too accommodating to them? You should have scared them a little more, but they dared to hide it from us. If the proud Smiling Palace wasn't in trouble, I'm afraid they wouldn't have told us about their relationship with that kid Ling Xiao. Tai Shijun said to Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng said, "What's the use of scaring them? They found out that the old man entered the pavilion and became our disciple. I'm afraid someone already knew that we would need their help one day. I'm afraid that Kid Ling Xiao has a lot of talented people by his side. Yes, if the proud Smiling Palace can really withstand the crazy attack of the Ouyang family, then the proud Smiling Palace will truly have a place in the central region. I really envy that evil emperor for finding such a disciple. We two bastards are still a level below him." Tai Shijun said. "There's no lack of geniuses in this world. I originally thought that senior brother's disciple was already abnormal enough. Even the chaotic body, the strongest physique that's rarely seen in 10,000 years, was defeated by that Kid Ling Xiao. It seems that senior brother has always been suppressed by the evil emperor, so there's nothing for us to be unhappy about. Let those two bastards be. I believe that their characters are still passable, and they won't betray us two old fellows." Feng Zheng said. In a certain mountain range in the central region, there was a place that was completely occupied by monkeys. There were monkeys and apes all over the mountains, and no other spirit beasts could be seen living here. There was a waterfall that was several hundred meters tall, and it looked quite magnificent. It was a feast for the eyes, and it made one's mood surge. In the middle of the waterfall, there was a cave that was isolated by the water. It was a completely different world. The cave should be the place where the Monkey King lived. However, the person sitting there was a tall figure that was half human and half ape. He held a golden rod in his hand, and he wore a feathered crown on his head. He wore a holy robe, and he looked very majestic. He was the one who had fought with Ling Xiao before, Yuan Zhantian. On his left and right were 4 tall ape kings. These 4 ape kings were like protectors, protecting his safety. Standing in front of Yuan Zhantian was a skinny and weak-looking human. He was actually a rank 8 Monkey King. Yuan Zhantian said, "Uncle Monkey, you said that Ling Zhao's proud Smiling Palace is under siege, and the situation is quite urgent?" The Monkey King scratched his face and smiled. "That's right. Those brats below heard some of the humans talking about it. I know that your highness still has a battle with Ling Xiao, and I believe that your highness is worried about it. That's why I'm here to tell you." Yuan Zhantian stood up, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He slammed the golden rod on the ground and said, "Ling Xiao is my only opponent. Without my permission, no one can kill him." He paused for a moment and then said, "Uncle Monkey, the 4 kings will accompany me out of the mountain." Chapter 938. In the Gu family's territory, Gu Ai, the great elder of the Gu family who had been defeated by Ling Xiao, bowed in front of a stone door. He looked very respectful. He was already a grand elder, and there were not many people who could make him so respectful. However, there was someone who was worthy of his respect behind the stone door. Boom! The stone door slowly opened, and a wave of damp air assailed their nostrils. It was obvious that this door had not been opened for a long time. The spiritual qi was not flowing, and the air was muddy and heavy. An old voice came from inside. "Gu Ai, what business do you have here?" "Gu Ai is here to ask you to come out of seclusion and destroy the proud Smiling Palace, the enemy of our Gu family. Now the Ouyang family has mobilized all their forces to fight against them. The Ouyang family hopes that we can help them to destroy the proud Smiling Palace," Gu Ai said. "What kind of power is the proud Smiling Palace? How did they become the enemy of the Gu family? Why did the Ouyang family make such a big move? Did something big happen in the central territory while I was in seclusion for 100 years? The old voice came again. Gu Ai didn't dare to hesitate and immediately reported everything that had happened a few years ago to this old ancestor. Whoosh! A streak of purple light shot out from the cave like a rainbow. Before Gu Ai could react, a well-built old man was already standing in front of him. His eyes were flashing with purple light, and they were so oppressive. His body was surrounded by electric currents, and the air around him was electrified into nothingness. Gu Ai bowed even lower. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid the old man's cultivation level has improved again." You said that our family lost more than 10 Xian sovereigns, and even Lei Shi was killed by them? The old man shouted angrily. Gu Ai's blood was boiling under the pressure of the old man's aura. He immediately replied in panic, Yes. Yes, old man. I didn't want to disturb your cultivation, so I didn't dare to tell you. Now that the Ouyang family has mobilized, it is the best time for us to take revenge. I didn't expect that in just 100 years, the Gu family would be bullied to this extent. The old man gritted his teeth. Then he glared at Gu Ai and said, Summon all the elders above the Xian sovereign level. Let's go and see how powerful the proud smiling palace is. Gu Ai was overjoyed and immediately replied, Yes, ancestor. A middle-aged woman sat in the main hall of the Black Demon sect. She held a skeleton walking stick in her hand. This middle-aged woman's appearance was extraordinary, and her figure was even more alluring. She wore a black dress with a sleeveless chest, like a charming black rose. She gave off a prickly feeling, and anyone who touched her would immediately get hurt. She was actually at the mid-rank of the Saint realm. Such a cultivation was truly terrifying. Moreover, she was sitting at the head of the door, but no one dared to make a sound or complain. Only the higher-ups in the sect knew her true identity. She was the sect leader's wife, Mei Sha. She had always been living in seclusion behind the scenes, giving advice and suggestions to the Black Devil. She rarely showed her face. The Black Devil had not returned for more than 100 years. Mei Sha rarely paid attention to the affairs of the sect, leaving them to the disciples of the Black Devil to handle. Now that the Ouyang family had come to join forces with the Black Demon sect to destroy the proud Smiling Palace, no one else dared to make a decision. They could only ask the sect leader's wife to come out and make the decision. Madam, when will the sect leader return? A stooped old man asked Mei Sha in the main hall. This question was obviously the answer that everyone present wanted to know. Everyone's expressions became expectant. Mei Sha glanced at the old man and said, The sect leader is looking for an opportunity to break through, so it will be difficult for him to return in a short period of time. Don't expect him to rush back now. If there's anything, just tell me. As soon as she finished speaking, her mid-rank saint's strength burst forth, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become suffocating. No one knew the true strength of this madam. Now that they truly felt the terror of this power, they were all surprised and happy. The old man's expression became respectful as he said, Madam, please don't be angry. We've been in conflict with the Laughing Palace for the past few years, but we haven't destroyed them yet. People think that we're afraid of the Laughing Palace, and that we don't deserve our current status. We wanted to wait for the sect master to return, and then ask him to decide whether or not to destroy the Laughing Palace. But now, we don't know why the Laughing Palace has offended the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family has sent their whole family here to take revenge. They've sent someone to tell us that they want us to join them in dealing with the Laughing Palace. Is it the proud Smiling Palace that killed 2 of my disciples and left 2 elders and the Black Demon Bull behind? Mei Sha's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as she asked. That's right. The old man replied. Since someone has come out first, why can't we add some fuel to the fire? Mei Sha's eyes flashed with determination. She then said, I will personally take command. I will immediately summon the supreme elders of the sect to destroy the proud Smiling Palace. The place where the heaven-slaying organization was located had already been moved from the underground to the open, openly setting up a killing base. The reason why they did this was because they had no other choice. All the branches that had been well hidden had been destroyed. They knew that it was the proud Smiling Palace's doing, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only openly solicit business and change the locations of their branches. They also secretly attacked the proud Smiling Palace's subsidiary forces. Now that the Ouyang family had offered them a large sum of money to kill the proud Smiling Palace, they immediately accepted the deal. They even gave the Ouyang family a discount because they were enemies that the Sha Tian organization wanted to destroy. In the Heaven-Slaying organization's headquarters, the Heaven-Slaying Palace Lord, who was wearing a sinister mask, had already gathered all the Gold Slayer Great Assassins. There were more than 30 of them, and all of them were above the mystic the arch-tier. Everyone follow me. We swear to destroy the proud smiling palace. Sha Tian ordered. All the assassins shouted in unison, we swear to destroy the proud smiling palace. We swear to destroy the proud smiling palace. The three great forces had sent out their strongest forces to attack the proud smiling palace from different directions. Have you heard? The Ouyang family is going to fight the proud smiling palace. It's not just the Ouyang family. I heard that the Gu family, the Black Demon sect, and the Sha Tian organization have also sent out a large number of experts to attack the proud smiling palace. The situation is not looking good for the proud smiling palace. That's true, but the proud smiling palace has the help of the Feng family and the Dongfang family. They might not be destroyed. It's possible that both sides will suffer. Let's kill the others. Let's go and have a look. Maybe we can get something out of it. Do you want to die? Any one of them can kill us. Let's just wait for the result. The Ouyang family's attack on the proud smiling palace had caused a huge uproar in the central region. All the warriors were paying attention to this fierce battle. In the territory of the proud smiling palace, there was a 5th grade force called the Three Tribes Gang. The Ouyang family's army had already arrived. There were more than 30,000 people and 30,000 mounts. It was a mighty scene. Chief, the Ouyang family's army is 10 miles away from our village. They will arrive in less than a quarter of an hour. A disciple of the Three Tribes Gang hurriedly ran into the hall and reported. There were many celestial masters sitting in the hall. 3 of them were sitting in the center of the hall. These 3 people had the strength of a low-level Xian emperor. All of them had the strength of a bear's waist and a tiger's back. They looked especially powerful. The 3rd chief on the left panicked and said, Chief, if we don't leave now, it won't be too late. The 2nd chief on the right also said, Yes, as long as there's life, there's hope. Let's find another place to camp. The people in the hall all agreed with what the 2 fort masters said. In the face of the Ouyang family's mighty power, they could not even think of resisting. If they stayed, they would die. The expression of the bandit chief, who was sitting in the middle, kept changing. He appeared to be hesitant. They had surrendered to the proud smiling palace because they were pressured by the power of the proud smiling palace. However, when the 3 chiefs paid tribute to the proud smiling palace, they received 3 supreme-grade Xian Emperor elixirs, which allowed them to break through from half-step emperors to Xian emperors. This made them very grateful to the proud smiling palace. At the same time, they were willing to be loyal to the proud smiling palace and would not betray it. However, with the power of the proud smiling palace in front of them, how could they fight against the enemy with their small number of people? The head bandit was originally a roving bandit, but all of them specialized in robbing the rich to help the poor. None of them had done too many atrocious things. They were very loyal and responsible people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered so many brothers and established a 5th-rank sect. Moreover, they wouldn't have been recognized by the proud smiling palace. Making him run away at the last minute really made him feel very uncomfortable. He stood up and looked around at the people in the hall. These were all good brothers who had followed him for many years. They had all gone through countless trials of life and death in exchange for friendship. He sighed faintly and said, Brothers, now that we are facing a great enemy, the 3 bandits gang is outnumbered. This is a fact that cannot be changed. However, we have already surrendered to the proud smiling palace. As the leader, I cannot betray you. So, if any brother wants to leave now, I will not blame him. I, Yusho, would rather die in battle to protect this pass. As the chief spoke, he exuded a sense of righteousness. His whole aura was like a sword that had been unsheathed, becoming sharper and more pressing. The people in the hall were all affected by his righteous manner. They were all people who paid attention to loyalty. What they paid the most attention to was this kind of person who could throw away his life for the sake of loyalty. I am willing to stay with the leader. Even if I die, I want to die with a bang. Someone took the lead and said, I am also willing to stay with the leader. At worst, I will be a famous man in 18 years. F***ck them. Why should I be afraid of death? I will stay too. Following the bandit chief's words, most of the people in the hall chose to stay. The chief said passionately, as expected of our good brothers. Today, we will kill to our heart's content. If we kill one, we will break even, and if we kill two, we will gain. Just when the people from the three bandits' gang were about to go out to face the enemy, a subordinate ran in and said, "Report. The people from the headquarters have arrived." Chapter 939. The Smiling Palace had long since built a transmission formation between them and the three village gang. This was a channel that all the major forces of power and their affiliated forces had to have. When the Ouyang family destroyed Liangguan City, the proud Smiling Palace immediately gathered their men and came to intercept the Ouyang family's army. They wanted to fight to the death in the three village gangs' territory. When all the higher-ups of the three village gang heard that the proud Smiling Palace's army had come to their aid, all of them were shocked. At the very least, the proud Smiling Palace did not disregard their lives. The head bandit master led a group of people to welcome the people from the proud Smiling Palace. There were nearly 20,000 people from the proud Smiling Palace. 10,000 of them were from the proud Smiling Palace, and another 10,000 were from the other affiliated forces. Most of these people were at the Earth's sovereign realm, and there were only 6,000 to 7,000 celestial venerables. The mystic the Arch had 40 to 50 people, and there were only 3 martial saints, Han Kai, Mad Tooth, and Granny Netherwind. "You are sect leader Yu Shou?" Yun Feng held a golden spear in his hand and sat on a rank 6 dipper yellow lion, looking majestically at the leader of the bandits. "Yes, I am." "Greetings, elders." Chief Yu Shou bowed to the group of powerful people in front of him. Everyone behind him also bowed and greeted him. Yun Feng brought Yu Shou in front of Feng Xianyun and introduced him. "Madam, this is the leader of the 3 stockade clans, Yu Shou." Yu Shou revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. He hurriedly saluted and said, "Yu Shou greets Madam. The 3 stockade gang is willing to listen to Madam's orders." Yu Shou did not understand why Palace Master Ling Xiao did not appear in such a huge battle. Why did he send his wife? Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to ask. "Good, since you guys can still defend here and not retreat after we destroy the Ouyang family's army, we will definitely ask the palace mistress for the merit. Now, gather everyone in the gang and prepare to face the enemy." Feng Xianyun did not waste any time and immediately ordered, "Thank you very much, madam. We, the 3 stockade gang, pledge our lives to serve the main palace," Yu Shou replied in a sonorous voice. "All right, prepare for battle immediately." As Feng Xianyun gave her order, a pair of mother and son swords appeared in her hands. She took the lead and dashed towards the Ouyang family. The protective spirit beasts of the 20,000 cultivators roared in unison, and their earth-shattering auras were particularly frightening. "Milady, the dark-wind old woman will stay by your side. You and the advisor will guard the rear," Mad Tooth said to Feng Xianyun. "There's no need for that. If my husband was here, he would be the first to charge and break through the enemy lines. How could I weaken his reputation?" Feng Xianyun refused. "You can't say that. If anything happens to the madam, it'll affect the army's morale. It'll be extremely disadvantageous to us, so just leave the vanguard to us," Mad Tooth said. The savage leopard also said, "That's right. Madam, you just need to hold the line at the back. We will definitely be able to kill the Ouyang family." Xian Yao said, "This. Elder Han and Elder Feng will be the first to fight. You have to keep the saint-level cultivators busy. If you two can win, we will win. If you lose, it will be very bad for the Smiling Palace." Don't worry, with my friends here, they can definitely hold off the Ouyang family's saint." Han Kai, who had not spoken until now, laughed. There were 5 people following Han Kai, all of whom were unfamiliar faces. No one knew where they came from, only that they claimed to be old friends of old Han who had come to help the Smiling Palace. These 5 people were all elderly, 4 men and 1 woman, and their attitude towards Han Kai was extremely respectful, but towards the others, they were extremely indifferent. Only Mad Tooth could sense their strength. Surprisingly, there was a mid-level saint, a low-level saint, and 3 half-saints. With such a strong force of support, Han Kai was able to remain so calm. Han Kai had become an alchemist saint thousands of years ago. His status was not just for show. There were many people who wanted to pursue him, but he had always been dismissive of them. Of course, there was no lack of friends who had become friends with him. These people had all received his kindness. Now that the Smiling Palace was in trouble, Han Kai had formed a great relationship with the Smiling Palace. As the saying goes, they were bound together for good or ill, so he had no choice but to find some of his friends to help. Due to the lack of time, he could only find the strongest of his friends. He didn't have time to find the others. "Thank you, seniors." Feng Xianyun didn't insist and cupped her fist to Han Kai's friends. They just nodded and didn't say anything. "All right, this is enough. Everyone, get into formation and wait." Xian Yao stopped everyone when they arrived at the edge of a barren mountain. This was a barren mountain with no signs of human habitation. It was the most suitable place for a battle. Han Kai, his friends, and Mad Tooth stood at the forefront. The Xian Emperor stood in the second line. The Heavenly Venerables and Earth Sovereigns stood at the back. Han Kai had also summoned his protective spirit beast. It was an 8th order high-grade flaming cloud rock. Its huge flaming wings fluttered and released bursts of intense flames, preventing people from getting close. His friends had also summoned 3 8th order spirit beasts and 2 7th order peak spirit beasts. They were all attack-type spirit beasts and their auras were extremely strong. Mad Tooth's was a 8th order mid-grade 4-horned demon bull. Its body was surrounded by dark clouds and its body was as strong as a mountain. Presently, the Proud Smile Palace had 4 saints and 4 half-saints on its side, so it was absolutely capable of resisting the saints of the Ouyang clan. However, it might not be enough. The Black Demon sect was very close to this place. They would definitely arrive first, and that would be the most dangerous moment. Therefore, this battle had to be finished quickly and not give the saints of the Ouyang clan too many chances. The Ouyang clan's army was not far from the Proud Smiling Palace's army. They could have rushed over to kill the enemy immediately. However, they suddenly stopped and didn't go over immediately. "Master Shao, why don't we go over now?" Ouyang looked at the old man beside him in confusion. This old man was an old monster of the Ouyang clan who had lived for nearly 20,000 years. He had 1 foot in the coffin and was a high-grade saint. His name was Ouyang Shao. "They have more saints than we do. If we go over now, we will definitely lose." Ouyang Zhao's eyes shone brightly. The two teams were not far from each other. With Ouyang Zhao's senses, it was not difficult for him to sense the number of saints. How is this possible? Is the Proud Smiling Palace really that strong? Liang Jin cried out. They had 3 saints and 4 half-saints. This was the strongest force in the Ouyang clan, but they couldn't compare to the number of saints of the Proud Smiling Palace. This was unbelievable. Don't worry, they only have 1 more saint than us, but they have 2 mid-level saints and Han Kai, who's a peak saint. On the surface, we seem to be slightly inferior to them, but they won't dare to act rashly, Ouyang Shao said. He paused for a moment before continuing, "More saints are coming. I hope there are reinforcements, so we can kill them faster." As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 people rushed in their direction. These 2 people were extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had arrived from tens of thousands of miles away. "Ouyang Jing, didn't you say you were going to fight to the death with the Proud Laughing Palace? Why are you still standing here? Could it be that you want to escape?" One of the 2 men spoke to Ouyang Zheng as soon as they stood still. When Ouyang Zheng saw who it was, he was overjoyed. "Brother Gu, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. Your strength has improved so much. Congratulations." The 2 people who had come were not from the Black Demon sect. They were 2 saints from the Gu clan. One was Gu Lei, a mid-grade saint, and the other was Gu Mo, a low-grade saint. The 2 left the Gu clan's team and came to help the Ouyang clan's saints. "Cut the crap. I've only been in seclusion for 100 years. I didn't expect the central region to change so much. The new forces are so arrogant. The Gu clan has lost face. If I don't save the face of the proud smiling palace, it would be inexcusable. What kind of grudge does the Ouyang clan have against the proud smiling palace? Gu Lei said. Brother Gu, my brother and third brother have been killed by that little bastard from the proud smiling palace, Ouyang said angrily. What? You said that brother Xing and brother Hua were both killed? Gu Lei was shocked. He knew the strength of Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Hua. 2 saints had been killed. How strong must one be to do that? That little bastard's strength isn't very strong, but he has a very terrifying drum. He forcefully killed my elder brother and third brother. I suspect that it's a legendary divine weapon. Ouyang told the truth. Divine weapon? Gu Lei and Gu Mo exclaimed in shock. That's right. So if we want to destroy the proud smiling palace, we must first take that kid's divine weapon and stall that old bastard Han Kai. Then we will win. Ouyang said. Gu Lei glanced at Ouyang Xiao, who was standing next to Ouyang, and thought to himself, could this be the Ouyang family's old geezer? With him stalling Han Kai, it would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. If that happens, I might be able to seize that divine artifact. Gu Lei immediately made up his mind and said with a smile, since you already have a plan, we will help you take down the proud smiling palace. But that little bastard took our golden dragon spear. We must return it to its rightful owner. Ouyang immediately nodded and said, Brother Lei is right. The golden dragon spear belongs to the Gu clan. That's good. Then let's go. I believe the people of the proud smiling palace can't wait any longer. Gu Lei said. Ouyang looked at Ouyang Xiao and saw him nodding. He immediately said, good. Today, we will destroy the proud smiling palace. We will let them know that they can't provoke us, the old forces. As soon as he finished speaking, the saints immediately flew towards the army of the proud smiling palace. The other people of the Ouyang clan also flew over on all kinds of spirit beasts. A terrifying aura filled the air, and a great battle was about to break out in the next moment. Chapter 940. They're here. Everyone be on guard. Han Kai said faintly. As soon as his voice fell, everyone immediately entered a combat-ready state and stared in the same direction. The first to appear in front of the proud smiling palace's people were the 3 saints of the Ouyang family and the 2 saints of the Gu family. Saint Master Han, how have you been? Ouyang Xiao asked Han Kai with his hands behind his back. Han Kai looked at Ouyang Xiao and raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Xiao, you're not dead? Ouyang Xiao was rumored to have died long ago, but now he had appeared here, which surprised Han Kai. Ah, yes, this old man should have died, but I was worried about some juniors, so I barely managed to hold on until now. I thought I could pass away peacefully, but someone still disturbed my dreams. Someone actually dared to bully our Ouyang family, so I had no choice but to crawl out and take revenge for them, Ouyang Xiao said with a smile. He then continued, Saint Master Han, why aren't you staying in the medicine capital? Why are you messing around with juniors? Why don't you step down for now? The Ouyang family won't bother with you, lest we hurt our 10,000 years of friendship. What do you think? Han Kai was a peak saint and was one of the most powerful people in the central region. Without his help, the haughty laughing palace would collapse on its own. Han Kai smiled. I, Han Kai, have come here today. Do you think there's any reason for me to retreat? He paused for a moment before continuing. I don't know how my junior brother Ling Xiao offended the Ouyang family, but I can apologize on his behalf. If possible, I'm willing to give you 5 8th-grade pills to resolve the grievances between our 2 families. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. What do you think? 5 8th-grade medicinal pills were extremely tempting, and the eyes of any saint would go red with envy at the sight of such pills. Before Ouyang Xiao could speak, Ouyang, who was next to him, shouted, Saint Master Qiao, my 2 brothers' lives are not worth 5 8th-grade pills. Hurry up and tell that little bastard Ling Xiao to come out and die. Bastard? You dare insult our palace master? Don't think we're afraid of you. Mad Tooth shouted. The Ouyang clan is here to destroy the proud smiling palace. Saint Master Han, you'd better leave now. Otherwise, Don't blame us for being impolite, Oyangjin said with a murderous look. Han Kai did not answer. Instead, his gaze fell on Gu Lei and he asked, "Your Gu family also wants to get involved in this mess?" Gu Lei's body was shrouded in purple chi as he met Han Kai's gaze and said, "I want to retrieve our lost golden dragon spear for our juniors." His words had already made his position clear. It seems that there is nothing more to say. Then let's fight. Han Kai's anger instantly burst forth as he shouted. Then let me experience the brilliance of sacred teacher Han's fire control technique. Just as Han Kai was about to make a move, Ouyang Xiao took the initiative to attack him. A ray of blue light pierced Han Kai's chest like the sharpest killing weapon. Han Kai waved his hand and directly shattered the blue light. Then he shouted, "If you have the guts, go to outer space and fight me." After saying that, he flew up into the sky. Just what I wanted. Ouyang Xiao was still not afraid. He turned into a shadow and chased after him. The other saints and 8th grade spirit beasts also flew up into the sky at the same time. Rumble. In an instant, a series of deafening battle cries began. Han Kai fought against Ouyang Xiao and a low-level saint from the Ouyang clan. Mad Tooth fought against Ouyang Zhen. Han Kai's mid-level saint friend, Mo Lin, fought against Gu Lei. The other low-level saints fought against the low-level saints, and the half-saints stayed behind to hold the line. Between the saints, the sky and the earth changed color, and the space energy kept collapsing. If it weren't for the fact that they were already tens of thousands of meters above the ground, everything in the vicinity would have been destroyed, and everyone would have been killed by the shockwaves. While the saints were fighting, the Ouyang clan army had already arrived in front of the proud Smiling Palace army. One of the half-saints from the Ouyang clan shouted, "Everyone, fight! Kill them all!" Feng Xianyun, who was sitting at the back of the proud Smiling Palace army, shouted, "Kill them! Don't let a single one of them go." As soon as the two orders were given, the two sides immediately started fighting. Waves of elemental attacks began to bombard the area, and colorful energy began to shine like fireworks. War was cruel and merciless. The first wave of attacks immediately killed many people. The half-saints and Emperor stage cultivators rushed to the front line to kill the enemies. Feng Xianyun was quite anxious when she saw that there were 4 half-saints on the other side, but there were only 2 half-saints fighting on the other side. She immediately said to Granny Netherwind, "Go help them." Granny Netherwind hesitated for a moment and replied, My mission is to protect Madam. Go when I tell you to, don't worry about me." Feng Xianyun shouted. Granny Netherwind hesitated for a moment and nodded. She turned into a gust of wind and flew to the front of the battlefield. "Damn it, I want to kill the enemies too." Feng Xianyun held the mother and son swords in her hands and immediately rushed to the battlefield. However, she now knew that she had to look at the overall situation and could not act rashly. "Sister Yun, don't worry, we will definitely win," Luo Meng, who was beside Feng Xianyun, said. Other than Feng Xianyun, Ling Zhao's women, Luo Meng, Ji Beixin, Wei Dai, and Dongfang Jing had all come. The weaker ones were forced to stay in the palace by Feng Xianyun. Ji Beixin, Wei Dai, and Dongfang Jing all rushed to the front, while Luo Meng and Feng Xianyun stayed behind. After saying that, Luo Meng said to the man who was carrying a turtle shell on his back, "Dragon Turtle, it's your turn to attack. Kill all those people." Just as the man was about to attack, Xian Yao stopped him. "No, he must stay behind to protect your safety, because the people from the Black Demon Sect and Sha Tian's organization will definitely appear at any time." "Then what should we do? The other side has another half-saint, our situation is not good," Luo Meng said anxiously. "Hehe, don't you still have me?" Xian Yao revealed a calm smile and said lightly. Feng Xianyun and Luo Meng looked at Xian Yao with a puzzled expression. They were both at the Emperor Xian's strength, so they could tell at a glance that Xian Yao was only a high-level heavenly venerable. What could he do to stop a half-saint? Xian Yao did not explain. A scroll appeared in his hand, and he muttered something, as if he was chanting some kind of incantation. Then, he bit his finger and a drop of blood fell on the scroll, Soldiers, listen up, help me kill the enemy. The 100 heavenly venerables behind Xian Yao shouted in unison, yes, military advisor. Following the order, Xian Yao also threw the ancient scroll in his hand upwards. Swoosh! A white light bloomed in an instant, like a dazzling light. No one dared to look directly at it. When the white light dimmed slightly, one could clearly see that it was a square diagram with mysterious patterns drawn on it. It was constantly floating and rotating in the air, looking extremely magical. Give me strength. Xian Yao gave another order. He waved his finger at the diagram as if he was commanding it. Following the movement of Xian Yao's finger, the diagram flew forward at a rapid speed. At the same time, the 100 heavenly venerables behind Xian Yao quickly lined up in a straight line, one connected to the other, with the one behind pressing against the back of the person in front to transfer spirit energy. Xian Yao stood at the forefront, receiving the power of the 100 heavenly venerables behind him. Xian Yao was only a high-level heavenly venerable, so how could he receive the power of 100 heavenly venerables at once? He was merely using a special mysterious technique to temporarily guide the power of the 100 heavenly venerables for his own use. Boundless radiance. Xian Yao yelled and waved his arms continuously after receiving a huge boost in power. Suddenly, the diagram that was flying forward shot out beams of dazzling white light again, which turned into thousands of sharp blades that shot towards the people of the Ouyang family. Swoosh swoosh. Ah! As the white blades shot down, many people of the Ouyang family were caught off guard, and the white light pierced through their bodies, killing them on the spot. Looking at this scene, Feng Xianyun and Luo Ming revealed a look of disbelief. They did not expect that the military advisor, who had always been known for his wisdom, would be so unpredictable. They could clearly feel that the power from the diagram was definitely stronger than any of the mystic thearchs. Could it be that he claimed to be comparable to a half-sage? Damn it, what is that thing? Everyone destroy it first. One of the Ouyang family's mystic the arch looked at the diagram and shouted. He took the lead and slashed at the diagram. However, before he could get close to the diagram shot out another dazzling light, and most of the energy that shot out hit the mystic the arch. The Ouyang family's mystic the arch faced the white light, and his huge saber slashed out with the most terrifying attack, attempting to block the white light attack. However, when his saber force struck the white light, he realized that he had overestimated his own power and underestimated the diagram's power. The white light broke through his saber force and drowned him. He didn't even have the time to scream before he died, not even ashes were left of him. Although the people on the battlefield were fighting with all their might, many people saw this scene and were instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, that is a diagram. Everyone be careful not to get hit by it. One of the Ouyang family's martial artists shouted. On the proud smiling palace's side, Cruel Leopard cut his mystic the arch-tier opponent in half with a murderous aura. At the same time he shouted, kill them! The proud smiling palace will win. As the diagram killed the enemy, Cruel Leopard shouted again. The people of the proud smiling palace shouted in unison, the proud smiling palace will win. The proud smiling palace will win. Although the proud smiling palace's side did not have many people, their energy warriors were greatly shaken. On the other hand, the Ouyang family's people had been on a long journey, and their mental state was not at its best. In a short time, they were actually attacked by the proud smiling palace's people. They could not rely on their advantage in numbers to kill the proud smiling palace's people. One of the Ouyang family's half-sage knew how powerful the diagram was, so he gave up on killing the enemy and attacked the diagram. The diagram seemed to have eyes, and it automatically dodged the attack. However, the half-sage's speed was too fast, and in a few leaps, he had caught up with it. No matter what you are, break for me. The half-sage was using a half-sage weapon, and he smashed it at the diagram. Chapter 941. Since you didn't come, explode. Xian Yao's face was pale, but he had a smug look on his face as he shouted. When the spear smashed against the formation diagram was the first to explode. Boom! The formation had an 8th grade spirit pill attached to it, and Xian Yao's power was controlling the explosion. How could the half-step sage dodge it? He was blown to pieces by the formation. When the formation exploded, Xian Yao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and immediately cut off the connection with the 100 heavenly venerables behind him. The 100 heavenly venerables fell to the ground as if they had lost all their strength. Military advisor. Feng Xianyun and Luo Ming cried out in concern. I'm fine. Xian Yao responded and quickly took out a spirit pill to swallow. The other heavenly venerables also took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. Alright, now that the number of peerless experts is equal, let's see who can last until the end. Xian Yao struggled to stand up and said. He then turned to the 100 people and said, "Get into formation and kill the enemy immediately." The 100 heavenly venerables had just regained their breath and immediately answered, "Yes, military advisor." Then they formed a strange formation and rushed forward. At the same time, they launched elemental attacks into the distance. These attacks came wave after wave, continuous and powerful. Xian Yao usually didn't forget to train a group of martial artists to practice formation attacks when he was in the palace. Some martial artists could achieve the effect of enhancing the lethality of their attacks by coordinating with the array formation. They could also effectively conserve spiritual energy and achieve the best attack mode. The 100 heavenly venerables that Xian Yao trained might have different levels of strength, but when they got into formation together, their defense and attack were quite terrifying. Ordinary mystic thearchs would find it hard to block their attacks. They were like a sharp blade, mercilessly attacking the Ouyang family's hinterland. Although the Ouyang family had a lot of people, most of them fought for themselves and didn't have a unified fighting mode. It was difficult to compare to the formation of the 100 heavenly venerables. Wherever these 100 heavenly venerates passed, 300 martialists of the Ouyang family were killed. Blood splattered incessantly, and broken limbs fell from time to time. The battle was unusually fierce and cruel. This was a war between great forces, a great battle that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. More than half a day had passed, but the saints in the sky had yet to decide the victor, while the two forces below had both suffered heavy losses. At this time, a group of people rushed over from not far away. The leader was Gu Ai of the Gu clan, and there were hundreds of people following behind him. There were more than 20 mystic thearchs, and the rest were heavenly venerables. Gu Ai looked at the intense scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like we're not too late." After pausing for a while, he shouted, "Kill the people of the Laughing Palace. Help our friends from the Ouyang clan." "Not good, the people of the Gu family are here, we must fight." Feng Xianyun frowned and shouted. Xian Yao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Madam, don't worry. I'm afraid we won't be able to help much if we go up now. I think we'll have reinforcements soon." "How long do we have to wait?" "I'm afraid that the people of the Black Demon Sect or Sha Tian will arrive before our reinforcements arrive." Feng Xianyun didn't listen to his advice. So, she rushed forward with the mother-child swords in her hands. The people who had been protecting Feng Xianyun immediately followed. "Sister, I'll go with you. Kill the dragon turtle." Luo Ming couldn't hold back anymore and shouted. Her mid-level mystic the Arch aura exploded as she met the people of the Gu family. Feng Xianyun had the strength of a low-level mystic the Arch, but her power was comparable to that of a mid-level mystic the Arch. The power of the Gu Emperor's world spread out, and countless Gu kings surged in all directions. This was the power of an emperor's world. Even a high-level mystic the Arch had to be careful when facing it. A mystic the Arch of the Gu family who had just approached her didn't last more than 5 rounds before he was killed by thousands of Gu kings. What a powerful world power. Let this old man fight you. Gu Ai frowned and shouted. Then he rushed towards Feng Xianyun. "Don't you dare hurt my sister. Dragon turtle, protect her." Luo Ming rushed over and shouted. At this moment, within 1,000 meters around her, waves started to swirl. Tornadoes started to blow and engulfed the people of the Gu family like a tsunami. The dragon turtle was Luo Ming's protective spirit beast. Most people would guess that it was a Tier 8 spirit beast. However, no one knew which stage of Tier 8 it was at. Only Luo Meng knew that it was already a Tier 8 high-grade spirit beast. Back then, it had boldly entered the dragons' world and obtained a lot of opportunities. That was why it could reach this stage so quickly. When the dragon turtle heard Luo Meng's words, it immediately skimmed towards Gu Ai. Its speed was like a light breeze, so fast that no one could react. The dragon turtle immediately barged into the two mystic Thearchs' world power. Those energies kept on attacking its body, but it didn't feel anything. It treated those energies as if they didn't exist. It raised its hand and punched at Gu Ai. It was a simple punch and nothing special could be seen. However, such a simple punch landed directly in front of Gu Ai's face. Gu Ai watched as the punch landed in front of him. However, his body didn't seem to listen to his commands and allowed the punch to land on his face. Bang! It wasn't that his body didn't listen to his commands. Instead, the punch was too fast and he only managed to catch the moment the punch force arrived. His head was like a watermelon falling onto the ground and instantly exploded. His brain and blood splattered everywhere. It was a disgusting and hideous sight. A peak stage mystic Thearch's head exploded in just one move. This shocked the surrounding Gu family members. Bastard! Buddy! A half-step saint from the Gu clan cried out and commanded his rank 8 tiger spirit beast to attack the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle turned to look at the Tier 8 spirit beast. 2 threatening rays of light shot out from its eyes. With just one glance, the 8th rank spiritual tiger spirit beast instantly stopped in its tracks. Its fur stood on end and it looked extremely panicked, as if it had seen something even more terrifying. That's right. It was a spirit beast and could tell the dragon turtle's true identity with one look. It also sensed that the dragon turtle was much stronger than it was. The strong killing intent made it tremble. It felt as if it had seen an evil dragon pouncing on it, causing it to lose the courage to resist. The dragon turtle flashed again and threw a punch. The space was broken by it and it directly landed on the Tier 8 spirit beast. The Tier 8 spirit beast didn't have time to escape either. Its huge body was pierced through and a bloody hole appeared. The tiger body was sent flying and it even knocked over a dozen Gu clan's heavenly venerables to death. It was obvious how terrifying the dragon turtle's punch was. The Gu clan's half-sage was terrified. He didn't think twice and immediately turned to run. He didn't even care about the safety of his clansmen. What a joke! The dragon turtle was a monster that could kill an 8th rank spirit beast with one punch. His strength as a half-sage was nothing in the dragon turtle's eyes. How could the dragon turtle let him escape? A strong murderous intent surged in his heart as he caught up to the half-step saint and kicked him, breaking his waist. An ear-piercing "Kacha" sound was heard as a pillar of blood splattered out. The half-sage was also stomped to death without being able to fight back. The dragon turtle couldn't help but let out a long roar. It didn't sound like a turtle's roar. Instead, it was as terrifying as a dragon's roar. The Gu clan's people in front of it immediately fell from the sky. The dragon turtle was extremely excited. It rushed into the Gu clan's people like a bloodthirsty demon and threw punches. The Gu clan's people didn't even have the chance to react before they exploded and died on the spot. The Gu clan had only sent a few hundred people this time. They were all elites of the Gu clan. However, they didn't even have the chance to fight back before they were killed. It was really sad. In the distant space, several figures were watching. "Madam, if you don't make a move, the Gu clan's people will definitely be killed. When that happens, it will be the Ouyang clan's turn," an old man said to the black-robed woman beside him. This group of people were the peerless experts of the Black Demon sect. The one leading them was the Black Demon's wife, Mei Sha. There were 4 saints beside her. One of them was actually a high-level saint like Ouyang Shao. Moreover, his body was emitting a strong aura of death. He was an old monster with 1 foot in the coffin. His name was Thousand Viper and he was a top 8th level poison master. 10,000 years ago, he was once a street rat that all the major forces wanted to kill. No one knew how the Black Demon sect pulled him into their camp. The person who spoke just now was a middle-level saint like Mei Sha. His name was Ming Lang. He was an evil expert that the Black Demon sect recruited after they took over the Black Demon sect. He was the senior brother of Zhang Kuang, who was killed by Feng Qingyuan. The other two had the strength of a low-level saint. Sacred Master, let your poisonous snake deal with the dragon turtle. Don't worry about the others for now. Let's kill as many of their people as possible. When the time comes, we'll launch a large-scale attack. Perhaps it'll be even better if we can exterminate both sides. Mei Sha said with a cold expression. Ah, madam, good plan. Thank you, Saint Master. Ming Lang laughed. The Thousand Viper smiled sinisterly and summoned his protective spirit beast. It was a huge black snake with a triangular head. The snake's tongue was constantly swallowing. It carried a corrosive stench that made people have no choice but to stay far away. Baby, there's a feast ahead. Go and eat to your heart's content. Thousand Viper patted the body of the black snake and said. The black snake spat out a mouthful of poisonous breath. With a sway of its body, it flew toward the battlefield ahead. Before it reached the battlefield, it spat out a huge venomous snake. Nearly 100 people in front of it were immediately corroded to death by the poisonous gas. Everyone noticed this venomous snake that suddenly attacked. None of them knew whether it was friend or foe. They saw that no matter which side it would devour and kill them with poison. It was an exceptionally terrifying sight. Many people chose a path to escape. Of course, the venomous snake's main target was still the dragon turtle. Stinky worm, you dare to act fierce in front of me? I will tear your snakeskin apart, dig out your gallbladder and eat it. The dragon turtle revealed a wild expression and shouted. Chapter 942. The dragon turtle accidentally trespassed into the forbidden area in the Dragon Palace and was punished by Gui Qingxiang for thousands of years. This punishment was considered light. If it wasn't for the old Dragon King, the dragon turtle would have been killed. The dragon turtle swallowed the source of an evil dragon. If it was just a dragon seed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Unfortunately, the power of the source was the purest evil and bloodthirsty power. It turned the originally gentle dragon turtle into a bloodthirsty spirit beast and killed many members of the Dragon Palace. That was why it was suppressed. After Ling Xiao and Luo Meng appeared, Gui Qingxiang thought of a way to free the dragon turtle. After he signed a master-servant contract with a human, he would be commanded by the human. No matter how powerful the evil source was, it wouldn't burst out freely because his consciousness was already controlled by the human. This meant that Luo Meng could completely command him. It didn't matter if he killed the enemy fiercely as long as he didn't hurt the people on her side. Now, his evil and murderous nature wouldn't hurt anyone. If used well, he would be a powerful killing beast. However, the poisonous snake that was attacking was no ordinary spirit beast. It was a Tier 8 spirit beast and had the power to fight with the dragon turtle. The battle between two Tier 8 spirit beasts was too terrifying. Everyone who was fighting had to hide far away for fear of getting involved. Luo Meng could only order the dragon turtle to bring the poisonous snake to a higher place to kill it so that her people wouldn't get hurt. The dragon turtle brought the poisonous snake to the 9 heavens. The hundreds of Gu clan's elites were almost wiped out. For the time being, the battle between the Ouyang clan and the proud Smiling Palace returned to the previous situation. The Ouyang clan had the advantage in numbers, but this advantage was slowly shrinking. That was because the proud Smiling Palace had many brave and skillful martial experts. The mystic the Arch had a few more than the Ouyang clan. With the help of Xian Yao's 100 heavenly venerables, the proud Smiling Palace had turned the tables. While the Ouyang clan suffered heavy casualties, the proud Smiling Palace also lost a lot of manpower. This place was already filled with rivers of blood, screams, and broken limbs. This was the cruel clash between the major forces. There was no mercy to speak of. In this place, one could only use all their trump cards to kill the enemy. The proud Smiling Palace had a lot of powerful warriors, but the Ouyang clan also had super experts. As the peak stage mystic the Arch of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Zhan was known as the genius who had the highest chance of succeeding their old ancestor's position. Now that he was only 1,000 years old, it was already very valiant for him to reach this realm. Jiang Yi was fighting Zhu Xiu and Gung Hong, two high-level mystic thearchs, and was not at a disadvantage. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Jiang Yi was afraid that he would be able to win soon. In addition, there was Ouyang Xia, a fierce general. Even though he was only a middle-stage mystic emperor, he was able to fight evenly with Leng Jing, a high-stage mystic emperor. There were also many Ouyang clan Empyrean experts who had killed many people from the proud Smiling Palace. Savage Leopard opened up a bloody path and brandished the 8 forms of Devil Blade towards Ouyang Xia. At the same time, he shouted to Leng Jing, "You go deal with the others, leave him to me." Ouyang Xia had the ability to jump ranks to battle, but how could he, Savage Leopard, not have this ability? As his strength continued to rise, his soul and the body he occupied could be considered to have completely fused. He had reached his peak in all aspects. He wanted to use this battle as an opportunity to break through his bottleneck and return to the strength of a high-level mystic arch. On the battlefield, Ji Beixin, Dongfang Jing, and Wei Dyer were already stained with blood. They were all more or less injured. If Ling Xiao had not given them high-grade defensive armors, they would have been even more injured. Ji Beixin's white clothes had spots of blood. She was kind by nature and did not like to kill. However, she knew that this battle concerned the life and death of the proud Smiling Palace. She did not have any leeway to hold back. Her zither music was mixed with waves of corrosive innate wind baneful qi. It had the power to block 100 people. Dongfang Jing was the little princess of the Dongfang clan. She had also obtained the title of Imperial Killer during the Imperial Ranking Tournament. Now that she had reached the strength of a high-level Empyrean, her methods were even more extraordinary. She was brandishing a Tier 8 snake whip that was specially made from the skin of a Tier 8 snake. Wherever the snake whip went, there would be Ouyang clan Empyreans being split in half. However, there were many of them. When 3 to 5 of them surrounded her, she was in a dangerous situation. Wei Dyer had been baptized by the experience of being a mercenary in her early years. Her killing skills were not weak. However, in this group of people, she was not strong enough. If it was not for Ji Beixin, she would have been killed. On the other side, Yi Yunfeng had increased his combat strength by 5 times. He was comparable to a peak-stage Empyrean. He was fighting against the Empyreans of the other party. Wulin's Poison Scorpion had already broken through to the low-level Mystic the Arch. No one could get close to his poison skills. He was fighting against a low-level Mystic the Arch of the Ouyang clan. Although his combat strength was not as good as his opponent was very concerned about his poison skills. After a long battle, that Ouyang clan Empyrean would probably be poisoned to death. Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Ling Shi, and the 8 generals were all mid-level Empyreans. The powerful damage they were displaying now was definitely the key to this battle. They had experienced the killing of mercenaries and had many years of cultivation. The mystic skills and weapons they obtained were all the best. If they did not have a bit of ferocity, they would be letting down Ling Zhao's painstaking nurturing all these years. On the contrary, Lu Su, who had always been fighting above his cultivation level, seemed to be a little weak in this battle. In other words, he was not in the mood to continue fighting. He had been taking care of the people from the Flowing Sun sect. He was trying his best to reduce the losses of his own sect. He was constantly communicating with the people from his own sect. The Flowing Sun sect had only sent over 300 people. Now, they had only lost over 50 people. They did not rush to the front line of the battle. Instead, they retreated further and further. It seemed like they were about to retreat. "Brother Su, what are you doing? Go and support the madams." Yi Yunfeng was the closest to Lu Su. He could not help but shout when he saw Lu Su's strange situation. "All right, no problem." Lu Su replied readily. Then he did not fly towards Ji Beixin, Dongfang Jing, or Wei Dai. Instead, he flew towards Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng turned around and saw Lu Su. He said, "Brother Su, you don't have to worry about me. I can still hold on." He was also injured in many places. However, his battle strength was still sufficient. As long as he was not facing the Xian the Arch, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. "What are you talking about? We are like brothers. If I don't help you, Who else should I help? Lu Su said viciously. He suddenly attacked Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng did not expect that Lu Su, who had always been on good terms with him, would attack him. He was caught off guard. Lu Su's spear pierced through his back. Yi Yunfeng's mind went blank. He stared at Lu Su with wide eyes. You why? Lu Su laughed sinisterly. Why? Just because I don't like you. I don't like Ling Xiao. Who asked you to follow the wrong master? After saying that, he swung his spear and sent Yunfeng tumbling to the ground. Fresh blood spurted out continuously. Yunfeng fell from the sky. He was in danger. Lu Su, you traitor. I'm going to kill you. A celestial venerable near Yi Yunfeng exclaimed. He used his most powerful move to slash at Lu Su. However, how could his strength be compared to Lu Su, who was a mid-stage Xian the Arch? He was defeated by Lu Su in one move. Everyone from the Flowing Sun sect, retreat. Lu Su did not stay any longer. He turned around and shouted at his own sect members. The people from the Flowing Sun sect did not continue fighting. They immediately retreated from the battlefield. Some people from the proud Smiling Palace reacted. They wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Lu Su did not leave immediately. Instead, he rode his spirit beast and headed towards Xian Yao's location. Damn you, military advisor. You wanted my life when we first entered the palace. Now I will take your life first. Lu Su stared at Xian Yao and shouted. Back then, he was willing to serve Ling Xiao because of his strength. He always wanted to kill Ling Xiao one day and replace him. However, when he entered the palace of the arrogant Smiling Palace and learned how powerful it was, he gave up on that idea. Almost everyone in the palace of the arrogant Smiling Palace was loyal to Ling Xiao. It was hard for him to get any help from them. Even Yi Yunfeng, who had always been close to him, had not wavered in the slightest even after he had hinted many times. Now that the Ouyang family was invading, it was his chance to leave the proud Smiling Palace. He could not let the Flowing Sun sect be destroyed along with the proud Smiling Palace. He had inherited the 9 sun-burning sky art. He thought that he could make a name for himself and make the Flowing Sun sect a powerful force. What he needed was only a matter of time. He was not willing to be mistreated by others. He had his own plan. However, as soon as he entered the proud Smiling Palace, Xian Yao ordered him to be executed. If Ling Xiao had not stopped him, he would have been sent to hell to meet the King of Hell. At that time, he began to hate Xian Yao. Especially when he saw Xian Yao's calm and composed appearance, he wanted to kill him immediately. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he must kill Xian Yao. In the future, even if Ling Xiao made a comeback, he would have one less strategist and it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Xian Yao had been watching the battle. He had seen the scene of Yi Yunfeng being assassinated by Lu Su. He could not help but exclaim, "What a traitor! The palace master did not listen to me and has become a disaster." By the time he finished speaking, Lu Su had already arrived in front of him and was cursing at him. Xian Yao did not run away. He just stood there quietly and waited. The Empyreans beside him attacked at the same time. The 5 high-level Empyreans were all metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attribute martial artists. They separated into 5 different directions. World force spread out at the same time, forming a small 5 elements array to meet Lu Su. You want to stop me with such a small array? Today, I swear I will kill you. Lu Su looked contemptuously at the formation formed by the 5 people and shouted loudly. He put away the long spear in his hand and put on a pair of saint-rank boxing gloves. Then he punched out with his 9 suns heaven-burning fist, and waves of colorful suns rushed out. The 5 high-level Empyreans shouted together, "5 elements shield." The 5 different world forces formed a huge round shield to block Lu Su's fist energy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 943. As the sole disciple of the Xuanji sect, Xian Yao was knowledgeable about astronomy, geography, astrology, divination, feng shui, and array formations. He could be said to be a charlatan that Ling Xiao called. He was an adept at combat, but it didn't mean that he could be taken advantage of. Apart from the 100-man array formation, he also had the 5 Heavenly Venerables minor 5 elements formation, which was used to protect himself. The 5 of them might only have the strength of high-level Heavenly Venerables, but the 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other. The power that they emitted was enough to kill a low-tier mystic the Arch and could even resist the might of a mid-tier mystic the Arch. It was just that Lu Su wasn't an ordinary mid-tier mystic the Arch. He had the ability to transcend cultivation realms and was determined to kill Xian Yao. Rumble. The 5 elements shield formed by the 5 Heavenly Venerables cracked under Lu Su's 9 Suns sky-burning fist. Fortunately, it didn't dissipate immediately. The 5 Heavenly Venerables' mouths were overflowing with blood as they barely managed to block this move. 5 elements soared. The 5 Heavenly Venerables gritted their teeth as 5 surges of energy surged again, forming a 5-colored giant sword that slashed at Lu Su. Light of cocoon fire, break for me! Lu Su yelled out and clasped his hands together. The 2 suns came down together and smashed at the giant sword. Bang! The 5-colored giant sword might have the power of a mid-tier mystic the Arch, but it was still insufficient in front of Lu Su, who was a formidable mid-tier mystic the Arch. It was directly smashed into pieces. The 5 Heavenly Venerables were smashed in different directions as fresh blood spurted out. Lu Su didn't chase after the 5 Heavenly Venerables. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "Dog-headed military advisor, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Lu Su's killing intent surged as he struck at Xian Yao. The giant sun emitted intense heat as though it was going to burn Xian Yao alive. Xian Yao wanted to retreat, but he was only a high-level Heavenly Venerate. How could his speed be compared to a mid-tier mystic the Arch? Just as the sun was about to drown Xian Yao, 2 shouts echoed. "Don't you dare to hurt the military advisor." As these 2 voices fell, a powerful force immediately blasted Lu Su's brilliant sun fire far away. Lu Su's eyes twitched. He didn't even look at the newcomer and immediately turned to run. He could sense that the newcomer was definitely not ordinary. Xian Yao dodged a bullet and immediately looked at the people who had come. His face was filled with joy. "Damn, I thought you 2 wouldn't come. Quick, get someone to catch the traitor." He tried to assassinate Yunfeng. Surprisingly, it was Hua Xiaogui and Tangguoda, and there were 3 old men by their side. 2 of the old men were mid-rank saints while the last was at the peak of the low-rank saint realm. It had to be said that their master had taken great care of them. He had used 3 saints at once. This was a special honor that no disciple had ever enjoyed before. What? Yunfeng was assassinated? Hua Xiaogui and Tangguoda cried out in alarm. "Damn it, Elder Qin, I'll have to trouble you to capture that bastard." Hua Xiao roared furiously. The low-rank saint didn't say anything and immediately flashed towards Lu Su. "Advisor, where is boss?" Tang Lingang asked Xian Yao. Xian Yao shook his head and said, "He hasn't returned yet. The ladies are fighting in front. Let's save Yunfeng first. He was stabbed by a spear, so he might still be able to be saved." "Elder Qian Tong, I'll have to trouble you." Tangguoda turned to look at a robust old man and begged. The round-faced old man faintly said, "My mission is to protect you 2 brats. There are quite a few people lying in ambush around here. If we move, they will definitely make a move. Wait for me to find these people first, so that we don't know what's going on when we get ambushed." After saying that, he glanced in a few directions. His fingers trembled slightly and a few rays of light shot towards the distance. At the same time, he shouted, "Friends who are watching the show, sacrifice yourself. This old man is the spiritual martial pavilion's Qian Tong." Elder Qian Tong's voice reverberated like a mourning bell in a grave. As soon as his voice fell, several people walked out from 3 directions. These 3 groups of people were the 5 saints of the Black Demon sect and the 3 saints of the Heaven-Slaying organization who had been lying in ambush. The last group of people was the Ghost sect. There were a total of 4 saints. The Black Demon sect's appearance was reasonable. They were the closest to the proud smiling palace and had been waiting for the 2 sides to suffer losses before making their move to pick up Ping Yi. As for the members of the Heaven-Slaying organization, they had yet to reveal themselves. That was because they were experts in concealment, waiting for their opponents to be distracted before dealing a fatal blow. However, this group of people had just arrived. Otherwise, they would definitely help the Ouyang clan to surround and kill Han Kai and the others. The 4 saints of Guizhongyu had arrived long ago. They were invited by the Gu clan to help. Like the Black Demon sect, they wanted to pick up Ping Yi. At the same time, they wanted to prevent the Feng clan and the Dongfang clan from coming to the rescue. A total of 12 saints had appeared, while the proud Smiling Palace only had 3 saints. This situation made the people of the proud Smiling Palace feel hopeless. Following the appearance of these saints, the people fighting below immediately retreated back to their respective camps. The Ouyang clan had more than 30,000 people. More than half of them were dead or injured. The proud Smiling Palace had more than 20,000 people. Now that the saints had appeared, there was no point in continuing to fight like this. They just had to wait for the saints of both sides to decide the victor, and then they would know who was the winner. Now that all the reinforcements of the Ouyang clan had arrived, the proud Smiling Palace was obviously at a disadvantage. However, the participation of the martial spirit court made them worry. Yi Yunfeng, who had been stabbed, was carried back by his companions. He was the brother of the palace master. Even if he was dead, they had to bring him back. At the same time, Lu Su, who had escaped, was caught. His whole body had been beaten by the saint. His eyes were full of resentment. He regretted killing Xian Yao. If he had escaped earlier, he would not have been caught. He was not reconciled. There was no medicine for regret in this world. The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. The saints who were fighting tens of thousands of miles in the sky also split up and returned to their own camps. Han Kai was fine, but his face was extremely pale. He was panting and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that he was fighting 2 people at the same time. Mad Tooth, on the other hand, had many wounds. His body was covered with 10,000-year cold iron. His murderous aura did not relax, and he was still shouting, "I will kill you, you bastard." The 2 saints that Han Kai had invited were not dead, but they were seriously injured. Blood was flowing out of their wounds, and their breathing was unstable. When they stopped, they quickly took out some medicinal pills to recover. On the Ouyang clan side, Ouyang Shao and a low-level saint were fighting Han Kai to a draw. However, Ouyang Shao was confident that if the fight lasted a little longer, he would definitely be able to kill Han Kai. If not for the fact that Han Kai's cultivation level was higher than his, the fight would not have dragged on for so long. Ouyang Zhen was fighting Mad Tooth, and he was also seriously injured. Mad Tooth's fighting style was too desperate. Every move he made hurt the enemy 800 times and himself 1,000 times, so he had to be careful. On the other hand, Gu Lei was fighting Han Kai's friend, Mo Lin. He had the upper hand and was not injured. He was a thunder attribute cultivator, and his battle prowess was rarely matched within the same level. Mo Lin was a wood attribute cultivator, so how could he block his violent attacks? If he had more time, he would definitely be able to kill Mo Lin. The Gu clan's low-level saint, Gu Mo, was fighting with Han Kai's other friend. Both of them were seriously injured. The opposing spirit beasts were also fighting fiercely. Almost all of them were heavily injured, and blood flowed out of their wounds. The only ones who had the upper hand were Han Kai's Fire Cloud Rock and Mad Tooth's Four-Horned Demon Cow. Both of them were high-level spirit beasts, and their battle prowess was quite high. On the other hand, Ouyang Zhen's Golden Leopard and Gu Lei's Thunder Flood Dragon were powerful. The other spirit beasts were also fighting fiercely. All the saints and 8th-grade spirit beasts had stopped fighting, but there were still some spirit beasts that were unwilling to give up. A pitch-black serpent hurriedly swooped down from the 9 heavens. Its body was covered in blood, and one part of its tail had been bitten off. It seemed like it was trying to escape from its opponent. A dragon turtle the size of a mountain descended from the sky, and its loud voice reverberated, "Stinky worm, don't run. Grandpa Turtle is going to peel off your face. Master, save me." The black serpent pleaded to its master, Myriad Viper. Myriad Viper frowned. He raised his hand, and two black fists smashed towards the dragon turtle. A light screen appeared in front of the dragon turtle, and it directly blocked the two black fists. The turtle opened its mouth, and several water columns transformed into thousands of sharp blades, which shot towards Myriad Viper. A saint artifact appeared in Myriad Viper's hand. With a loud roar, he shattered the water pillars one by one. However, he was still sent flying back tens of meters by the powerful rebounding force. Even his aura became slightly chaotic. What a powerful force! Myriad Viper exclaimed in his heart. He was already a high-level saint, but he didn't gain the upper hand in a head-on clash with the dragon turtle. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. It was evident how powerful the dragon turtle was. The dragon turtle didn't care about its opponent's numbers. It actually charged towards the dozen saints and 8th-grade spirit beasts, and it seemed to have the spirit of fighting against a group of enemies. Luo Ming had no choice but to order, "Dragon turtle, come back." Only then did the dragon turtle stop and reluctantly retreated. It was still saying, "Stinky worm, just you wait. Grandpa Turtle is going to swallow you alive." Everyone looked at the mighty dragon turtle and lamented in their hearts, "What a powerful spirit beast." Based on the current situation, no matter if it was a saint or a spirit beast, the most powerful one was definitely the dragon turtle. Even a high-level 8th-grade venomous snake couldn't hurt it at all, and it was even bitten until it was severely injured. When they noticed that this dragon turtle was only a middle-stage mystic, the arch-female's protective spirit beast, they were even more astonished. Why did this woman have such a powerful spirit beast as her bodyguard? Both sides temporarily stopped fighting, but the Ouyang clan still had the upper hand. If the proud Smiling Palace didn't have strong reinforcements, it would most likely be a disaster. Chapter 944. The wind was howling, and the smell of blood was everywhere. The competition between the old forces and the new forces had led to a bloody scene. For the time being, neither the Ouyang family nor the proud Smiling Palace had won. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Overall, the Ouyang family still had the majority of people, and their strength was still a bit stronger than the proud Smiling Palace. Not to mention the saints from the Black Demon sect, the Sha Tian organization, and the Ghost Dark sect who had come to help. The proud Smiling Palace also had the support of the 3 saints from the Martial Spirit Court, but it was not enough. On the surface, the destruction of the proud Smiling Palace was a foregone conclusion. Feng Xianyun panted and ordered, "Everyone, take the medicine to heal your wounds first. Don't retreat from this battle." Feng Xianyun's heavenly venomous magic was an extremely powerful martial art. Although she rarely fought, her combat power was absolutely terrifying. Ordinary middle-stage Xian emperors might not be her match. She had taken over Ling Zhao's position and held on, because she didn't want to back down from this battle. She didn't want to ruin her husband's reputation. Even if she had to die fighting, she would defend until the end. She believed that her husband would definitely come back. More than half of the proud Smiling Palace's Xian emperor's strength had been killed, including Fang Qin, Guan Chang, Yang Xianfeng, Lu Kun Yunfeng, who had the strength of a heavenly master, was pierced by Lu Su and almost died. Fortunately, someone brought him back in time. Xian Yao immediately gave him the spring of life to save his life. Fortunately, he's still breathing, otherwise he really would have died. Xian Yao sighed. Then he looked at the heavily injured Lu Su and said, "As expected, I didn't misjudge you. You're born to be a traitor. If it weren't for the palace lord's love for talent, I would have killed you. Men, cripple him first. Once Yunfeng recovers, he can deal with it himself." You are so cruel. Just kill me." Lu Su gritted his teeth and stared at Xian Yao. If his eyes could kill, Xian Yao would have died 10,000 times. The heavenly master who was guarding Lu Su immediately destroyed his cultivation, and Sunlight Emperor was removed from the central region. The people of the two forces were all healing and recovering, temporarily falling into a stalemate. All the saints stood in front of the two sides and conversed. The Ouyang clan had 3 great saints, the Gu clan had 2 great saints, the Black Demon sect had 5 great saints, the Sha Tian organization had 3 great saints, and the ghost sect had 4 great saints. In total, there were 17 great saints. Almost 1/3 of the central region's great saints were gathered here. They were all first-class peerless experts, and it had been many years since they last made a move. However, they did not stay together. Instead, they stood in different directions, which was enough to prove that the families were not united. On the proud smiling palace's side, Han Kai, his 2 friends, and Mad Tooth made a total of 4 saints. Adding on the 3 saints from the martial spirit court, there were only 7 saints. Compared to the enemy, there were 10 saints, and the enemy had 2 high-level saints. The gap was too big, and it would be difficult for them to continue fighting. Saint Master Han, I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still as elegant as ever. Elder Qian Tong of the Martial Spirit Pavilion bowed slightly to Han Kai. Han Kai revealed a surprised look. Qian Tong, why are you here? And these 2 saints from the Martial Spirit Pavilion, could it be that Feng Zheng is around here? Han Kai did not expect people from the Martial Spirit Pavilion to suddenly come here, and immediately suspected that it was his old friend Feng Zheng. Of course, he did not think that Feng Zheng would send someone to help him. After all, he and Feng Zheng were from the same generation, and the 2 of them had many alchemy competitions between them, and neither of them was willing to admit defeat. However, after they reached the 8th rank, they had only competed once, and since then, they had never seen each other again. Thinking about it, it had been thousands of years. Qian Tong replied, Elder Feng didn't come. It's just that his disciple and martial nephew are old friends with the palace master, so he sent us here to help. It seems that we won't be able to help much. Han Kai nodded slightly, and did not say anything more. Now was not the time to be entangled in other things. So it is Qian Tong. Does your martial spirit pavilion want to stand on the side of the proud smiling palace? Ouyang Xiao frowned and looked at Qian Tong. There were not many saints in the central territory, and all of them had lived for more than 10,000 years. Although they were not familiar with each other, they knew each other's names. The martial spirit pavilion represented the most powerful force in the central territory, and if they really stood on the side of the proud smiling palace, the Ouyang family would have to worry. Brother Xiao, why do you want to fight with the proud smiling palace? Can I be the peacemaker? Qian Tong avoided the question. That's right. This time, they didn't represent the will of the martial spirit pavilion. Their main purpose was to protect Hua Xiaogui and Tangguogua. They didn't want to participate in the battle between the Ouyang clan and the proud smiling palace. The best way was to stop the 2 clans. This matter is irreversible, otherwise why would we use our whole family to take down the proud smiling palace? Qian Tong, you should step back. You know the situation now, you can't stop us. Ouyang Xiao said. Qian Tong's expression became ugly. Is there no room for negotiation? Even if the Ouyang family wins this time, you will lose more than you gain. Why do you have to do this? Qian Tong, 2 of my brothers died at the hands of that little bastard Ling Xiao. Tell me, how can I let them go? I swear I won't rest until I trample the proud smiling palace to the ground. Ouyang Jing roared. Come on, don't think we are afraid of you. The Ouyang family is the bastard. Otherwise, our palace master would not have killed them. Mad Tooth shouted angrily. He was the most loyal person to Ling Xiao, so he was very angry when he heard Ouyang Jin insult Ling Xiao. How dare you? It seems like you don't understand the situation you're in. Everyone, please help the Ouyang clan to kill the people of the proud smiling palace. The Ouyang clan will not mistreat you. Ouyang Jin said to the saints of the Black Demon sect, the Heaven-slaying organization, and the Ghost Dark sect. As his voice fell, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Right at this moment, a few powerful auras swept over from afar, and all the saints looked towards that direction. Ouyang Jin, how dare you? Have you asked me, Feng Qingyuan, if you want to destroy the proud smiling palace? As soon as a shout resounded, a whirlwind blew over, and then a pretty figure appeared before them. Swish, swish. 3 more whistles resounded as soon as the pretty figure descended, and then 3 figures descended by Feng Qingyuan's side. Feng Qingyuan's appearance was still the same, and she was dazzlingly beautiful. There were 3 old men by her side, 1 low-level saint and 2 half-saints, and they could be considered to be the resources and reserves of the Feng clan right now. After all, the Feng clan was ranked at the bottom amongst all the great powers. So what if your Feng family is here? Do you think you can compete with us with just the few of you? Get lost if you know what's good for you, or we'll annihilate all of you. Ouyang Zhen glanced at Feng Qingyuan and spoke indifferently. It was just 2 more saints, and it couldn't change the fact that the Ouyang family had the upper hand. At this moment, Feng Qingyuan also noticed the situation of the 2 sides. Even though the proud smiling palace had quite a bit of support, the Ouyang family was even stronger. Feng Qingyuan frowned slightly and said, "No matter what, you have to get through me if you want to destroy the proud smiling palace." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned her protective spirit beast, White Fengluan. The 3 members of the Feng family by her side summoned their spirit beasts as well. The beasts of the 2 half-saints were at the low rank of the 8th rank, and they were barely able to fight. Since that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Everyone, let's destroy them together. Ouyang Zhen shook his arm and shouted once more. However, when his voice fell, no one moved. Not even the people from his own family moved. Ouyang Shao looked towards a direction and said indifferently, "Looks like the members of the Dongfang family are here as well." Sure enough, as soon as Ouyang Zhao's voice resounded, a few figures silently shuttled through space. In the camp of the proud smiling palace, Dongfang Jing couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Grandma!" The one who led the way was Grandma Dongfang. She held a dragon-shaped walking stick in her hand and a terrifying aura filled the air. "What a good Ouyang family, you actually dare to bully my Dongfang family's vassal. Do you think I don't exist?" Grandma Dongfang glared at the people of the Ouyang family. This Grandma Dongfang had actually reached the strength of a high-level saint. No wonder the entire Dongfang family listened to her. However, it was after Ling Xiao married Dongfang Jing that she broke through to this level of strength. Because Ling Xiao helped her find her husband, Dongfang Zhen, he untied the 1,000-year knot in her heart and released the power that had been suppressed for many years, allowing her to smoothly break through. Following her was a mid-level saint and 3 low-level saints, a total of 5 saints. It could be seen how much the Dongfang family valued Dongfang Jing and how much they cared about Ling Xiao. Of course, this could also be considered as Grandma Dongfang repaying Ling Xiao for bringing Dongfang Zhen back. Now, the number of saints on the proud smiling palace's side had instantly increased to 14, and this did not include the half-saints. It was only 3 less than the Ouyang family's side. This time, the expressions of the people of the Ouyang family became gloomy. They also knew that the Dongfang family would definitely send people to help, but they did not expect that Grandma Dongfang would personally come and send so many saints at once. The situation had become even more strange and difficult to understand. The Ouyang family's side still seemed to have the upper hand, but these people all belonged to different forces. They might not go all out to fight with the Ouyang family to kill the saints on the proud smiling palace's side. This was what made the Ouyang family depressed. "Grandma Dongfang, this is all because of your junior. He killed 2 of my saint elders. This debt must be settled." Ouyang Shao said. "So what if he killed them? What's there to settle? You must have forced him to do this because you wanted to bully him." Grandma Dongfang shouted rather unreasonably. "Easy for you to say. Are you going to let my 2 brothers die in vain?" Ouyang Zhen roared. "Say it, this old woman will accompany you to the end." Grandma Dongfang replied without giving in. "Grandma Dongfang, don't be angry. Why don't we see what Brother Ouyang wants? It's not good for anyone to make such a big fuss." At this moment, Qian Tong spoke again. Chapter 945. The situation had become delicate. The Ouyang clan was no longer as confident as before. With the current situation, apart from the 3 saints of the martial spirit court, the Feng clan and the Dongfang clan would definitely stand by the Laughing Palace's side. As for the Ouyang clan, only the Gu clan, the Black Demon sect, and the Sha Tian organization would be able to help them. The Ghost sect might not be able to help. Therefore, they had to consider whether or not they should fight to the death. Don't squabble here. We, the Black Demon sect, will not leave without a fight. Mei Sha suddenly spoke while the Ouyang clan was hesitating. Not many people knew of her existence. Even among the people present, not many had seen her before. However, the fact that she could speak on behalf of the Black Demon sect showed that her position in the sect was not low. Hee, then let's see who's stronger. Granny Dongfang looked at Mei Sha and sneered. How about this, we each take a step back? Ouyang Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. That's right, Brother Xiao is a reasonable man. Name a compensation. If possible, there is no need to hurt the relationship between the two clans. Qian Tong said like a peacemaker. Hua Xiaoge, who was not far away, muttered in dissatisfaction, what is Elder Qian Tong doing? Do you want the Laughing Palace to compensate them? Tang Guogua replied, the situation is stronger than the people, and the boss isn't here. Let's see what they have to say first. Ouyang Xiao said, as long as you hand over that little bastard Ling Xiao and his family, hand over all the wealth of the Laughing Palace, and announce to the world that the Laughing Palace is disbanded, we will not hold anyone responsible. Of course, you can take away the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan. As long as they do not offend us in the future, we will forget about it. Ouyang Zhao's words were indeed clever. He was willing to let go of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan, which meant that Dongfang Jing and Ji Beixin could leave with their clans and would not harm them. This was equivalent to giving face to the two clans and not meddling in the affairs of the Laughing Palace. That's impossible. Feng Qingyuan immediately refused. Ling Xiao was the only disciple of the demonic emperor, so as his mistress, she would definitely protect her no matter what. Qian Tong also thought that Ouyang Zhao's proposal was too much. Although the Martial Spirit Pavilion didn't want to get involved, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua would definitely stand on Ling Zhao's side. At that time, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Qian Tong had to persuade Ouyang Xiao again. Brother Xiao, you're really making things difficult for us. It's better to let them compensate us with some Xian crystals or spirit treasures. There's no need to say anything more. If you don't agree to this condition, our Ouyang family swears to fight to the end. Ouyang Zheng regained his composure. As long as the 5 saints of the Black Demon sect did not shrink back, they would have the confidence to fight. That's right, we must take Ling Zhao's life. Ouyang Xiao said in a deep voice. When the Palace of Arrogant Laughter's people were about to say something, several other auras rushed over from afar. The saints of both sides were nervous. They were guessing if it was the other side's people. If it was the other side's people, then the battle would change dramatically. You think you can take Ling Zhao's life just like that? Have you asked for my permission? A very arrogant voice responded. At the same time, a golden rod that looked like a 1,000-meter-tall pillar smashed down from the sky toward Ouyang Xiao. The aura of the golden cudgel was extremely powerful, and it was incomparably huge. It was as if several mountains had smashed down. How dare you! Ouyang Xiao was already a high-level saint, one of the most powerful beings in the central region. No ordinary person would dare to use force on him. It was a great disrespect to him. Moreover, although this move was extremely powerful, it was child's play for a high-level saint like him. He didn't move. He flicked his finger and a little wind shot toward the golden rod. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the huge golden rod was instantly repelled and flew back. Your Highness, let me catch it. Another sound rang out from the direction where the golden rod had been bounced back. Then, a skinny hand caught the golden rod that had been bounced back at high speed. At this moment, the crowd finally saw who exactly the person who had arrived was. The leader was a strong young man. He looked similar to a human, but he had golden fur all over his body. He wore a crown of feathers on his head and wore a golden holy robe. He looked like an ape, and a domineering aura surrounded him. His eyes were filled with disdain for the world. He was Yuan Zhantian, whom they had not seen for a long time. And the one who caught the golden cudgel for him was an old monkey. He looked like a skinny old man and always had a cheeky smile on his face, which made him look very funny. Don't be fooled by his weak appearance. In fact, he was a monkey king who had reached the 8th level. Beside Yuan Zhantian were the 4 ape kings. Each of them had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. Their eyes were ferocious, and their golden fur stood on end. They were all powerful low-level 8th rank spirit beasts. Yuan Zhantian had already used his actions to prove that he was on their side. Where did this barbarian come from? How dare he meddle in our Ouyang clan's business? Ouyang looked at Yuan Zhantian with an ashen face. He could clearly feel that Yuan Zhantian was only a mid-level mystic emperor, but he dared to challenge the Ouyang clan. It must be because of the old monkey and the 4 ape kings beside him. However, he did not understand why such a team was helping the proud smiling palace. He was so angry that he wanted to drink blood. Yuan Zhantian took the golden rod from the old monkey and shrunk it in his hand. He pointed at the Ouyang clan and shouted, "Scram now, and I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao is my mortal enemy. He can only be defeated by me, not by you." The moment he said this, everyone from the Ouyang clan and the proud smiling palace knew who he was. "So it's Yuan Zhantian. Back then, he fought with you in the War Chaos Abyss and lost to you by a single move. Who would have thought that he would actually bring people to help our proud smiling palace?" Dongfang Jing looked at Yuan Zhantian and sighed. She had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian with her own eyes. A just cause attracts help. It seems that the palace lord is really popular. The proud smiling palace will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Xian Yao laughed heartily. With the current situation, they might not have 100% chance of winning, but at least they did not have to worry about being wiped out by the other party. No matter what, when the palace lord returns, we must get justice from the Ouyang clan. Cruel Leopard said unhappily. That's right, we must get revenge. Feng Xianyun agreed. So many people from the proud smiling palace had died today. If they did not get justice from the Ouyang clan, it would be the same as being bullied by them. They could not let this matter rest. Feng Xianyun knew Ling Xiao's character and knew that he would agree with them. Good, in that case, there is no need to say more. No matter how many people come today, the Ouyang clan will fight to the end. Ouyang was about to go crazy. He thought that it would be easy to take down the proud smiling palace after stirring up a few forces to help, but now he found that it was a stone that was difficult to chew. However, there was no turning back now. They could only fight to the end. After he shouted, he held a holy sword in his hand and rushed towards Yuan Zhantian with Golden Leopard. "Old bastard, your opponent is me." Mad Tooth and Four-Horned Demon Bull rushed towards Ouyang, vowing to fight to the death with Ouyang. "Guys, let's do it. It's pointless to retreat now. As long as the proud smiling palace is still alive, we will always be targeted. Why don't we kill them now?" Ouyang shouted. At the same time, he attacked Han Kai again. "What a big hat. If you want to destroy the proud smiling palace, then we will destroy the Ouyang clan first." Han Kai responded in a deep voice. Then he and Hui Yunpeng fought again. At the same time, Gu Lei shouted at the ghost sect, "Brother Fu, what are you waiting for?" The ghost sect was the most hesitant. Although they had a marriage alliance with the Gu clan, they did not want to do anything that did not benefit them. If they did not attack, they would offend both the Ouyang clan and the Gu clan at the same time. However, if they attacked, they would also offend others. This made them very conflicted. "Let's attack. We just need to restrain the Feng clan," the leading old man of the ghost sect said after a moment of hesitation. He was very cunning. He actually chose the weakest Feng clan to attack. This way, he could reduce their losses and help the Ouyang clan and the Gu clan. Sha Tian's 3 saints also attacked. One of them was a mid-level saint while the other 2 were low-level saints. It was obvious that Sha Tian's palace master was not among the 3 of them. The 3 of them intercepted the 4 ape king protectors of Yuan Zhantian. The 5 saints of the Black Demon sect faced the 4 saints of the Dongfang clan. In addition, Luo Meng also sent the dragon turtle to help the Dongfang clan. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage. The 3 from the martial spirit court also joined the battle. However, they would not fight to the death. Like the 4 from the ghost sect, they only wanted to restrain the saints of the other side. In a battle between saints, 8th grade spirit beasts were killing each other. This part of the world began to tremble and the mountains began to shake. The two sides could only stay as far away as possible to avoid being involved. At this time, the Black Demon Sect disciples who had been hiding suddenly came out. There were 10,000 of them, and they attacked the people of the Laughing Palace. They were originally waiting for the Ouyang clan and the Laughing Palace to be mutually wounded before coming out to clean up the mess. Now that the situation was different, they could only help the Ouyang clan to kill the people of the Laughing Palace. Of course, the Ouyang clan would not let go of this opportunity when the people of the Black Demon Sect suddenly appeared. They immediately sent all their people to cooperate with the Black Demon Sect to kill the people of the Laughing Palace. I should have known that the army of the Black Demon Sect was lying in ambush here. Xian Yao frowned and sighed. Even though he had expected it, he had no way to resolve it. After all, the people of the Laughing Palace were all here. There would not be any more reinforcements. Fortunately, a golden staff fell from the sky and smashed dozens of people of the Black Demon Sect. Yuan Zhantian roared. Brandishing his golden rod, he began to kill in all directions, lending the proud, smiling palace a hand. Chapter 946. Yuan Zhantian was like a god of war. Although he was only a middle-stage Xian the Arch, his combat power was no less than a high-stage Xian the Arch. His golden staff was a top-notch sacred weapon. His staff techniques were superb. Every strike of his staff would send more than 10 people flying, seriously injuring or killing them. His world power was even more frightening. He turned into thousands of figures, each holding a golden staff and killing in all directions. The Black Demon Sect disciples fled as far as they could from the plague. Don't be so arrogant. I will fight you. A high-stage Xian the Arch from the Black Demon Sect shouted. He held a black staff and charged at Yuan Zhantian. His world force turned into a swamp, as if it could swallow everything in its path. It was especially strange and indescribable. Although his world power was extraordinary and it could swallow many of Yuan Zhantian's illusions, it could not withstand Yuan Zhantian's crazy and terrifying attacks. The swamp world became a world of mud in the end. The high-stage Xian Thearka's world power could not withstand Yuan Zhantian's thousands of illusions. He gave up on resisting and used his black staff to attack Yuan Zhantian's real body. You dare to compete with me in staff techniques? You are courting death. Yuan Zhantian exuded a strong golden light. He shouted and the golden staff in his hand turned into countless staff shadows that met the high-stage Xian Thearka's black staff. Clang. The weapons clashed, creating intense sparks. Although the high-stage Xian the Arch was at a high cultivation level, Yuan Zhantian's combat power was not any lower than his. The golden staff in his hand was of a much higher grade than the black staff. In a head-on collision, the black staff was broken. While the high-stage Xian the Arch was still in shock, the golden staff had already smashed into his face. Bang! That high-tiered mystic Thearka's head was smashed into mush, and fresh blood and brains were mixed together. It looked abnormally disgusting. Yuan Zhantian did not stop. He once again charged into the Black Demon Sect and killed everyone. However, the Black Demon Sect had many people. A small number of experts were sent to deal with Yuan Zhantian. They were able to delay him and even injure him. Fortunately, he had Old Monkey watching over him. He would not be in any danger. Old Monkey did not participate in the battle. He just watched the show from the side with a smile. Most of the people of the Black Demon Sect and the people of the Ouyang clan had joined hands to kill the people of the proud Smiling Palace. The situation had become one-sided. Kill. Even if we die in battle today, we won't retreat. Once again, Feng Xianyun displayed her heroic spirit. With a loud shout, she waved both of her swords, and the sword beams kept flashing as she killed her enemies. The savage leopard also displayed his usual bloodthirsty nature. Like a demon, he constantly killed his enemies. His whole body was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on his body. Ji Beixin played her zither, hypnotizing the enemies while the innate in-wind baleful qi corroded the enemy's life force. The people of the proud Smiling Palace were fighting with their lives on the line. They had no way out. They could only wait for the battle of the holy saints to come and help them. Luckily, the Smiling Palace was still alive. Hundreds of elite soldiers from the Dongfang family and the Feng family arrived. Among these people, there were dozens of mystic thearchs while the rest were heavenly venerates. They were the elites of the two clans. Although there were only about 1,000 of them, it was enough to influence the outcome of the battle. Sister Jing, Big Brother is here to help you. Dongfang Xiong raised his mace and charged towards the people of the Ouyang family. At the same time, he shouted in the direction of Dongfang Jing. Dongfang Jing revealed a happy smile and replied, "Thank you, Big Brother. Be careful, there are too many enemies." "Don't worry, Big Brother will help you escape," Dongfang Xiong shouted. At the same time, Ji Beixin was slashed onto the zither by a middle-stage Xian emperor. The zither was cut into two, and the saber energy was still slashing towards her forehead. Ji Beixin's heart turned cold. She knew that it would be difficult for her to dodge. She thought to herself, "Farewell, husband." Just as the saber energy was about to land on Ji Beixin's forehead, a gust of wind blew over and sent the saber flying to the side. An old man landed beside Ji Beixin and said, "Girl, cheer up. With us here, you will be fine." This old man was the eldest of the 3 elders of the Feng clan. The other 2 elders were killing enemies elsewhere, sharing the pressure for the proud Smiling Palace. Ji Beixin nodded happily and said, "Thank you, great elder." At this time, she also saw Feng Wuing and Feng Yaxin fighting bravely and felt incomparably gratified. She hadn't been in the Feng clan for long, but now she could clearly feel the Feng clan's care for her. It was absolutely sincere. People always see the truth in times of trouble. This battle also affected the alliance between the proud Smiling Palace, the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan. The relationship between them would be consolidated for the next 10,000 years, watching over each other and taking care of each other. With the help of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan, the pressure on the proud Smiling Palace and the others was relieved. However, it was still impossible for them to turn defeat into victory. After all, the Black Demon sect had 10,000 more people, and there was no lack of semi-sage experts among them. They were not easy to deal with. Now that Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luo were in the middle of the battlefield, they also wanted to use their own strength to kill the enemy. However, they were suddenly pulled out of the battlefield by Qian Tong of the Spirit Martial Pavilion. "Elder Qian Tong, what are you doing? Master sent you here to help us. How can you do this? Hurry up and help us kill the enemy." Hua Xiaogui shouted in dissatisfaction. Qian Tong restrained the 2 of them and explained, "The current situation does not allow us to do anything. I can only protect you too." As Qian Tong spoke, there was already a mid-level saint from the Ghost Darkness sect glaring at him. However, the mid-level saint saw that Qian Tong did not make a move, so he did not move either. In any case, the 2 of them were here to help, so there was no need to fight with their lives on the line. "Bastard, let us go. I will help the proud Smiling Palace even if I die." Hua Xiaogui shouted as she struggled. Tang Luo also said, "Yes, if we can't help the boss in this battle, how can we face the boss in the future?" Unfortunately, no matter what they said, Qian Tong remained indifferent. His purpose in coming here was to stand on the side of the proud Smiling Palace, but he would never kill the Ouyang family for the proud Smiling Palace. After all, the Spirit Martial Pavilion was not an ally of the proud Smiling Palace, and their friendship was not close enough to help them. At best, they could only satisfy the request of 2 junior disciples to resolve this conflict. However, now that things had deviated from the trajectory of their imagination, Qian Tong naturally did not want to get involved. High up in the sky, Han Kai's fire control skill had reached a high level of perfection. The fire cloud rock he was controlling was like a real entity, constantly attacking Ouyang Shao. The rock's wings flapped for tens of thousands of kilometers, sending out raging flames that seemed to burn the sky and evaporate the sea. Ouyang Shao was a man with half a foot in the coffin. His cultivation was also unfathomable. Countless waves surged forward and formed a vast ocean around him. The wind was strong and the waves were strong. Countless waves struck the flaming cloud rock. Space Force continued to collapse as they fought. Ouyang Xiao, today, this old master will send you to hell one step earlier. Han Kai shouted as he formed a series of seals with his hands, condensing and increasing his strength. He then flipped his palms and condensed a huge fiery palm print that seemed to absorb all the power in this world and smash towards Ouyang Xiao. Ouyang Xiao's face became solemn. He could feel the terrifying power of this move, and he knew that Han Kai was going all out. You are not qualified. Ouyang Xiao roared. Holding the holy sword in his hand, he poured all his strength into the sword, and a water dragon roared out from the sword, its momentum shaking the surroundings. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two energies continuously entangled and bombarded each other, causing the surrounding air to be compressed and the space to become chaotic. The power of the giant palm print was not completely consumed, and the power of the water dragon also broke through the power of the giant palm print. The two remaining forces blasted towards Han Kai and Ouyang Xiao. Puff puff. Han Kai and Ouyang Xiao both used all their strength, and it was difficult for them to dodge each other's attacks. They were both sent flying far away, coughing up blood, and were seriously injured. On the other side, Mad Tooth and Ouyang Zhen were also engaged in a life-and-death battle. Mad Tooth waved his 10 millennia cold steel, which was like the tentacles of a cockroach, trying to strangle Ouyang Zhen. Ouyang Zhen, on the other hand, used all kinds of high-level sword skills to knock away Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel. At the same time, he released countless sword chi to attack Mad Tooth's vital parts. Mad Tooth's entire body was lacerated by the sword aura, and blood was trickling out of his wounds. Ouyang Zhen wasn't any better off. His aged face had been whipped by the 10 millennia cold steel, and a ghastly scar was left on his face. You mad dog, I will chop off your head today. Ouyang Zhen's strength was stronger than Mad Tooth's, but he was not as desperate as Mad Tooth. He was furious. After he shouted, the long sword in his hand spun rapidly, and his body also spun along with it. His whole body became one with the long sword, and he turned into a sword chi, stabbing towards Mad Tooth's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning, and the sword chi kept surging around. Before the attack arrived, it had already created a sharp wind, which could make people feel cold. Bastard, I want to drink your blood as a sacrifice for the warriors of the proud, smiling palace. Mad Tooth shouted, and an evil demon appeared behind him. It was covered in a thick black mist, and had a strong, bloodthirsty and corrosive nature. Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel intertwined into a thick chain. All of his power was concentrated on the chain, and he swung it towards Ouyang Zhen. Clang, clang. Ouyang Zhen used all of his power. His holy sword hacked on Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel, and the 10 millennia cold steel was cut into pieces. The tip of the sword pierced through Mad Tooth's chest. Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me. Mad Tooth acted like he was possessed. His red eyes were full of bloodthirst. He held Ouyang Zhen with both of his hands, lowered his head, and bit towards Ouyang Zhen's neck. Ah! Ouyang Zhen screamed, and his long sword twisted in Mad Tooth's chest. Mad Tooth's upper body was torn apart, and his blood splashed everywhere. Mad Tooth died just like that. However, Ouyang Zhen didn't have a good time either. His neck was broken by Mad Tooth's teeth, and blood kept oozing out. Ouyang Zhen hurriedly covered his neck with his hands, and took out some hemostasis spirit grass and medicinal pellets. He swallowed them and barely stopped the bleeding. Chapter 947. Motherf Ker, you're courting death by fighting me. Ouyang Zhen panted. If he had been any slower, his neck would have been bitten off by Mad Tooth. He did not expect Mad Tooth to be so crazy. Although he had killed Mad Tooth, he could not participate in the battle anymore. All his strength had been used up, and there were many wounds on his body. The wound on his neck could not be moved. If it burst open again, he would not be able to survive. After all, the throat was the most fatal part. Fortunately, before Mad Tooth died, his protective spirit beast, the four-horned demon cow, had just destroyed Ouyang Zhen's leopard. Otherwise, it would have been a waste. On the other side, the saints of the Black Demon sect and the Dongfang clan were also fighting fiercely. Although the Black Demon sect had one more saint, the Dongfang clan had the most powerful dragon turtle. It could fight against the Thousand Vipers' Black Snake Spirit Beast, a middle-level saint, and the saint's protective spirit beast. The dragon turtle's strongest point was its defense. It was almost immune to attacks that were weaker than it. This was equivalent to being in an invincible state. Coupled with its powerful and ferocious attacks, it was able to gain the upper hand even when fighting 1 against 3. If it was given a little more time, the black snake would definitely be swallowed alive. The middle-level saint and his 8th-level spirit beast would not be able to escape death either. With the dragon tortoise as a distraction, Granny Dongfeng and her spiritual beasts had a much easier time dealing with the myriad venomous serpent, who had been a high-level saint for many years. Otherwise, the myriad venomous serpent's poisonous techniques would have been extremely difficult to deal with. As for Black Demon's wife, Mei Sha, her killing methods were extremely shocking. The mid-level saint of the Dongfang clan was forced to retreat again and again. He was surrounded by danger again and again. The middle-level saint could not fight back at all, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a situation that he had not encountered for many years. He also realized that the woman in front of him definitely had the strength of a peak middle-level saint. It would not be long before she would have the opportunity to step into a higher level. Feng Qingyuan of the Feng clan could be said to be unparalleled in terms of speed. However, the Ghost Darkness sect had sent 2 people to tangle with her. One was a mid-level saint, and the other was a low-level saint. They only focused on defense and did not fight to the death with her. This made it difficult for her to defeat them, let alone help the others. The more she fought, the angrier she became. Fu Zhen, if you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite. Feng Qingyuan frowned and shouted. Fu Zhen was the leader of the Guiyu sect. He had the strength of a mid-level saint and had entered this realm earlier than Feng Qingyuan. His strength was much denser than Feng Qingyuan's. Fairy Feng, you don't have to do this. Your Feng family has become enemies with several big powers for the sake of the proud smiling palace. I'm afraid you won't have a good time in the future, Fu Zhen replied. They had already chosen to stand on the Ouyang clan's side, so naturally, they wouldn't let the Feng clan help others. Then all of you can go to hell. Feng Qingyan shouted out fiercely, the holy sword in her hand danced. With her as the center, she instantly swept up a ball of wind blades that formed a huge energy. The blades twisted in all directions. The energy was divided into countless wind blades that slashed towards Fu Zhen and the other low-level saint. At the same time, her figure surged like a ghost and swept towards the low-level saint. Her long sword went straight for the low-level saint's eyebrows. The low-level saint was already having a hard time fending off Feng Qingyuan's wind blades. If it wasn't for Fu Zhen bearing most of the pressure, he would have been killed. Now that Feng Qingyuan suddenly attacked him, he was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but found that Feng Qingyuan's long sword followed him like a shadow, and it was impossible for him to get rid of it. Don't you dare hurt my junior brother. Fu Zhen dispersed Feng Qingyuan's wind blades. He shouted loudly and the round hammer in his hand rapidly smashed towards Feng Qingyuan. If Feng Qingyuan really wanted to assassinate the low-level saint, she would also have to take Fu Zhen's heavy blow. This could be considered as a strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao Feng. He originally thought that Feng Qingyuan wouldn't take this risk. After all, even if he couldn't kill Feng Qingyuan with this move, he would at least seriously injure her. Unfortunately, he was wrong this time. Feng Qingyuan actually ignored everything and stabbed the long sword between her junior brother's eyebrows without hesitation. The low-level saint let out a shrill cry. His head was penetrated, his sea of consciousness was directly destroyed, and his soul was scattered. All his vitality was cut off, and no elixirs or miraculous medicines could save him. At the same time, Feng Qingyuan's back was smashed by Fu Zhen's heavy round hammer. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her entire body was sent flying like a broken kite. Damned bitch, you forced me to turn against you. You actually killed my junior brother. I'll definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces. Fu Zhen shouted madly and called back her round hammer. After that, she smashed it madly towards Feng Qingyuan. Countless shadows of the hammer were accompanied by thunderbolts, and the surrounding space collapsed into pieces. Although Feng Qingyuan had suffered internal injuries, it wasn't as serious as she had imagined. This was because she was wearing a high-level saint armor given to her by the evil emperor, and it had blocked most of the strength of the attack. This was also the important thing that she relied on to take the risk to assassinate the low-level saint. Feng Qingyuan shouted delicately. Her body floated like a light breeze, and she dodged most of Fu Zhen's attack. She swung her long sword to block the rest of the attack, but she was still forced to retreat. In terms of strength, she was much weaker than Fu Zhen, and it was obvious that she was at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. "I've already warned you, you asked for it." Feng Qingyuan responded and retreated 1,000 meters. Once again, she organized an attack and fought with Fu Zhen with speed. Fu Zhen was also angry. Previously, they had only wanted to delay the people from the Feng family, but they didn't expect that the Feng family wasn't here to fish in troubled waters, but to help the proud, smiling palace wholeheartedly. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Feng Qingyuan with his junior brother with all his strength. Now it was too late. He could only kill Feng Qingyuan to avenge his junior brother. On the other hand, Gu Lei from the Gu family was beating Mo Lin half to death with ease. Although he was only at the peak of the mid-level saint, his combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary high-level saint. Countless thunder and lightning bolts made people feel that it was difficult to resist. His Thunder Flood Dragon was also extremely powerful, and Mo Lin's spirit beast was also bitten to death. "Surrender to the Gu family, and we'll spare your life." Gu Lei held a long dagger axe in his hand and looked at the seriously injured Mo Lin indifferently. There were limited saints in the central region, and every one of them was a peerless expert with the ability to dominate a region. Gu Lei had a good idea. His family didn't have many saints, and he was thinking about whether he could subdue this person for his own use. You're not qualified to make me surrender." Mo Lin laughed bitterly, and then glanced in Han Kai's direction. He said in his heart, "Saint Master Han, I'm sorry." Then, several beads that looked like heavenly lightning beads appeared in his hand, and he threw them at Gu Lei. Gu Lei thought that they were real heavenly lightning beads, and he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly changed his position, and at the same time he waved his hand, and a force swept away the beads. However, he realized that the beads didn't explode, and he knew that he had been tricked. When Gu Lei looked at Mo Lin again, he was nowhere to be seen. "You actually dared to trick me. Do you think you can escape?" Gu Lei was furious. He jumped onto the back of the Thunder Flood Dragon and chased in the direction that Mo Lin had escaped. As for the 3 saints under Sha Tian's command, they fought against the 4 Ape Kings, and the battle was also quite fierce. Although the 4 Ape Kings were only at the low level of the 8th order, they were extremely strong. Every punch was enough to split mountains and rivers, and their physical defense was extremely abnormal. Although the 3 Jade Killers had lost one person, one of them was a mid-level saint, and they had the help of 3 8th order spirit beasts, so they weren't at a disadvantage. They were good at assassination, and their movements were very unpredictable. They often changed to different tricky angles to assassinate the 4 Ape Kings. However, even if they stabbed the Ape Kings 3 times, a single punch from the Ape King would be enough to make them suffer. It was impossible for them to determine the victor in a short period of time. The 2 saints from the Martial Spirit Council were just casually dealing with them. They did not really fight, and no one really dared to fight them seriously. After all, the power of the Martial Spirit Council was enough to intimidate many people. Although they were on the side of the proud smiling palace, everyone could see that they did not really want to get involved. This was also the reason why the proud smiling palace did not have the upper hand. The battle between the saints was extremely fierce. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Below them, the melee had reached its climax. The proud smiling palace's 20,000 people had been reduced to a few thousand. The Ouyang clan still had about 10,000 people, and the Black Demon sect had 7,000 to 8,000 people. Many of them had been killed by the Dongfang clan, the Feng clan, and Yuan Zhantan. The Dongfang clan and the Feng clan had both suffered losses. This battle was extremely fierce. More and more people died, and the ground was dyed red with blood. As the leader of the proud smiling palace, Feng Xianyun had killed countless people. Now, she was besieged by two black demon sects mid-level Xian emperors. She had many wounds on her body, and her aura was becoming more and more unstable. Luo Meng was also in a difficult situation. Her combat experience was much worse than the others. If not for her spirit-level world power, she would have died a long time ago. As for Ji Beixin, the three elders of the Feng clan were taking care of her from time to time. Her life was not in danger yet. Dongfang Jing was also protected by the Dongfang clan's experts, so she could guard Xian Yao and Yi Yunfeng with peace of mind. On the other hand, Wei Dai's situation was getting more and more dangerous. She was protected by her brother, Leng Shi, and the 8 generals. However, they were only heavenly masters, and it was difficult for them to fight against Xian emperors. A low-level Xian emperor from the Ouyang clan was called Ouyang Bin. He was famous for being lecherous. Even on the battlefield, he did not forget to pay attention to Feng Xianyun, Ji Beixin, Dongfang Jing, Luo Meng, and Wei Dai. He saw that Wei Dai had the least number of experts by her side, and he, the mystic the arch, was able to deal with Leng Shi without any resistance. He then approached Wei Dai and laughed, "Beauty, let's see where you can run to this time. Be obedient and listen to me, and I can spare your life." At the same time, he reached out to grab Wei Dai's full chest. Just as his hand was about to come into contact with Wei Dai's chest, a strong gust of wind swept over and a strong hand grabbed onto his hand in advance. Chapter 948. On the battlefield, it was either you die or I die. Ouyang Bin did not forget to flirt with a beauty in the midst of a chaotic battle. His thoughts were not something that an ordinary person could compare with. However, just as he was about to touch Wei Dai's full and bouncy chest, his hand was pinched by another hand. Ouyang Bin did not panic. Without thinking, he raised the long sword in his other hand and quickly slashed at the hand that grabbed him. However, before his sword could slash, the opponent used force and directly tore his arm off. Ouyang Bin let out a heart-wrenching scream. That sound was like a pig being slaughtered, and it made people's hair stand on end. A mystic, the arch-martial expert's bones and flesh were already extremely tough. Ordinary people could not even think of tearing them apart. However, it looked like the person just pulled lightly, and Ouyang Bin's arm was shifted. Blood kept spurting out from his wound. "Do you think you can touch my woman?" A cold voice rang faintly in Ouyang Bin's ears. This voice sounded like it came from the 9 levels of hell, and it made people who heard it feel uncomfortable as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The cold, murderous intent was terrifying. Ouyang Bin could not care so much and immediately retreated. He knew that the person who came was definitely a first-class martial expert. However, could he still escape? Just as his body moved, the person kicked fiercely and directly at Ouyang Bin's genitals. Bang! Ouyang Bin only felt pain in his nether regions. His 2 balls were directly kicked and exploded. Moreover, the power of that kick even attacked his entire body, directly causing his dantian to explode and his internal organs to rupture. He died on the spot. It was already obvious who the person was. That's right, he was the palace lord of the proud smiling palace, Ling Shao. After a long and arduous journey, he finally rushed back from the Myriad Flower sect to the territory of the proud smiling palace. However, just as he was about to return to Wine Cloud City, he found out that the main forces of the proud smiling palace had all rushed to the territory of the 3 village gang to prepare for battle. Therefore, he changed his route and rushed here at the last minute. When he arrived here, he found that the people of the proud smiling palace were already at the edge of danger. His heart was burning with anger. The first thing he did was to search for the whereabouts of his woman and brother. Only then did he realize that Wei Dai was about to be molested. Ouyang Bin could be considered unlucky. The first person he encountered was Ling Shao, who was filled with rage. After he died, his balls would be broken and he would become a eunuch. "Shao, you're finally back." Wei Dyer looked at the dignified man in front of her, and her beautiful eyes could not help but overflow with tears. She was too tired from the past 2 days of killing. It had been too hard for her. She thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't show up until she died. Fortunately, he came back now, and her heart was at ease. Ling Xiao bent down and wiped away her tears. He said softly, "I'm back. Leave everything to me." Looking at the injuries all over Wei Dyer's body, Ling Xiao only felt pain in his heart. His woman, whom he loved dearly, was actually bullied by others. Today, he swore that he would start a massacre. When Wei Dyer was about to say something, she saw someone slashing towards Ling Xiao. She immediately exclaimed, "Xiao, be careful behind you." However, Ling Xiao seemed to have no reaction at all. He let the sneak attacker slash at his back. The attacker was a high-level celestial master. He thought that he could cut the man and the woman in front of him into two. However, when his saber slashed at their backs, a powerful shockwave shook the saber out of his hands. His hands started to bleed. He was shocked. He knew that the person in front of him was definitely very scary. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, Ling Xiao had already turned around and swept a roundhouse kick at his face. Bang! The powerful whip kick directly smashed the high-level celestial master's head. Ling Xiao did not even look at the dead man. He pulled Wei Dyer up and gave her a healing elixir. Then, he turned around and found that Lung Shi was being besieged. The situation was very critical. He transformed into a gust of wind, and countless footsteps swept across the surrounding Ouyang clan members, causing them to explode into pieces. The power of the wind god's kick was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. When Lung Shi saw who it was, he could not help but exclaim, "Palace Master! You don't have to say anything. I know. You and Wei Dyer should take care of yourselves first," Ling Xiao said as he patted Lung Shi's shoulder. Then, Ling Xiao flew towards the 8 generals and wiped out the people around them. He did not have time to save the others one by one. Instead, he summoned Xiao Jin and Muscle Man, "Kill them all." Then, he flew up into the sky like a hawk and shouted, "I'm back. Everyone from the proud, smiling palace, gather together and wait for me to bring justice to you." Ling Xiao's voice was loud and mighty. Although there were many attacks, everyone could still hear him clearly. Many people raised their heads and looked at the man with a majestic aura. Their eyes were filled with worship. The palace master is finally back. He did not retreat. Everyone, gather together and wait for the palace master's orders. That's right. With the palace master here, the proud smiling palace will definitely win. Damn it. Ouyang family, Black Demon sect, you bastards will die. The remaining people of the proud smiling palace were all excited. They had long since respected Ling Xiao. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was an omnipotent god of war. With him, the proud smiling palace would never lose. The people of the proud smiling palace began to retreat. The Dongfang family and the Feng family also cooperated to cover for them. Thousands of people fought and retreated at the same time, and the battle began to change. When Feng Xianyun, Ji Beixin, Luo Ming, and Dongfang Jing saw Ling Xiao, they all cried tears of joy. They had been holding on for too long. They were not worried that Ling Xiao would not dare to come back, but they were afraid that they would die before they could see Ling Xiao. Now, they did not have to worry about that anymore. Xian Yao also smiled and said, "Finally he's back. I knew the heavens would not let the proud smiling palace die." Yuan Zhantian also caught a glimpse of Ling Xiao and realized that Ling Xiao's aura was even stronger than his. He muttered to himself, "How does this guy cultivate? He's advancing faster than me." Ling Xiao did not waste any more words. He held the golden dragon spear and began to kill. Wherever he went, there would always be people dying under his golden dragon spear. Now that he had reached the strength of a high-level mystic emperor, he could fight against a low-level saint if he went all out. Moreover, his body was so strong that he was immune to many attacks. He did not care about defense at all and only cared about killing to his heart's content. "Let me take your head." Ouyang Zhan rushed out from the crowd and attacked Ling Xiao. As the future successor of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Zhan's battle power was quite extraordinary. His strength had reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm, and he had killed many generals of the proud Smiling Palace, including the mid-level Mystic Emperor Fang Chen and the low-level Mystic Emperor Lu Kun. He knew that Ling Xiao was the culprit behind the deaths of their two ancestors, and he couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao right now. Although he did not know how Ling Xiao had killed his two ancestors, he did not think that Ling Xiao had done it with his own strength. He must have used some kind of trick to kill them. Ouyang Zhan did not explain the situation to the younger generation, which led to Ouyang Zhan's assumption. It also doomed him to be like an egg hitting a stone. Even if Ouyang Zhan had the strength of a half-step saint, it was still not enough in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao was full of anger and his killing intent was at its strongest. He held the golden dragon spear and clashed with Ouyang Zhan without any fancy moves. Ouyang Zhan's low-level saint weapon shattered with one touch, and a golden dragon pierced through his chest, shattering his internal organs. Ouyang Zhan did not expect that he would not be able to last one round with his strength. Ling Xiao picked up Ouyang Zhan's body expressionlessly and shouted, "Today, none of you are allowed to escape from the proud Smiling Palace." Bang! As his voice fell, his golden dragon spear vibrated and shattered Ouyang Zhan's body. Ling Xiao's actions undoubtedly inspired the fighting spirit of everyone in the proud Smiling Palace. It also shocked the hearts of the people of the Ouyang clan and the Black Demon sect. However, it was not so easy to scare off so many people. A half-step saint of the Black Demon sect swept toward Ling Xiao like a ghost, and a pair of ghostly claws went to grab Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao did not even look back as he continued forward, as if he did not know that someone was sneaking up on him. "Hee, Ling Xiao, your head is mine," the half-step saint of the Black Demon sect said with a sinister smile. Just as the ghostly claws were about to grab Ling Xiao's neck, a huge fist came from the side. The half-step saint did not even have time to react before his head was smashed to smithereens. "You want to touch my boss? Have you asked for my permission?" A strong and handsome man said disdainfully. "Don't waste time here. Kill to your heart's content." Ling Xiao turned around and shouted at the muscular man. "Yes, boss," the muscular man replied, and a pair of tiger-striped wings immediately spread out from his back. He transformed into a birdman and began to attack the people of the Ouyang clan and the Black Demon sect. Every punch carried a vast power. Humans and spirit beasts alike would be smashed into minced meat under the power of this punch. His tiger-striped wings were like the sharpest weapons, strangling the people on both sides to his heart's content. He was an 8th-level low-level mutant spirit beast. His combat power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Xiao Jin was also very skillful. Spirit beasts that were at the same level or higher than him were no match for him. His third eye had a strange ability that could confuse his opponents and make them pause, giving him enough time to bite his opponents. Ling Xiao completely let go of his hands and feet. Wherever the golden dragon spear went, there would be howls of agony. If he met a difficult opponent, he would use his psyche power to kill him. Two of the half-step saints were attacked by his psyche power, and their minds were damaged. Then Ling Xiao killed them. Ling Xiao's return had undoubtedly changed the situation of the battlefield. Ouyang Zhenfei descended from the sky, holding Mad Tooth's head in his hand. He looked at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Ling Xiao, you little bastard! You finally showed up. I swear I will kill you today. I will destroy the Laughing Palace and avenge my brother." Chapter 949. Ouyang Zhen had a short period of time to recuperate. The wound on his neck had already healed with the help of high-grade spirit herbs and elixirs. Although his injuries had not fully recovered, he would have no problem dealing with anyone below the saint level. Following his shout, all the saints in the 9 heavens knew that the Smiling Palace Lord, Ling Xiao, had appeared. The saints from both sides split up once again, returning to their respective camps. Ling Xiao was the fuse of this battle, and he would also be the wind vane of this battle. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Ouyang Zhen. When he saw the head in Ouyang Zhen's hand, a monstrous rage instantly erupted. Mad Tooth had actually been killed by Ouyang Zhen. Bastard! Ling Xiao roared in fear and flew towards Ouyang Zheng. At this time, Grandma Dongfang descended to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Xiao, don't be rash." In another direction, Savage Leopard also saw Mad Tooth's head in Ouyang Zhen's hand, and a wave of grief and indignation involuntarily rose in his heart. "I'll kill you, you old bastard!" Savage Leopard cursed, and his eyes were red with anger. He wielded the blood-devouring devil blade and charged towards Ouyang Zhen. He and Mad Tooth were like brothers. Now that Mad Tooth had been killed, it would be strange if he didn't go crazy. Savage Leopard's energy was concentrated to the extreme, and countless spirit energies surged towards him. He actually wanted to forcefully break through to the highest stage of the mystic, the Arch Realm, and kill Ouyang Zhen. "A grain of rice dares to shine," Ouyang Zhen said with disdain. Just as Savage Leopard was halfway to Ling Xiao, the heavily injured Han Kai swept over and raised his hand to knock Savage Leopard unconscious. He then retreated to Ling Xiao's side. "Senior brother, how are you?" Ling Xiao looked at Han Kai, who was pale and covered in wounds. Han Kai shook his head and said with difficulty, "I won't die yet." Following that, he took out the spring of life and immediately drank it. Drinking too much spring water of life wouldn't have the effect of extending one's lifespan, but the effect of recovering one's chi was still very obvious. To saints, it was the best life-saving item. After all, healing pills below the 8th grade wouldn't have much effect on them. In fact, Han Kai's injuries weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. His internal organs had been severely damaged, and although the spring of life could restore a lot of his vitality, his lifespan would likely be reduced again. He didn't have much time left to live, and if he couldn't break through or obtain other top-notch holy artifacts to prolong his life, he would probably die soon. Han Kai's other low-level saint friend also returned. One of his arms was almost crippled, and his aura was extremely chaotic. Clearly, he had suffered a great loss just now. They belonged to the category of independent cultivators, and although they had reached the saint level, they were definitely inferior to the saints who were nurtured by the large factions with many high-level resources. Ling Xiao didn't recognize this person, but he could tell that he was fighting for the proud, smiling palace. Without a word, he handed a drop of life spring water to the low-level saint. The low-level saint looked at Han Kai, and when he saw Han Kai nod, he took the drop and drank it. Suddenly, he felt a pure vitality rapidly nourishing his limbs, bones, and organs. A comfortable feeling arose spontaneously, and his arm, which was about to be chopped off, began to respond. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to recover, and this made him extremely excited. Among the many saints, besides Mad Tooth, the Black Demon sect had also been killed by the Dragon Turtle, which had killed a high-level 8th grade Black Snake, as well as the middle-level saint and his protective spirit beast. In addition, Han Kai's friend Mo Lin had also been killed by Gu Lei, and Feng Qingyuan had killed a low-level saint from the Ghost Darkness sect. In this battle, a total of 3 middle-level saints and 1 low-level saint had fallen, and the rest were more or less injured. It was quite a tragic battle. Fu Zhen wanted to get rid of Feng Qingyuan, but he couldn't keep up with Feng Qingyuan's speed. However, he was preparing to meet up with his other 2 junior brothers to deal with Feng Qingyuan and the other low-level saint. Now, beside Ling Xiao were Han Kai and his friend, the 4 saints of the Dongfang clan, and the 2 saints of the Feng clan. Yuan Zhantian's old monkey and the 4 ape kings stood on the other side, and the 3 elders of the martial spirit court had also retreated. On the Ouyang clan side, Ouyang Xiao was half dead, and Ouyang Zhen was also seriously injured. The other low-level saint was not dead either, and could be considered to have maintained a relatively complete formation. The saints of the Black Demon sect, the Gu clan, the Ghost Darkness sect, and Sha Tian's organization did not retreat. Since the battle had already begun, and the 3 from the martial spirit court were only helping out, the proud Smiling Palace's side was obviously weaker than the Ouyang clan side. This battle had to decide the winner and the loser. Ling Xiao, you little bastard, you still know to show up. Today, I must avenge my 2 brothers, Ouyang Zhen said through gritted teeth. Then he shouted to the surrounding saints, "Everyone, let's kill him together. This little bastard has a legendary divine weapon." He killed my 2 brothers with that divine weapon. As soon as he said this, all the saints were envious. They couldn't understand how the Ouyang clan's 2 saints were suddenly killed by a junior like Ling Xiao. Even if he had great abilities, it was impossible for him to suddenly increase his strength to a high-level saint to kill them. They even wondered if it was the return of the evil emperor that caused him to do such a crazy thing. However, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was impossible. If it was the evil emperor, the Ouyang clan would not dare to take revenge with such great fanfare. It was even more likely that the evil emperor could wipe out their clan with just one hand. After all, he was a legend who had gone to the Qian domain. This was also one of the reasons why they decided to get involved in this mess. Now that they heard Ouyang say that Ling Xiao actually had a divine weapon, they finally understood why Ling Xiao, the mystic emperor, could kill Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Hua. No matter what he has, Brother Lei, you must first help get rid of that bitch, Feng Qingyuan. Fu Zhen was not in the mood to think about the divine weapon at the moment. He had to avenge his dead junior brother. As he spoke, Fu Zhen's heavy hammer was already smashing towards Feng Qingyuan. At the same time, the 2 saints behind him also attacked her and the other saint from the Feng clan. Ji Lei hesitated for a moment and nodded to his companion. The 2 of them also helped Fu Zhen to kill Feng Qingyuan. After all, the Ghost Nether sect was only able to help because he had personally invited them. It would be unreasonable for him to not help now. Grandma, help my mistress to hold them off first. Once I settle my grudge with the Ouyang clan, I will come and help you. Ling Xiao said to Grandma Dongfang hurriedly. Grandma Dongfang nodded slightly and immediately ordered her people to help Feng Qingyuan. She stayed by Ling Xiao's side, not leaving his side at all. Luo Meng also arranged for the dragon turtle to stay by Ling Xiao's side in case of any accidents. On the other hand, Ling Xiao arranged for Xiao Jin and Muscle to stay by his women's side to protect their safety. You all want my divine weapon, right? Then come and snatch it. Ling Xiao let out an angry roar and fully activated his 35 times battle strength. His entire body transformed into the body of a dragon. A peerless true dragon roared for thousands of miles, shocking the surroundings. Grandma Dongfang, who was beside Ling Xiao, looked slightly surprised. It was obvious that she was shocked by Ling Xiao's transformation. The saints present also revealed looks of surprise. Ouyang panicked and said to the saints around him, "Quick! Get rid of him, don't let him take out the divine weapon." At the same time, a high-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand and he threw it towards Ling Xiao. The spiritual weapon pierced towards Ling Xiao's forehead in an attempt to stop Ling Xiao's next move. Unfortunately, Grandma Dongfang's palm had deflected the spiritual weapon. Attack! Mei Sha was very decisive and immediately ordered her people to attack Ling Xiao. The people from Sha Tian's organization also moved out at the same time, not planning to give Ling Xiao any chance. At this moment, a sky full of flying flowers suddenly scattered down from the sky. The bright red dots were like drifting snow, looking extremely beautiful and fresh. When these flying flowers scattered, everyone was stunned. Someone immediately cried out, "Flowers float for thousands of miles, it's the Wanhua sect." Indeed, as soon as this voice was heard, 3 figures flew over from afar. They were the Wanhua sect's Hua Baihe, Granny Bai, and another middle-aged woman. They were 2 mid-level saints and 1 low-level saint. Granny Bai was a peak mid-level saint and infinitely close to a high-level saint. They shouldn't be too late. Hua Baihe said indifferently. Everyone did not know who the Wanhua sect was helping, and they were a little confused as to what they were here for. However, the Ouyang family and the Wanhua sect were both Southern Abyss forces, so they were more or less familiar with each other. Ouyang asked, "Flower Fairy, are you here to help the Ouyang family?" He thought that the Southern Abyss forces should be on the same side, so there was no reason that the Wanhua sect's saint would not appear here to help them. "Hee, we are here today to help Saint Masterling. This old life of mine is only alive because he saved me," Hua Baihe said with a melodious voice. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the 3 from the Ouyang family changed. Ouyang asked unwillingly, Which one is Saint Master Ling? If she's right, it should be me. Ling Xiao replied faintly. At this moment, a broken drum had appeared in his hand. He raised his hand in an instant and slapped the drum's surface. Ouyang Zheng's pupils shrank. Quick, stop him, that's a divine weapon. After saying this, Ouyang Zheng actually turned around and hurriedly left. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had already started beating the drum heavily. Dong dong! A desolate aura assaulted the sky, and a ferocious giant holding a giant drum instantly appeared in front of everyone. He held the drumstick in his hand and beat the drum. The sound was like the morning bell of a tomb, distant and profound. It was also like the sound of a bugle drum in an ancient battlefield, urging the momentum of thousands of soldiers and horses to kill the world. Ouyang Zheng was already thousands of meters away, but the sound of the drum was everywhere, and an inexplicable force seemed to explode in his body. He tried his best to suppress it, trying to dissolve this force. Unfortunately, it was useless. After all, he was seriously injured before, and his strength was not at its peak. Otherwise, he could still hold on for a while, but now he did not have the ability to do so. Bang! Ouyang Zheng's body instantly exploded as if it had been ignited, and countless amounts of blood splattered all over the sky. Chapter 950. Many saints opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Just the sound of a drum had caused a mid-level saint to explode and die. What kind of concept was that? Everyone was certain that it was definitely a divine weapon. After all, this was a drum that was struck by a high-level mystic emperor. If they were the ones using this bronze drum, how powerful would it be? Needless to say, the power would naturally be terrifying. Damn bastard, I'll kill you! Ouyang Xiao roared as if he had gone mad. The sword in his hand made a clanging sound and countless spiritual energies surged towards him. An incomparably oppressive force made people feel suffocated. This was the prelude to the most powerful killer move of a high-level saint. It was obvious that Ouyang Xiao intended to kill Ling Xiao with his life. Xiao, step back. I'll deal with him, Granny Dongfang said with an extremely serious expression. Ouyang Xiao had advanced to the high-level mystic emperor level thousands of years earlier than her, so she was not confident that she could withstand Ouyang Zhao's desperate move. Han Kai, who was beside her, also entered a state of alert. Like Ouyang Xiao, he was seriously injured. Although he had recovered with the spring of life, his condition could not be restored immediately. Moreover, Ouyang Xiao was going all out now. Unless he went all out like him, he would not be able to withstand this move. Ling Xiao did not say anything and once again struck the sky-suppressing drum with all his strength. This time, Ling Xiao's target was Ouyang Xiao. He had to kill him before this old fellow made his move. Ouyang Xiao's internal body was immediately affected by the sound of the drum, and his blood began to churn. However, he was a high-level saint after all. All his meridians and internal organs had been strengthened to an unimaginable level. It was not impossible for him to withstand a single blow. Bastard, die! Nirvana wave! Ouyang Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted. His sacred sword began to dance. All of a sudden, Ouyang Xiao was surrounded by a vast body of water. But this body of water seemed to be tossed into the air and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Countless waves transformed into a myriad of blades of water, and they were like waves of natural calamity that struck, causing this expanse of the heavens and the earth to be stirred up to the point of changing color and becoming extremely chaotic. All of this power was concentrated in one place and blasted in the direction of Ling Xiao. Granny Dongfang and Han Kai attacked at the same time. Both of them were high-grade saints, so it was not a problem for them to block the attack together. At this moment, the 1,000 poisonous snake of the Black Demon sect took advantage of this opportunity to strike Ling Xiao while he was down. He shot out clouds of poisonous fog from his palms, and the poisonous fog rushed towards Ling Xiao like a giant python. Wherever this venomous python went, the surrounding air would be corroded and burnt black, giving off a foul stench. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was already comparable to a saint artifact, reaching the realm of being impervious to all poisons. In addition, he had the old Dragon King's dragon scales for defense. He believed that even the Thousand Vipers' powerful move would not be able to do anything to him. However, the others didn't know about his situation. Lily, and Granny Bai attacked at the same time, intending to blast the poisonous mist away so that it wouldn't hurt Ling Xiao. However, their strength was far inferior to the myriad poisonous snakes. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to completely blast away the two venomous pythons. In the end, the remaining power of the two venomous pythons blasted into Ling Xiao's body. Boom! Husband, boss. Ling Xiao's woman and brothers cried out in shock at the sight of this scene. The power of that attack was so terrifying that even a city would be completely destroyed. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could really withstand it. However, when the power dissipated, Ling Xiao was only sent flying 1,000 meters away. His body was still in midair, and the sky suppression drum in his hand was still in his grasp. If Ling Xiao couldn't withstand the attack, the dragon scales that the old Dragon King had bestowed upon him would immediately activate to defend and protect Ling Xiao. At the same time, the demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness burned away the invading poisonous gas. How is this possible? He's only a high-level mystic emperor. How could he withstand my attack? The myriad poisonous snake cried out in disbelief. The other saints also revealed looks of extreme shock. Ling Xiao had given them too many surprises. Not only did he have a divine weapon, but he also had a defense that could withstand a high-level saint's attack. This could only mean that Ling Xiao had other trump cards that he could rely on. Hurry up and kill him. Don't let this drag on. Mei Sha ordered. Even if the Ouyang clan hadn't instigated the war against the proud Smiling Palace, the Black Demon sect would sooner or later have a showdown with the proud Smiling Palace. The saints started fighting again, all of their energy exploding out. The people from the Black Demon sect and Sha Tian's organization were all heading towards Ling Xiao. Their goal was no longer just to assassinate Ling Xiao. They wanted to snatch the divine drum from him. Main, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and let the dragon turtle attack. Feng Xianyun snapped out of her trance and shouted at Luo Meng. Just now, Luo Meng had let the dragon turtle guard Ling Xiao's side. However, when Ouyang Xiao and the myriad poisonous snake attacked, she forgot to let the dragon turtle attack. That was why Ling Xiao had fallen into a trap. Luo Meng hurriedly came to her senses and hurriedly let the dragon turtle block the saints who wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The dragon turtle roared like a demon that had been resurrected. Its mountain-like body instantly blocked the path of the 1,000 poisonous snake and the other two great saints of the Black Demon sect. Countless waves surged unceasingly, blocking their path. They did not want to be entangled with the dragon turtle. Instead, they ordered their spirit beasts to deal with the dragon turtle while they went around to kill Ling Xiao. Come on, do you really think that I am a pushover? None of you can escape today. Ling Xiao said faintly. Once again, he concentrated his spiritual energy on his palms and hit the divine drum. The Sha Tian's Jade Killer who had arrived the fastest was hit by Ling Xiao's drum. In an instant, he let out a blood-curdling scream and his body started to crack. Countless amounts of fresh blood seeped out from his skin. It was a terrifying sight. When Ling Xiao hit the drum for the second time, he was blasted into meat paste just like Ouyang Zhen. At this time, the other two Jade Killers had already stabbed towards Ling Xiao from different directions. One stabbed towards Ling Xiao's back while the other stabbed towards Ling Xiao's arm in an attempt to knock the divine drum out of his hand. When Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, he could compete with a low-level saint. However, when faced with a pincer attack, he could only dodge one of the attacks. Ling Xiao bent his body and quickly kept the divine drum, taking the blow from the low-level saint on his back. If an ordinary person was stabbed by a low-level saint, they would definitely die from a piercing blow. However, Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely strong and was covered in layers of dragon scales. The low-level saint's sword was unable to pierce through Ling Xiao's body and only sent him flying far away. Even so, the two low-level saints did not hesitate. Their speed continued to change and they wanted to take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. However, their old rivals, the four Ape Kings, had received Yuan Zhantian's order and attacked them again. The strongest mid-level saint of the heaven-slaying organization had already fallen. The other two low-level saints and their two heavily injured spiritual beasts were simply unable to withstand the attacks of 4 ape kings that were infinitely close to the mid-level of the 8th level. Ling Xiao had a chance to catch his breath. He immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. However, a terrifying energy suddenly blasted towards him. He could not defend himself in time and was once again sent flying thousands of meters away. The pill in his hand was also destroyed. Damn it, how ruthless! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. If not for the dragon scales given to him by the old Dragon King, he would have died many times over. Ling Xiao steadied himself and saw that it was the black demon sex Mei Sha who attacked him. He did not know that she was the black demon sex wife. All he knew was that she was his enemy. The Mei Sha's speed was as fast as the wind. It was not inferior to the average wind attribute martial artist. Once again she chased after him. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai chased after him. However, they were blocked by the Mei Sha's 8th level high-level spirit beasts. They could not help Ling Xiao immediately. The Mei Sha's attacks were extremely ruthless. Each of her attacks contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. She wanted to turn Ling Xiao into dust in a short time. Ling Xiao did not even have the ability to defend himself. He was bombarded by the storm of attacks until he was dizzy and disoriented. You're the one who forced this empress to use my trump card. Ling Xiao endured the countless attacks and cursed. Suddenly, the spatial ring in his hand underwent a huge change. Ling Xiao could not retaliate against the Mei Sha's attacks. The speed that he was so proud of was completely useless. Helpless, he could only do something that he had never done before. The spatial ring turned into a medicine cauldron. Moreover, this medicine cauldron instantly grew in size, from less than a meter tall to the size of a house. Moreover, it did not stop growing. In just a few blinks of an eye, it had become like a 100-meter-tall mountain floating in front of Ling Xiao. A thick halo of light continuously radiated from it, blocking all of the Mei Sha's attacks and giving Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. The Mei Sha looked at the medicine cauldron in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She thought to herself, could this be the legendary divine cauldron? Ling Xiao once again took out the pill and the heaven-suppressing drum from the medicine cauldron. After quickly swallowing the pill, he struck the drum without hesitation. Not good. Everyone retreat. Succubus cried out. Without thinking, she immediately began to flee. By the time the sound of Ling Xiao's drum fell, the Mei Sha was already 10,000 meters away. She had not suffered much damage. Ling Xiao did not have the strength to chase after her. In fact, he had just taken the pill and had only recovered 60% of his strength. It was impossible for him to catch up to the Mei Sha, who was a mid-level saint, nor could he kill her. With the Mei Sha fleeing, the other members of the Black Demon sect did not continue to fight. They immediately broke away from their respective opponents and retreated. Didn't you want the divine weapon? Come, this queen has 2 divine weapons. Let's see which one you want. Ling Xiao's crazed gaze fell on the 2 jade assassins of Sha Tian's organization. With a shout, he smashed the medicine cauldron with all his might. The medicine cauldron smashed down like a mountain, its power boundless and abnormally tyrannical. Just as the medicine cauldron was about to reach the 2 jade assassins, the 4 ape kings quickly dodged. The 2 jade assassins turned around and blocked the medicine cauldron. Bang bang! You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.